In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
The bands that make them dance. The bands is making our ruthless leader dance. Hey, Grand Rising. I hope you guys had a great 2 days. Let me start with the news. Hold on. Of course, we need to report. Oh, something's going on. This dang on restream. I don't know what's going on with restream. Give me 1 second. It won't let me get the dancers off. Okay, we'll do it this way. Grand Rising. So, as we know, this is odd. I apologize. Let me see. One second. Let me reboot. I apologize. Oh, here we go. That is an easier way. Thank you guys for being here. As we know, Christy Noem has lost her job. So let's pour out a little liquor for Christy Noem's Grand Rising, Madison. It is good to see you. I hope you had a fabulous 2 days. It's been so much going on. I said, hey, I think Monday, Wednesday, and Friday will be just enough for me to deal with this craziness that goes on in this administration. But, I could be wrong. We're here, RonyiQ. Take your time. I got it. Hey, Foot Soldier. Good morning to you as well, Foot Soldier. I don't know if you guys are aware. I have a little list of things that I will be talking to you guys about foot soldier. I'm pretty sure you may be aware of that Marine. His name is Brian McGinnis. Uh, he is a part of the Green Party. He's running for Senate in North Carolina. He went to a Senate meeting where they were talking about the Iran war, where they were having talks about the Iran war, and he stood up in protest and he said that our military people shouldn't be putting their lives on the line for Netanyahu or something to that effect, and they hauled him out. He was in full uniform. They hauled him out. He grabbed onto the door frame, and one of the doors swang in, one of the doors swang out. Basically, it pinned his arm in the door. So then there was a sitting senator, Senator Sheehy, a Republican from Montana, said he decided to go help out and de escalate. And he ran over there, and the Marine's arm cracked. You heard his arm crack. They were able to get him off of the door, and they put that cracked arm behind his back, knowing full well that his arm was broken. He was allegedly arrested and got medical treatment. So he was a Marine in a full the dress garb, not the fighting garb. He was, I forget what they call it when they have their official dress up garb on. So they took him out. How dare you? How dare you interrupt this hearing? And how dare you say what you're saying? But the curious thing about this also is that the sitting senator from Montana who got up and decided he was going to de-escalate the situation as he went over there. He's a former Navy SEAL, and he went over there. How did he de-escalate it? He grabbed him up and was yanking him and all of this, and he called himself de-escalating it. And he said that this man came for a fight and he got one. This is a sitting senator, because how dare this man use his right to protest? I mean, how many times have we seen protesters thrown out of all types of hearings? But this Marine was quite hostile and hot. Come to find out, this Marine has also taken over $640,000 from pro-Israel lobbying groups. So let me share this with you. If you guys have not seen this, let me share this with you. I don't know if he was mad that don't fuck with my money. Do not fuck with the money that has me sitting up in this seat, representing everyone but our military. We only want to see you when we send you out to war and do our bidding and put your life on the line. But you have absolutely no right to protest because these people gave me almost $1 million. Are you crazy? So let me find that link right for you right quick. Let me find the video right quick. Okay, I found it, and I'm gonna put this in the description box under broken arm. Let me share this with you. As our fighters are over there fighting and getting clobbered in a war that they did not have to go to. So let's review that. If you haven't seen it, let's watch it.
I want to fight this war for Israel. Let's go. Come on, let's go. America does not want to send its sons and daughters to war for Israel. Your inability to name that shows your exemptness as leaders. Out. This is wrong. Stop. And nobody wants to fight for Israel. A reminder to all our Commandant, please stand up as a Marine and stand up for America.
Okay, so we see the senator in this suit right here flies off the dais and comes down to join the melee. He wanted to fight. I think he was trying to stay in the room. I don't see him actually fighting. He acted as if the guy was fighting with the police. He was fighting to stay in the room. I will say that.
No one wants to fight for Israel.
Okay, you see the pop? Did you hear and see the pop at the elbow?
Fight for Israel.
Pop. After he says Israel.
Wants to fight for Israel. Oh my God.
Sir, thank you for your service.
The senator broke his hand. The senator broke his hand.
Help him, please.
Senator
Commandant.
the hand of a
He's
Marine.
a Marine. Somebody come help him.
Control your Senate committee.
Look at you guys. You're robots. You won't even look back. Look at you guys. You're like robots. Oh my God, what is happening? And you're not even looking back. Any of you four-star generals. Oh my God, what is happening right now? Eyes front, robots. Shame. Shame. Oh my God, you guys.
Everybody sit down.
What did I just see? I'm getting out of here.
That's fine. Everybody sit down, please.
Oh my God, what is happening?
Okay, good. No, it's not.
Oh my God.
Stuck.
It's disgusting.
Oh my God, you guys.
Sorry, does that hurt? Can you open it up a little bit just to like change the gap? Hey guys, clear the hallways.
Out.
Clear the hallways.
Out.
Clear the hallways, please. Clear the hallways, please.
Can you help him, please?
Yes, yes. All places going there. Please through the hallways.
Oh my God. What happened? His hand got totally smashed. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Why are you here?
Why are you getting arrested?
Palestine, from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, Palestine will be free.
And what about this war in Iran?
Oh my God.
Now look how he's bending his arm.
My arm is fucking broke, bro.
Look how he's bending his arm up toward his head, and he knows his arm is broken. Look,
His arm.
look.
Ah, fuck, my arm is fucking broke, bro.
Oh
My
my
left arm
gosh.
is broke. I understand. Don't fight.
Oh my God.
You understand, but you decide to put his arm up, facing his head, where his hand is facing his head. Yeah, we do know you understand.
Hey, you guys, come on.
I need you to move.
You need to
okay?
stop.
Okay.
Brian, stop.
He's fighting for you, not for him.
My left arm is broke.
They broke his arm.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. It's totally broken.
Oh man.
So knowing that his left arm is broken, why is it that he finds the need to make sure that he puts his left arm behind his back?
Please, can you get him some kind of medical attention?
Yes, we are.
Oh my God.
You are? It's great.
Just let go of my arm before you sit down.
Y'all step back, please.
No, you're trying to inflict pain.
Who needs her?
No, he broke his arm.
He's trying to inflict pain.
Okay. Would y'all just move aside then? That way people can still exit.
Josie, what happened?
We just witnessed a Marine veteran interrupting.
Okay, the link is in the description box. I'm curious if anybody was unaware of this. James, James, what are you talking about? How many people in Congress are multimillionaires at only $150,000 a year on both sides? I'm not talking about that. Stay on topic. Don't think you're coming over here to derail any conversations we're having. Hey, detach myself, but hit the like button, James. Their cruelty is always the entire point. Oh, brother, women are the worst. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was resisting. FAFO. Another person who's like heck breath, who wants to go in and use the slang term from African Americans to try to make it seem like there's some Billy badass. Quit being a DEI using the term FAFO. Find your own originality because you don't want Black people working, being in the military, living a middle-class lifestyle because you guys hate us so much. But you need us for everything in your existence, including running and talking dumb shit. So let's move on. Also, I wanted to talk about today. Are you guys? Let's see what military.com has to say about this incident. I understand that sometimes people get quite upset about which news program or article you read from. Let's see what military.com is saying about this. Shall we? Let me share this page with you. Military.com. A military veteran, Brian McGinnis, removed from Senate hearing after protests over U.S. policy towards Israel. Do we have the right to protest our government? Now, argue with military.com. Don't come in here arguing with me because it's not going to happen. I'm just going to give you the actual facts. From whom? Military.com. Do we not see the name where the publication that this article is coming from? Okay. Marine veteran Brian McGinnis removed from Senate hearing after protests over U.S. policy towards Israel. That thing that is in your Constitution that gives you the right to do. Okay. Here we go. Brian McGinnis, a Marine Corps veteran, and Green Party candidate for U.S. Senate in North Carolina, was forcibly removed from a Senate Armed Service Committee hearing on March 4th, 2026, after interrupting the proceedings with a protest over U.S. policy in the Middle East. During the hearing, McGinnis stood and began shouting objections to what he characterized as the U.S. movement towards war with Iran in support of Israel. Video from inside the chamber shows Capitol Police moving quickly to restrain and escort him out. So, what were they trying to restrain him from? Speaking? You need to restrain people who are wildly fighting and, who are throwing chairs or something. What is the restraint that needed to be done on him? How come they just didn't escort him out? Well, he did have to be restrained because he, tried to hold his place and tried to stay in the room. But the restraints, I think that's a bit much. He didn't need any restraints. He just needed to be hauled out of the building. And they needed to forcibly haul him out of the building. Okay. Okay. Officers later arrested McGinnis on charges including assault on a police officer. I did not see any of that happen. Resisting arrest. He did resist arrest, but how can you resist arrest when you're being arrested for operating within your constitutional rights? So there's that. What was he being arrested for? That he was resisting. Okay. Because there has to be a cause for arrest for you to then resist said arrest. That's how it works. Not a simple resisting arrest is the number one charge. No, no. In some states you have to have a actual arrest that you are charging them for before you can say charge them with resisting said arrest. A resisting arrest and unlawful demonstration. Footage of the removal shows multiple officers attempting to pull McGinnis away from a doorway as he held on to the frame. During the struggle, Senator Tim Sheehy, what an appropriate name, Tim Sheehy of Montana, a Republican member of the committee and former Navy SEAL, left his seat and physically assisted officers in removing McGinnis. The video shows Sheehy grabbing McGinnis as officers attempted to free his arm from the doorway and carry him out. Capitol Police later stated that McGinnis got his own arm stuck in a door to resist our officers and force his way back into the hearing room, and reported that officers sustained minor injuries during the encounter. We're hurt too. McGinnis allegedly suffered a broken arm during the struggle. Allegedly, that pop in that movement that you saw in his arms when it popped. That's allegedly. He's reporting that. The visual record confirms that security personnel were already engaged in removing McGinnis when Sheehy intervened physically. Whether that intervention was necessary or appropriate has become a point of debate. What McGinnis said about Israel. McGinnis framed his protest explicitly around U.S. support for Israel and the risk of American military escalation with Iran. According to accounts from inside the hearing, he shouted statements including Americans didn't want to fight and die for Israel. He positioned his protest as an anti-war stand and an effort to confront lawmakers about what he views as foreign policy driven by special interests rather than the will of American voters. So, are there any American citizens who are mad about his protest? Who's mad about that? Who is mad about the position of his protest per military.com own writing of what his position was in protest of. Was it he, she, or she, he who got over $600,000 from pro-Israel uh, uh, groups to get into elected office in Montana? Could that be the person who was most upset about his position of protest? His comments reflect a broader political argument that the U.S. military commitments in the region are shaped in part by long standing strategic ties with Israel. The position remains controversial across party lines. Supporters of the U.S. Israel relationship describe it as a cornerstone of American security policy, while critics argue the congressional alignment with Israel policy can contribute to entanglement in regional conflicts. Inside congressional hearings, however, outbursts are treated as procedural violation regardless of viewpoint. Senate rules permit the removal of individuals who disrupt official proceedings. McGinnis' arrest followed that pattern. Now, let's see, Mr. He, she. I mean, she, he. Here is Mr. He, she, he. Um, the Honorable Timothy Sheehy, U.S. Senator of Montana, signs a Tuesday Sunset Parade guest book held by U.S. Marine Corps Sergeant Christopher Holt, Protocol Headquarters and Service Company, following a sunset parade held at the U.S. Marine Corps War Memorial in Arlington, Virginia. He is so respectful of the Marines. He is so respectful that he had to drag his ass down to get involved in something that did not concern him, that was not his job to do, because he gets $640,000 from pro Israel contributions to his campaign. Okay. The senator role in the removal. Senator Sheehy later described his actions as an effort to assist law enforcement and de-escalate the situation. Video evidence shows him helping officers lift and remove McGinnis after police had already restrained him. So, what was he doing again? By your own words. What was he doing again? Because you said this happened after police had already restrained him. Critics argue that an elected senator inserting himself into physical removal raised concern, particularly because trained Capitol Police were already present and engaged. There is no indication at this time that he faced legal scrutiny for his involvement. Capitol Police have not suggested any misconduct by the senator. The issue remains largely political rather than legal. Whether a member of Congress should physically participate in ejecting a protester when security forces are already handling the situation. Okay, so this senator also has military training. So, say for instance, somebody with military training sees a senator being accosted in the street by police, and said a bystander goes up and assists the police with the sitting senator, and in doing so, the sitting senator gets a broken arm, is hurt in the melee, and it is questioned if the Marine, the former Marine, the trained military person who intervened to help said police. Do you think that there will be a problem then? Do you think that there will be a problem with the law if that was the way it happened? If it happened the other way around? Do you think that that Marine would be in legal jeopardy because that Marine is trained as a Marine? much like he was trained as as a what is he, a Navy SEAL? Do you think there would be problems then? I'm just curious. Okay. The, the issue remains largely political rather than legal, whether the member of Congress should physically participate in ejecting a protester when security forces are already handling the situation. Campaign finance and APAC linked funding. A discussion around the incident has extended beyond the physical confrontation to campaign finance. The American Israel Public Affairs Committee, APAC, operates affiliated political action committees that contribute to federal candidates who support strong U.S. Israel relationship. Tim Sheehy campaign has drawn scrutiny because of the scale of pro-Israel political support connected to his electoral effort. A pro-Israel spending tracker that says it compiles totals from federal campaign finance records lists $641,337 in pro-Israel lobbying and mega donor support tied to Sheehy, broken down as $79,253 from PACs and $562 $562.84 from bundlers. Federal Election Committee commission records for Sheehy's Senate campaign are publicly accessible through FEC candidate database. APAC affiliated super PACs have spent substantial sums supporting candidates across both parties who favor strong U.S. Israeli ties, as reflected in federal expenditure reports filed with the FEC. So this America First government, all of these senators who's sitting up and denied a war authorization because the 45-47 did not go to the UN, did not even present a reason to you, the American voters, the American people who put these Congress people and senators into office. They said that no, we are not going to say that the power of declaring war is within the Senate. Even that John Fetterling, actual Democrat, sided with the Republicans, so there is no war authorization put in. So understand that if Israel is paying off your government, understand that your government decided to go to war under 5 or 6 different reasons that they have come out and told you. The last of which is that we knew Israel was going to strike them, and if we knew if Israel struck Iran, then Iran was going to strike us, so we had to strike them first. That was the last lie that Marco Rubio of the State Department came out and told the American people. And then the next day tried to deny that he said that. I didn't say that. If you play the whole thing, I played the whole thing on Wednesday. That's exactly what he said. He said that we knew Israel was going to strike. If Israel is such the great ally to America, and you, the American, know that Israel is about to strike Iran, and in turn, Iran would turn around and strike you, does it seem like a great ally would strike Iran, especially when you were in the middle of negotiating with Iran? Would your great ally then strike Iran with the knowledge that they were going to strike you? How great could that ally be if that's the position you want to take? You couldn't go to your great ally who you spend plenty of your people's tax dollars to uphold and support financially all the shit, all the strikes that they do all over the Middle East. How good is your Israeli ally? But they will put you in a compromising situation after all of the tax dollars of Americans you have given them. All these this Israeli government that makes sure that all of their people have universal health care at the same time when you're throwing tens of millions of your own people off of Medicaid. I mean, at what point do you see any way that they are allied with you when you're doing all this financial support of them, and they still going to go and strike somebody who will turn around and strike you, which you want us to believe is your belief and a reason why you had to then turn around and take your own country's blood and more treasure to strike Iran, because surely they were going to strike America if Israel struck them, so we had to strike them first. Well, make that make sense. So, including all of the money, all of the billions of dollars per year that we have been giving Israel, you mean to tell me we had to turn around and strike Iran, and it is estimated that America is spending $1 billion. How often on this war? This a couple of day war, $1 billion a day. It has been estimated is being spent on this war. Hey, we're not going to ask the billionaires to pay more tax dollars. So where are we going to get this money from? Because we already sounded a big, beautiful bill that ensures that we don't collect money from billionaires. As the jobs report also came out this year, and this month we lost over 100,000 American jobs. What are we doing here? Exactly what are we doing here? Okay. Let me drop this link. I think this link is also in my description box. I'm going to drop this link in my description box, and I will drop it in my chat. Yes, this is under a Marine gets arm broken. If you would like to read that article for yourselves, you're more than welcome to read that article for yourself. We have money for war but can't feed the poor, as I quote Tupac Shakur way back in 1992. You know, some shit has been obvious for quite a long while. Let me see what you guys are saying. It's going to come down to military fighting the government. It's a movie about it. I can't think of the name of the movie. He wasn't wrong. It was not necessary at all. Allegedly, that's what they said. I just had to share it with you to let you see why I was using the words that were in the article. He could be sued and imprisoned. That was disgusting and uncalled for. I concur. I definitely agree. Okay. So I wanted to talk about that and get your opinions on that. That senator snapped his arm. That was bullshit. I can still hear the snap of his arm. Yeah. So I didn't see much corporate news. I'm wondering, did you guys hear about this on your corporate news? Because the reason why I do certain stories is because I like to find things that you may not be familiar with. So there's that. Uh, I wanted to start with that story. Now, not surprised. What does Israel do for the United States? Absolutely nothing. And it's bullshit. Okay. So let me go to my next story. Uh Wednesday when I was here, I played portions of Christy Noem testimony. I know everyone is aware that Christy Noem has lost her job via tweet. Her replacement, uh, Mark Wayne Mullins, was announced in the same tweet. Another nutbag, MAGA senator will be taking over her job if he can be confirmed. There are reported a lot of problems with the thought of him being confirmed. But if they confirmed her, what will hold them back from confirming him? Let's get into who she was. Let's get into the Christy Noem of it all. And in hold on, let me pull up. Let me pull up a little reminder of how Christy Noem was raked over the coals in her last hearing. Uh, Now they say that she was possibly fired because of the controversy behind her spending all of that money, all of the money that the Department of Homeland Security had. She was spending millions, wasting millions. At the same time that Elon Musk was going through departments that investigated him, that gave aid to poor countries, that prevented the spread of AIDS and malaria in poor countries, and taking their funding. You have Christine Noem up there giving contracts, no bid contracts that she was to give to the lowest bidder, to her spokesperson husband, who just happened to open a business 8 days prior to this contract being paid out to him. Now, what I want to know is over 200, I think he got over $141 million of the $211 million that was in question. So he opens up a company in Delaware. You know where you can open up a P.O. box company in Delaware real easy. And then 8 days later, he who has never gotten a government contract doing the work that he was doing for Christy Noem just happens to get the contract. And she said that they couldn't bid on the contract because it was an emergency. I can determine things, emergencies like 45, 47, determined that those tariffs were an emergency. And what happened when it went to the Supreme Court? The tariffs were ruled unconstitutional. What he already knew when he deemed these tariffs emergencies. So Christy Noem was following his playbook. If he can do it, I can do it too, this administration feels. If he can break all of these laws and nobody bats an eye at it, and I have these ignorant MAGAs supporting it to their own demise, so can I. To the ruin of America. If he can deny that he's breaking the law, I can as well. So she gives this contract, a no bid contract, to a company that has never done the business that she's giving them the millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to do, and has never actually even worked for the federal government. A brand new 8-day-old contract, and the man who owns this company just happened to be married to Trish McLaughlin. You know, the bitch who comes out, yeah, the ICE agents, you know, he was hurt. The guy who shot Good, you know, he was hospitalized. He had internal bleeding. You know, the Congress people who went to the ICE detention center. They were rushing in behind a school bus, and they were being combative, and the lady, she actually body slammed one of the ICE agents. You don't see it. You must have changed the footing. You must have changed the film, because it actually happened. Don't believe your lying eyes. This is who the money went to her husband. So do you not think, out of $111,000 that fell in their lap, do you not think that Christy Noem was getting a piece of that $111,000? Oh, do you think that she just let her underling's husband get that 111 million? Did I say thousand? $111 million? Not thousand, not 111,000, $111 million. Do you not think that she was not going to get a piece of that $111 million? She's going to let somebody who works under her get $111 million? And if so, how much was she getting? Because surely it was illegal for her to give them this contract. So if she felt bold enough to give them that money, how much money was she taking for herself? Are we gonna play? Are we gonna play like, oh God, oh no, oh no, you know, it could be an impropriety, but oh Jesus, what do you mean? Surely they weren't stealing all of this slush fund money that has gone unaccounted for. The money in this administration has gone disappeared quickly than the money that they were throwing out of the back of airplanes in the Iran and Iraq war. Those pallets of money that they were trying to buy the people in Iraq. Just money out the window. Okay. Here we go. Let's get into it. Let's remind you of her hearings and some of her answers in her hearing. Shall we? Let's get into this. So we can remember Christy Noem. Here we go. Tom Tillis. Let's start with Tom Tillis. Now, understand that Tom Tillis is a Republican. And let's see what Tom Tillis had to say about Christy Noem. Let's refresh your memories about her last Senate hearing. Let's get into this.
That Biden and Mayorkas, your predecessor, created. It was absurd. You heard the things from Senator Brett, people that came over here who themselves were traumatized by the very people who then come to this country and traumatize American citizens. You heard Senator Schmidt saying the same thing. A lot of us are very frustrated with the disaster that President Biden left behind and a failed DHS. It's why I'm angry, and it's why I've been critical of you, Secretary Noem, because we're missing an opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the reasons President Trump won a year and a half ago is because people were sick and tired of a Democratic administration's open border policy and allowing millions of people to come to this country, 1.7 million called gotaways. We don't even know where they are, but we know when you pay a premium to a cartel to get them into this country, including the sworn ICE officers. In fact, I've just been told, fortunately, in about a week and a half, we're going to get a plaque on the wall over the Capitol. In fact, I've just been told, very few people in Capitol Hill that support law enforcement more than me, including the sworn ICE officers. In fact, I've just been told, fortunately, in about a week and a half, we're going to get a plaque on the wall over the Capitol, thanking the Capitol police officers and all the agencies that responded on January 6th. All those thugs have actually been pardoned, and yet we haven't thanked the Capitol police officers for their work here. So when I say I'm unapologetically pro-law enforcement, you can count in every single sworn officer in Homeland Security. So why am I disappointed with Secretary Noem? Because we're not going after enough people who did this damage at the expense of running numbers that Stephen Miller wants out of the White House. We just want numbers. We want 1,000 a day, 6,000 a day, 9,000 a day, because numbers matter, right? No, they don't matter. Quality matters, not quantity, quality. And what we've seen is a disaster. Under your leadership, Ms. Noem, a disaster. What we've seen is innocent people getting detained that turn out are American citizens. I could talk about the culture that's been created here with Stephen Miller aiding and abetting. I heard first reports that he was the one that said it was a domestic terrorist situation where 2 people lost their lives in Minneapolis. I've heard that report. Maybe you can refute it. I don't know that we'll have time for you to respond because I'm giving you a performance evaluation here. I'm not looking for a response. And I'm saying, Ms. Noem, that time after time after time I've been disappointed. But before I get back to looking at the vicious people that did this damage to these families, I want to talk a minute about FEMA. You have a policy right now that anything over $100,000 has to go through your desk for approval. I asked my staff, because I'm a management consultant, I don't try to do cheap shots in here, but the facts do not lie. This is your administration for FEMA response. This is President Trump's first administration. Which one would you like to have? If you're a state that has a $60 billion disaster, your biggest disaster in South Dakota that I can tell that when you were an elected official was about $500 million. So 1/100th of this single storm where thousands of people are hurting in North Carolina and you're just barely catching up. This is what competent FEMA leadership looks like. This is what incompetent FEMA leadership looks like. And people are hurting in Western North Carolina from the most significant storm they've ever experienced. This is what we need more of. I'm convinced you can't do it. If you're requesting a review of $100,000 and up, then it begs the question, why? Why would you be involved in that? Why would that be a policy? And in a minute, I'll ask about some people that are involved, some special government employees. Why are they involved in it? Thank you.
Senator,
no,
that $100,000 only had to do.
And I will hold the clock until I finish.
Okay.
The bottom line is I've done the analysis. And you can say whatever you want to. I've worked with a Democrat governor. I've worked with a Republican governor. I've worked with fiscal research. We have people contacting my office now to get the information to better understand the failure of this department. You failed at FEMA. And in fact, if I get to it, actually, why don't I cover this right now? The Homeland Security Act of 2002 expressly prohibits the Secretary of Homeland Security from restricting or diverting FEMA resources from the agency's mission. Based on your disaster response, the chart that I just showed you, I have reason to believe that you're violating the law, either knowingly or unknowingly. So I'll be asking and getting a submission to the record, submitting a question for the record, what the total amount of FEMA reimbursements are currently being held by DHS, awaiting for final approval. Held by DHS, awaiting for final approval for an agency that you should not be obstructing the disbursement on. I'm going to give you time to answer to it under penalty of perjury so that we can get it right. Now, going back to Minneapolis, why can't we just say we made a mistake? I will ask you one question, if you can just give me a quick response. Who does Tom Homan work for? You or the president?
The president.
Okay. Why is that? Because I believe the president recognized that you weren't getting it done in Minneapolis, and you're putting us further away from pointing to this. We're beginning to get the American people to think that deporting people is wrong. It's the exact opposite. The way you're going about deporting them is wrong. the fact that you can't admit to a mistake
I hope I'm back. I apologize. I hope I'm back. I apologize. My whole computer went. They aren't mute. It's horrible that a school got hit. It's more horrible that 47-year war oppressed and killed hundreds of thousands was ignored. Uh, no, no, sweetheart. I'm not going to uh, shut up in any way, shape, or form. Hit the like button. I'm so glad you're here. Hit the like button since you're here on your way out. Can you do that? Um, I hope I am back. Let me check to make sure I am back. Yes, I am back. Thank you. No, the sound isn't out, Carrie. I had to drop down. Can you guys hear me? Can you put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me? Let me make sure I can hear myself. How about that? I don't see any 1s in the chat. Let me see. Am I back? I don't hear myself. Not back? Okay, I am back. It is a long delay on StreamYard. I mean, on Restream. Okay, I apologize for that. I had to go all the way out of my computer. And let's get back to what I was sharing you from Tillis. We're talking about the reason why Christy Noem was fired. And I was sharing Republican Tom Tillis with you. That isn't the one. Hold on. Let me find Tom Tillis again. This stop sharing is doing something different. Here we go. Let me share this with you. Here we go. We're back on track. Let me speed him up a little bit, try to find where we were.
About the culture that's been created here with Stephen Miller aiding and abetting. I heard first reports that he was the one that said it was a domestic terrorist situation where 2 people lost their lives in Minneapolis. I've heard that report. Maybe you can refute it. I don't know that we'll have time for you to respond because I'm giving you a performance evaluation here. I'm not looking for a response. And I'm saying, Ms. Noem, that time after time after time I've been disappointed. But before I get back to looking at the vicious people that did this damage to these families, I want to talk a minute about FEMA. You have a policy right now that anything over $100,000 has to go through your desk for approval. I asked my staff, because I'm a management consultant, I don't try to do cheap shots in here, but the facts do not lie. This is your administration. This is President Trump's first administration. Which one would you like to have? If you're a state that has a $60 billion disaster, your biggest disaster in South Dakota that I can tell that when you were an elected official was about $500 million. So 1/100th of this single storm where thousands of people are hurting in North Carolina, and you're just barely catching up. This is what competent FEMA leadership looks like. This is what incompetent FEMA leadership looks like. And people are hurting in Western North Carolina from the most significant storm they've ever experienced. This is what we need more of. I'm convinced you can't do it. If you're requesting a review of $100,000 and up, then it begs the question, why? Why would you be involved in that? Why would that be a policy? And in a minute, I'll ask about some people that are involved, some special government employees. Why are they involved in it? Thank you.
Senator,
no,
that
you can finish
that $100,000 only had to do.
And I will hold the clock until I finish.
Okay.
The bottom line is I've done the analysis. And you can say whatever you want to. I've worked with a Democrat governor. I've worked with a Republican governor. I've worked with fiscal research. We have people contacting my office now to get the information to better understand the failure of this department. Failed at FEMA. And in fact, if I get to it, actually, why don't I cover this right now? The Homeland Security Act of 2002 expressly prohibits the Secretary of Homeland Security from restricting or diverting FEMA resources from the agency's mission. Based on your disaster response, the chart that I just showed you, I have reason to believe that you're violating the law, either knowingly or unknowingly. So I'll be asking and getting a submission to the record, submitting a question for the record, what the total amount of FEMA reimbursements are currently being held by DHS, awaiting for final approval. Held by DHS, awaiting for final approval for an agency that you should not be obstructing the disbursement on. I'm going to give you time to answer to it under penalty of perjury so that we can get it right. Now, going back to Minneapolis, why can't we just say we made a mistake? I will ask you one question, if you can just give me a quick response. Who does Tom Holman work for? You or the president?
The president.
Okay. Why is that? Because I believe the president recognized that you weren't getting it done in Minneapolis, and you're putting us further away from pointing to this. We're beginning to get the American people to think that deporting people is wrong. It's the exact opposite. The way you're going about deporting them is wrong. The fact that you can't admit to a mistake, which looks like under investigation, is going to prove that Miss Good and Mr. Petty probably should not have been shot in the face and in the back. Law enforcement needs to learn from that. You don't protect them by not looking after the facts. Not only should the FBI be investigating it, but every single law enforcement agency in that jurisdiction should be invited to it, so our law enforcement officers do not have this pall cast upon them. One of the reasons why ICE officers are having threats, and damn the people that threaten ICE officers, because so many of them are doing a good job, is because you've cast a pall on them by acting like we should investigate things differently. Officer-involved shootings have a formula that we should go through every time. And we're not going through that formula. As a matter of fact, in Ms. Good's case, I think that they were even saying that maybe there wasn't even a need to do it in the DOJ. I hope that that's changed. But I'm telling you, it was a civil rights review. I saw your frown. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But originally, Blanche said there was an investigation. Folks, law enforcement, we've got to have their back. We've got to make it clear when they make a mistake. But you don't walk away from it, and you've done it too many times. Now, Secretary, I read your book last week. The passage where you talk about killing it was 14 months old. I train dogs, all right? And you are a farmer. You should know better. You should know that if you're going out.
She killed a dog that was 14 months old. Well, it seems like 45, 47 is killing her position at 14 months. How apropos. Let's continue. 14 months of absolute failure.
To a hunting lodge and you're putting pheasants out and you're putting dogs out, you don't take a puppy out there. A 14-month-old dog is basically a teenager in dog years. You decided to kill that dog because you had not invested the appropriate time in training, and then you have the audacity to go into a book and say it's a leadership lesson about tough choices.
Speaking of a 14-year-old dog being like a teenager, isn't Christy Noem accused of acting like a teenager with her first boyfriend and having a love shack and DHS private jets and all of this stuff and firing pilots because they forgot to uh, uh, bring her cum laden blanket from one plane to the next for her married ass to shack up with Corey Lewandowski, who had already had to leave 47's first administration for making improper advances on a married woman at a 47 party. Speaking of at teenage, speaking of 14 months being a teenager, her 14 months in the Department of Homeland Security, this airhead acted just like an airhead, giving away hundreds of millions of dollars to her friends. And if you don't think she was getting a kickback on those millions of dollars that were supposed to be distributed among contractors who actually applied for them and gave the best bid, no, it was an emergency. She had to give it to her friend's husband who just started the business 8 days ago and have never worked in the business and have never worked for the federal government, but just comfortably got $111,000, I believe, not thousand, $111 million bid from Christy Noem.
It's in your book. We could play it if we had time. At that same lunch hour, you killed a goat. And you killed the goat because you said it was behaving badly. You are a farmer. You don't castrate a goat. They behave badly. You should have probably done that before. But my point is, those are bad decisions made in the heat of the moment. Not unlike what happened up in Minneapolis. We're an exceptional nation. And one of the reasons we're exceptional is we expect exceptional leadership. And you've demonstrated anything but that in the time that I've seen you responding to the emergency in North Carolina and across the Southeast, and acknowledging when mistakes are made and speaking too soon for the expedient of social media or whatever it is. I'll leave you with this, Ms. Noem. I'm expecting answers to Charlotte's Web. I requested it a month ago. That was one of the investigations in Charlotte, 20 minutes from where I live. All I asked for, if it had to be anonymized, was information so that I could determine if your hit rate is right. I want to find more of those people, and I want to detain fewer of the others. And Mr. Chair, in my remaining time, I have a lot to go.
Charlotte's Web is when ICE went to North Carolina. That's Charlotte Webb's. And what he's saying is there were far more non-criminals apprehended by ICE than there were the worst of the worst apprehended in Charlotte. That this is a Republican.
But I want to submit this letter from the Office of Inspector General that cites 10 different instances under Ms. Noem's leadership where they've been misled and not allowed to pursue investigations that they think are critically important. Does anybody?
The city of Minneapolis was not allowed to investigate the murders that ICE did as well. And now the own Inspector General of the Department of Homeland Security has submitted 10 more instances where they felt a investigation was needed, and it was blocked by Christy Noem. Did you know that? You think you're gonna sit in my chat and lie about the attacks on that school in Iran when your own government said that the school was attacked? And you want to tell me that I'm lying about what your own government told you they did? In the first day of the Iranian war, day one, they attacked a school? Are we going to pretend like we would be shocked if a school was attacked in a joint effort with Israel? You know, Israel, who were, so are we going to deny that these hospitals are being struck as well? Are we going to try to pretend like they're not over there striking hospitals in Iran right now? No, we're not going to tell those lies. If you want to argue those lies, go somewhere where someone's going to argue with you, because I'm going to state the facts that have been reported thus far, and you can argue that with anyone else but me. Let's continue.
Anybody have any idea how bad it has to be for the OIG in this agency to come out and do this publicly? That is stonewalling. Questions. If I don't get an answer to these questions, if I don't get an answer to these questions, if I don't get an answer that you've had a month to respond to, and the remaining ones, as of today, I'll be informing leadership that I'm putting a hold on any en bloc nominations until I get a response. And in 2 weeks, if I don't get a response, I'm going to deny quorum and markup in as many committees as I can until I get a response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, that was a bit of the questioning. Well, actually, there was no questions. That was actually Christy Noem having to go before the Senate. Let's see a couple of more hits from Noem in the Senate.
Well, thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Secretary Noem. We're glad to meet you, even though it's been 13 months since you took office and more than 5 weeks since 2 American citizens were shot dead in Minneapolis. Renee Good was a 30 poet, about 20 years younger than you are now, and like you, both devout Christian and the mother of 3. She was on her way home from school drop-off when she encountered an ICE operation, and one of your agents shot her dead. Shot her 3 times. She bled out in the driver's seat of her car after your agents refused to let a doctor or EMTs approach her. You expressed no sympathy for her family and no regret for her killing by an ICE agent. You ran a smear campaign against Renee Good. You called her a domestic terrorist. Alex Preddy was also 37 and, like you, a federal worker. He was an ICU nurse at a VA hospital, outstanding in his job, providing comfort to many of our vets in their final hours. He was standing on a street corner filming your agents as they roughed up peaceful protesters. Americans have a First Amendment right to record government agents in public places, as 8 different federal circuit courts have unanimously found. But your agents pepper sprayed Alex Preddy for helping a woman that they had pushed to the ground. Then they threw him to the ground. They beat him up. They stripped him of a lawful firearm he had never touched. And then, after confiscating it, they shot him dead with 10 bullets. Before his body was even cold, you launched a smear campaign against him, using the same language, asserting without evidence that Alex Preddy had committed a, quote, act of domestic terrorism and intended to kill law enforcement. This disturbing video tells the true facts. You tried to cover up with propaganda, and we can play it only because other brave Americans used their phones to capture the actual reality of this horror.
Deadly ICE-involved shooting out of Minneapolis. The Minneapolis police chief says a woman was killed after being shot in the head by an ICE agent.
Renee Nicole Good was a 37-year-old U.S. citizen and mother of 3 who moved to Minnesota just last year.
It was an act of domestic terrorism.
Breaking news in Minneapolis and another deadly shooting involving a federal officer in that city. This video shows the incident from this morning with officers surrounding a man before taking him down and shooting him during a struggle. Officials later said the man had died. Minneapolis city officials said the man is a 37-year-old white male a resident of Minneapolis. They also say he is believed to be an American citizen and that he was a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry.
This individual who came with weapons and ammunition to stop a law enforcement operation of federal law enforcement officers committed an act of domestic terrorism. That's the facts.
Madam Secretary, you've provided no evidence to back up your defamatory lie against either of these American citizens. There have been 3 homicides in Minneapolis in 2026. Your agents committed 2 of them. Rather than work with state and local authorities to solve these homicides, you barred Minnesota's investigators from the crime scenes. You're denying them access to all the evidence that you have about the deaths of their citizens. It smells like a cover-up, and it makes me wonder who the real domestic terrorists are. But you didn't just lie about Renee Good and Alex Preddy. In dozens of cases, federal judges have found that your officials lied to them in court. A Reagan-appointed judge rejected the testimony of your acting ICE director as, quote, disingenuous, squalid, and dishonorable. Another judge called the affidavit of a top ICE official, quote, the sorriest statement I've ever seen, adding she was shocked when she saw it, and that if you were asking to get a warrant issued on this, I'd throw you out of my chambers. Here are a few more examples of the many scores we found in the case books. Yesterday, you insisted under oath to the Senate that you follow court orders, but that's not true either. Just last month, your lawyers were forced to admit that you had violated immigration court orders more than 50 times in 10 weeks. And that was just in New Jersey, one of 94 judicial districts in America. In Minnesota, Judge Patrick Schultz, a George W. Bush appointee, concluded, quote, that ICE has likely violated more court orders in January of 2026 than some federal agencies have violated in their entire existence. And while you make a daily mockery of our courts and our Constitution, you're treating the billions of dollars our colleagues showered on your department like a personal slush fund. You budgeted an astonishing $220 million for media consultant contracts so you can star in self-promoting photo shoots and lavish ad campaigns like this one of you riding horseback at Mount Rushmore, which was shot during last year's government shutdown. You're living rent-free in the official waterfront residence reserved for the commandant of the U.S. Coast Guard. You spent $172 million to buy not 1, but 2 luxury jets for your travel, and now you're using taxpayer funds to lease a 3rd jet, a $70 million luxury 737 MAX with a queen-size bedroom in the back, a deluxe serving bar, and 4 flat-screen TVs. A big, beautiful jet paid for by the big, beautiful bill. Yesterday, under questioning the Senate, you said you plan to refurbish this jet to make it into this kind of airplane, which is what's actually being used for deportations in order to save the taxpayers' money. In other words, you're saying that's actually a deportation plane, but wouldn't it have been cheaper just to buy a deportation plane in the first place? It's like buying a Rolls Royce to turn into a Metro bus. I was almost prepared to buy that story of how the jet was both for executive travel and mass deportation. And then I heard about an airborne episode of entitlement, arrogance, and contempt that I could hardly believe. Apparently, when your special blanket, your blankie, was left on one of the government jets and not transported over to the new one, your special government employee, Corey Lewandowski, chivalrously stepped forward to fire the pilot midair, a 2003 Coast Guard Academy graduate and distinguished U.S. Coast Guard commander in Air Station, Washington, D.C. But then he had to be
a part of your Coast Guard. Corey Lewandowski, someone who can't, it has been reported, who can't keep his hands off of the bodies of married women. To the point that he was fired from 4547's first administration. Corey Lewandowski, if you don't remember, was the Susie Wiles of the first administration, who had to be fired for getting handsy on a married woman at a fundraiser dinner, who Christy Noem is now reported to be having an affair with, who Christy Noem has in a special position at the Department of Homeland Security, who is reported to be making all of the decisions at the Department of Homeland Security, while Ice Barbie go out and get Botox treatment and lip fillers and take these pictures and all of this bullshit, shitting out your tax dollars. Let's continue.
Rehired immediately because there was no one else who could fly the two of you on the rest of the journey back home. Secretary Noem, you're flying high now, maybe even a little bit too close to the sun. But with all these free planes and houses and pilots, you've traveled a long distance from your actual job and the things you should be doing as head of Homeland Security. Your agency is charged with protecting the homeland. It includes FEMA, TSA, the Secret Service, the Coast Guard, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, as well as ICE and CBP. Yet you've hollowed out the national security mission. You redeployed thousands of people responsible for tracking terror financing and fighting cyber threats to go work on your mass immigration roundup. You reassigned to the roundup agents working a key national security probe into Iran's terror financing, paralyzing that investigation. And to run what's left of Homeland Security's ruined terrorism prevention office, you actually installed a 22-year-old intern whose chief listed qualification for the job was that he had participated in a model UN club his junior year of college.
Let's stop there. I reported on this when she gave this 22-year-old intern the position. Let's get into that. At a time that we are now at war with Iran, this is who she put over counterterrorism. I think I have a little more on him. Let me make sure. Let me make sure I don't have more on him. Let me get into what I do have on him right now. Let me stop sharing this. This is why this is important. People act like this is some type of game. This is not a game. This is who Christy Noem put over counterterrorism. Let me find this one to share with you. Hold on. Let me share this with you right quick. His name is Thomas Fugate. Thomas Fugate. I think I have a. Here we go. Here we go. Let's get into this. Since we're at war, let's see who Christy Noem decided to put over counterterrorism. At the time, this was last year, she appointed this unqualified 22-year-old. Here we go. Let me share this with you. Is America great again yet? Is America great again yet? This is from ProPublica. Trump administration, the intern in charge, meet the 22-year-old Trump team picked to lead terrorism prevention. June 4th, 2025. 1 year out of college and with no apparent national security experience, Thomas Fugate Fugate is the Department of Homeland Security official tasked with overseeing the government's main hub of combating violent extremism. Let me see. When Thomas Fugate graduated from college last year with a degree in politics, he celebrated in a social media post about the exciting opportunities that lay beyond campus life in Texas. He went to some a little school in San Antonio, Texas. I'm not familiar with the colleges out there, but I haven't heard of an exceptional college in San Antonio, Texas. So onward and upward, he wrote, with an emoji of a rocket shooting into space. His career blast off came quickly. A year after graduation, the 22-year-old with no apparent national security experience is now a Department of Homeland Security official overseeing the government's main hub for terrorism prevention, including a $18 million grant program intended to help communities combat violent extremism. So, $18 million grant program he's over. And he works under Christy Noem, and we see what she's been doing with millions of dollars, funneling millions of dollars to her friends. Okay. The White House appointed Fugate, a former Trump campaign worker who interned at the Hard Right Heritage Foundation. Yes, that same Heritage Foundation, Project 2025, who told you in Project 2025 that they will be putting right-wing nut jobs and extremists and supporters in key positions in your government. I reported this to you when this airhead appointed him to this position. This is what Christy Noem did. This is her appointee, who interned at the Hard Right Heritage Foundation to a Homeland Security role that was expected to include a Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships known as CP3. The office has led nationwide efforts to prevent hate-fueled attack, school shootings, and other forms of targeted violence. So what we do know that this administration has done in regards to hate-fueled attacks, they have decided to take white supremacist attacks off of the watch list as if they don't exist, even though their own intelligence have told them that this is the main thing that should be concerning U.S. citizens. This is the number one thing that they should be concerned with. So we know that that has happened. Fugate or Fugate appointment is the latest shock for an office that has been decimated since President Donald Trump returned to the White House and began remaking national security to give it a laser focus on immigration. So you knew way back in June that he was decimating the Department of Homeland Security and to be able to keep you safe on a whole national level, so that Christy Noem can come out with cattle and buffalo, riding horses, and take make little commercials to tell immigrants to self-deport, or she's going to send you back, and swing a lasso in the air, and all of this at the cost of the intelligence who is rounding up shit about people in Iran who can affect your fucking water system, all of your systems, that your sewage systems, all of these, your electrical grid, all of this shit that is run by computers. Nobody's paying attention to that because everybody is either going through the Epstein files, trying to erase 45, 47's involvement, which there is plenty of, that is keeping them hella busy, or they are rounding up people who look like they might be Mexican, even if they're United States citizens. That's why. This is why I have always reported on what ICE does. See, you, the Hispanics, you motherfuckers were the reason why this administration is in office. But what this administration is doing while in office is the shit that needed to be watched and it needed to be reported on. Because what they do to these other people, those others that they want to tell you that is the problem of America, they keep your eyes peeled on them while they are robbing this country blind and have inept people making decisions, putting inept people to make decisions in this country who are going to get American citizens hurt or killed in our own country. They're not paying attention to who are really out to get Americans. Okay. They're going into restaurants where Hispanic people are working, undocumented people are actually working, actually getting Social Security taken out of their paycheck, Social Security that they will never get. But however, the Social Security that they're getting taken out of their paychecks as they go to work, they're paying your fucking grandparents, they're paying your parents, they're securing money is in Social Security for your parents, because God knows these billionaires aren't paying you no money. God knows that the American worker is not getting a paid enough to match the cost of inflation in this country. God knows wages are not going up. No matter how many times Trump comes out, JD Vance comes out and lies and tells you that wages are going up. Wages are stagnant and have been stagnant for over 30 years in this country. As we get more and more billionaires, as none of these billionaires, none of these people who have hired these undocumented immigrants face no repercussion. Because why are all of these undocumented coming to America? Because they know they can get jobs. Because they know that these greedy American CEOs don't want to pay the American worker a living wage. Why do you think you have Elon Musk promoting these H-1B visas so that he can hire engineers from India as opposed to hiring an American engineer and having to pay him an American wage and having him work under American conditions? As opposed to getting an immigrant from India over here working day and night, sleeping under desks and all of that type of shit. Living 6 and 7 to an apartment to come over here to work for $70,000, a wage that you could never get a fucking educated American engineer to work. But y'all think it's okay that Elon Musk get $1 trillion pay package. Y'all don't pay attention to that shit. Millionaires, billionaires who don't want to pay what they weigh at no time. And now we're at war. And who's expected to pay for this war? If you don't comply, why do you think that they are building all these detention centers in the United States of America, all across America? You think that that is for undocumented immigrants? When 45, 47 have in this administration has already told you that they will look at American citizens, people who have lost their lives as domestic terrorists. What do you think that they're going to look at living American citizens who balk at the dumb shit that they are putting out, who have the audacity to not do what this administration illegally says that this country must do? What do you think they're going to do with you when it finally hits you? You guys are the ones who actually have had your fuck around and find out moment. But you think that it is cute to try to turn it on other people who are alerting you that you're fucking around and finding out? No. The MAGA voters, make America god awful again voters, are the ones who are fucking around and finding out. Let's be real clear who is fucking around and finding out. But some of you still believe that hot grease, what is it? That fat meat ain't greasy. Half of you still want to walk around and pretend that fat meat ain't greasy until you have grease running down your ass. Let's continue. Okay. Fatgate, Foodgate, FUgate, Fuck You Gate appointment is the latest in the shock for an office that has been decimated since President Donald Trump returned to the White House and began remaking national security to give it a laser focus on immigration instead. News of the appointment has trickled out in recent weeks, raising alarm along counterterrorism researchers and nonprofit groups funded by CP3. Several said that they turned to LinkedIn for intel on Foodgate, an unknown in their field, and were stunned to see a photo of a college kid with a flag pin on his lapel posing with a sharply arched eyebrow. No threat prevention experience is listed in his employment history. Typically, people familiar with the CP3 says a candidate that green wouldn't have gotten an interview for a junior position, much less be hired to run operations, according to LinkedIn. The bulk of Foodgate's leadership experience comes from having served as Secretary General of a model United Nations club. Okay, this is who Christy Noem advanced to that position. Maybe he's a wonder kid. Maybe he's a Doogie Howser and has everything at 21 years old or whatever he is to lead the office. But that's not likely the cause, said one counterterrorism researcher who has worked with CP3 officials for years. It sounds like putting the intern in charge. In the past 7 weeks, at least 5 high-profile targeted attacks have unfolded across the U.S., including a car bombing in California and the gunning down of 2 Israeli embassy aides in Washington. Against this backdrop, current and former national security officials say the Trump administration decision to shift counterterrorism resources to immigration and leave the violence prevention portfolio to inexperienced appointees is reckless. We're entering a very dangerous territory, the longtime U.S. counterterrorism official said. And now we're in the middle of it as we're fighting a war with Iran. And this is who is over counterterrorism in the United States under 45, 47, and Christy Noem. Okay, the fate of CP3 is one example of the fallout from deep cuts that have eliminated public health and violence prevention initiatives across federal agencies. Who do we get to thank for that? Would that be the trillionaire Elon Musk? Would that be the shit that was being ignored early in this presidency, that was being applauded as being successful or absolute failure? But Elon Musk has his fucking bunker he can go to. What the fuck are you gonna do? Okay. Let me see. The once bustling office of around 80 employees now has fewer than 20. Former staffers say grant work stops. The restarts once a senior civil servant was reassigned to the Federal Emergency Management Aid, FEMA. via an email that arrived late on Saturday. The office mission has changed overnight with a pivot away from focusing on domestic extremism, especially far right movements. As I told you, especially it has shifted away from far right movements. As your government, after Charlie Kirk was shot, told you that the far left was the most extreme people in the United States, as they took down the actual facts that it was far right moving people. The terrorism category that framed the agency work for years was abruptly expanded to include drug cartels, part of what the Department of Homeland Security staffers call a overcharging message that border security is the only mission that matters. Meanwhile, the Trump administration has largely left terrorism prevention to the states. Y'all handle whatever that is. Y'all handle your own terrorism prevention. ProPublica sent the Department of Homeland Security a detailed list of questions about Fugate's position, his lack of national security experience, and the future of the department's prevention work. A senior agency official replied with a statement saying only that Fugate's CP3 duties were added to his role as an aide in a immigration and border security office. Due to his success, he's been temporarily given additional leadership responsibilities in the Center for Prevention Programs and Partnership Office. The official wrote in an email, "This is a credit to his work ethic and success on the job," which he listed now. ProPublica sought an interview with Fuck You Gate through the Department of Homeland Security and the White House, but there was no response. The Trump administration reject claims of a retreat from terrorism prevention, noting partnerships with law enforcement agencies and swift investigations of recent attacks. The notion that this single office is responsible for preventing terrorism is not only incorrect, it's ignorant. Spokesperson Abigail Jackson wrote in an email, "Do you think the department that is responsible for overseeing terrorism is you're ignorant if you think that it only starts in this department. We have immigrants to chase down. We have strawberry fields to chase undocumented immigrants down in. Do you think that we have time for all this counterterrorism mumbo jumbo? You sound ignorant. Call the cops. Call your local police force." Okay. Through intermediaries, ProPublica sought to speak with CP3 employees but received no reply. Talking is risky. Tales abounds of Homeland Security personnel undergoing lie detector tests in leak investigation, as Secretary Christy Noem pledged in March. So she's doing lie detector tests on people who are telling you the truth. To fire them, to have them lose their jobs. So therefore, it's hard to find somebody to talk. Accounts of Fugate's arrival and the dismantling of CP3 come from current and former Homeland Security personnel, grant recipients, and terrorism prevention advocates who work closely with the office and have at times been confidants for distraught staffers. All spoke on condition of anonymity for fear of reprisal from the Trump administration. In these circles, two main theories have emerged to explain Fugate's unusual ascent. One is the Trump administration reward of General Z campaign worker with a resume boosting title that comes with little real power because the office is in shambles. The other is that White House installed Fugate to oversee a pivot away from traditional counterterrorism lanes and to steer resources toward MAGA-friendly sheriffs and border security projects before eventually shuttering operations. In this scenario, Fugate was described as a minder and a babysitter. The Department of Homeland Security did not address a ProPublica question about this characterization. Hold on. Okay, Rising MAGA Star. The CP3 homepage boasts about the office experts in disciplines including emergency management, counterterrorism, and public health and social work. Fugate brings a different qualification prize by the White House: loyalty to the president. On Instagram, Fugate tracked his potential awakening to 9 years ago when he was 13 years old. In a generation deprived of hope, opportunity, and happiness, I saw in one man the capacity for real and lasting change. Donald Trump. Fugate is a self-described Trump 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 Trumpalition Trump Trumpalition, who interned for state lawmakers in Austin before graduating magna cum laude a year ago with a degree in politics. I think they mean political science. I don't know. I think they mean political science. Politics and law from the University of Texas of San Antonio. Oh, that's his college. Instagram photos and other public information from the past year chronicle his lightning fast rise in the Trump world. Starting in May of 2024, photos show a newly graduated Fuck You Gay at Texas GOP gathering, launching his first campaign, a bid for a delegate spot at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. He handed out gummy candy and a flyer with a photo of him in a tuxedo at Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. Fugate won the alternative slot. So he won the slot as an alternate delegate. The next month, he was in Florida celebrating Trump's 78th birthday with the Club 47 fan group in West Palm Beach. I truly wish I could say more about what I'm doing, but more to come soon, he wrote in a caption with a smiley emoji in sunglasses. Post in the run-up to the election show Fugate spending several weeks in Washington, a time he called surreal and invigorating. In July, he attended the Republican convention sporting the Texas delegation's signature cowboy hat in a photo with magna luminaries such as former Cabinet Secretary Ben Carson and Representative Matt Gaetz. Oh, God. By late summer, Fugate was posting from the campaign trail as part of Trump's advance team. Picture that one stop standing behind the candidate in a crowd of young supporters. When Trump won the election, Fugate marked the moment with an emotional post about believing in him from the very start, even to the scorn and contempt of my peers. Working alongside a dedicated, driven group of folks, we face every challenge head on and together celebrated victorious outcomes, Fugate wrote on Instagram. In February, the White House appointed Fugate as a special assistant assigned to an immigration office at Homeland Security. He assumed leadership of the CP3 last month to fill a vacancy left by previous director Bill Braniff, an Army veteran with more than 2 decades of national security experience, who resigned in March when the administration began cutting his staff. Okay. Let's compare and contrast. What did everybody? It's about meritocracy in this administration. Compare and contrast 2 decades of national security experience who resigned because the administration was cutting a much needed staff. He okay. No. In his final weeks as director, Braniff had publicly defended the office's achievement, noting the dispersal of nearly 90 million since 2020 to help communities combat extremist violence, according to the office 2024 report to Congress. In recent years, CP3 grant money was used in more than 1,100 efforts to identify violent extremism in the community at the community level and interpret the radicalization process. And you notice how they can never figure out how these people were radicalized. I think he was radicalized this way. I think he was radicalized that way, because they have fuck you gate over the department who used to investigate and pinpoint exactly how people were being radicalized, but now they can only assume. CP3 is the inheritor of the primary and founding mission of the Department of Homeland Security to prevent terrorism, Braniff wrote on LinkedIn while he announced his resignation. In conversation with colleagues, CP3 staffers have expressed shock at how little Fugate knows about the basics of his roles and likened meetings with him as career counseling. DHS did not address questions about his level of experience. One grant recipient called Fugate's appointment an insult to Braniff and a setback in the move toward evidence-based approaches to terrorism prevention. In a field still reckoning with post 9/11 work that has unscientific and stigmatizing to Muslim. They really started to shift the conversation and to shift the public thinking. It was starting to get to the root of the problem. The guarantee said, now that's all gone. Of course, that's all gone. They find it very easy to stigmatize Muslims. I mean, because hey, ignorance is easy to sell. Ignorance is easy to sell, and prejudice is very easy to sell. Why go into the real breaking down and details and understanding that Muslims is just a religion, much like these these Christian right fundamentalists. What is it? No, not fundal. What are they? What do they call themselves? These Christian fundamentalists. No, that's not what I'm looking for. These whatever. What am I? What am I trying to say? Oh my God. Christian nationalists. That's what I'm trying to say. White nationalist, Christian nationalist. Hey, why go into it? Just believe we're Christians. In reality, they are really started to shift the conversation and shift the public thinking. It was starting to get to the root of the problem. The guarantee said, now it's all gone. Critics of Fugate appointment stressed that their anger isn't directed at an aspiring political enjoying a whirlwind entry to Washington. The problem, they said, is the administration's seemingly cavalier treatment of an office that is funding work on urgent national security concerns. I am going to. I read this to you for a reason. I read this to you for a reason. We are at war with Iran. This is under. I'm going to leave this link under in my description box. Let me see. I am going to leave this under the link in my description box. That is also apropos of why you need to understand who is in charge of counterterrorism under this administration. It is being left under 4547 says expect attacks in the U.S. If you are unaware, your president said that you should expect attacks in the U.S. And yes, we expect attacks in the U.S. because of this war in Iran. Now, if you did not know that, stick around. We're going to talk about your president telling you that you as American citizens should now expect attacks in the United States, and is very cavalier and very nonchalant at the fact that, oh, well, yeah, we expect them, and no urgency, no anything about it, as these buffoons are over counterterrorism. As Kash Patel has fired 12 agents who were responsible into looking into Iranian, who are specialists in Iran, but these people have been fired from the FBI, and now yesterday, your president told you that we're expecting attacks on American soil. Okay, let's finish with Noem. Let's finish with this incompetent Christy Noem, shall we? Just in case you guys didn't know, that link is in my description box under expect attacks in the U.S. Okay, let's get back to Noem. Jamie Raskin.
Through FEMA, you're supposed to provide disaster relief to our communities. Yet last summer, as floods devastated central Texas and killed 135 people, including 25 girls and 2 counselors at a Christian summer camp, you withheld crucial support, including search and rescue teams, for 72 hours. Why? Those were 3 crucial days during which people drowned and died, waiting for bureaucratic approval. You promised to use ICE and CBP to expel the worst of the worst, undocumented immigrants guilty of committing violent crimes, like the people responsible for murdering the children of these angel families, these angel moms and dads who've joined us today. Instead, your masked agents have been indiscriminately rounding up any and all immigrants and citizens who your agents think look like they might be immigrants. They've arrested kindergartners, daycare teachers, and parents dropping off kids at school. They drag grandparents out of their homes in their underwear in sub-zero temperatures and rip children out of their beds in the middle of the night, or use them as bait to arrest their parents. Just last month, your agents picked up Nurul Shah Alam, a severely disabled and nearly blind Rohingya refugee, lawfully in America, who didn't speak English. You claimed your agents dropped him at a safe, warm location. Again, not the truth. They dropped him off miles from his home in the dark at a closed coffee shop in sub-freezing temperatures. And now, because of this cruelty, this man too is dead. You have 250,000 employees and a budget larger than that of 150 countries. You command over 80,000 sworn law enforcement officers, more than the number of police officers in New York, Chicago, LA, Houston, DC, Las Vegas, and Dallas combined. On top of that, our colleagues have handed ICE an additional $75 billion by slashing funds for Medicaid, children's health insurance, and rural hospitals. Secretary Noem, your job is to protect the homeland, but the most precious possession that we've got in our homeland is our freedom and the Constitution and the Bill of Rights that protect it. You seem to have forgotten what our most precious possession is. The billions of dollars showered on your department have paid for violence and chaos in the American heartland and a sweeping assault on the basic rights of the American people. But the heroic citizens of Minneapolis have shown America how to fight back against this reign of terror and win with the truth, with solidarity, with mutual self-help, with creative joy and humor and music, with mass nonviolent assembly and protest, and with irrepressible love of children and kindness towards animals and other living things. You've turned our government against our people, and you've turned our people against our government. But the people are winning today, although we know we must continue to wake up every day, like the people of Minneapolis, and go out and fight for constitutional freedom. We are clearly in the fight.
Gentleman yields back. Unanimous consent request from the gentleman from Texas.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to insert the record. An article from the Hill Country Community Journal, Kerrville's hometown paper, outlining, and it's titled, Christy Noem joins governor in support of rescue reunite Terry.
Without objection, the gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Madam Secretary. Thank you for being here. I want to discuss in greater detail the expansion of advertising in your department under your tenure, and I believe you testified regarding some of these matters yesterday in front of the United States Senate. In particular, I want to discuss the department's $220 million ad campaign. This is the ad campaign that featured you at Mount Rushmore. You're familiar with this ad campaign, correct?
I am familiar with it. It was an ad campaign that was.
I'm going to ask you some questions about it, Madam Secretary. So, as I understand it, this is a $220 million ad campaign. It's split between two contractors. One of those contractors got $143 million. That contractor is called Safe America Media, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That company is affiliated with a former political director of the National Republican Congressional Committee. Now, yesterday you testified, I think I'm quoting you right, you said, quote, or in reference to this contract, that, quote, it went out to a competitive bid. Do you stand by that statement?
It was a no-bid contract where two vendors were.
It was a no-bid
chosen.
contract.
If it would have been a no-bid contract, if I'm using that correctly, it goes out to two different vendors.
Correct. So it was not a competitive. Let me try to explain what the discrepancy, because a competitive bid is very different than a no competitive bid, and I'll just explain why. We know. That your testimony yesterday, but discrepancy.
Different vendors.
Correct. So it was not a competitive. Let me try to explain what the discrepancy, because a competitive bid is very different than a no competitive bid, and I'll just explain why. We know that your testimony yesterday, when you said, again, I'll quote, it went out to a competitive bid, is untrue. The reason we know it's untrue is because under federal law, your agency is required, whenever the agency decides to skip competitive bidding, to file a notice with the public.
So the bitch tried to lie and said that it went out under a competitive bid. And he asked her, you said that. Is it true? And then she, well, if I understand what that means, no, bitch, you are supposed that's part of your job to understand what that means. And you're not going to come up here and feed me a word salad on if you know what that means. No, bitch, what you did was lie. You didn't put it out for a competitive bid. You granted that contract to your undersecretary's husband, who had been in business 8 days, bitch.
Explaining why. And in this case, your agency filed a notice. You're aware of that, right? Justification and approval for other than full and open competition. Your agency made a decision.
But you came into Congress and said that you had it open for a competitive bid. And when you don't have it open for a competitive bid, you have to fill out the paperwork that you actually filled out because you know it didn't go under a competitive. So you lied to Congress. So for that reason, under oath, she lied to Congress.
Not to proceed.
She should be in jail.
With competitive bidding. Justification and approval competitive bid is untrue. The reason we know it's untrue is because under federal law, your agency is required, whenever the agency decides to skip competitive bidding, to file a notice with the public explaining why. And in this case, your agency filed a notice. You're aware of that, right? Justification and approval for other than full and open competition. Your agency made a decision not to proceed with competitive bidding, and one of the contractors that got the award was this Safe America Media Company that received $143 million.
Many vendors got the chance to look at that contract.
$143 million, right? 143, that's who got the bid. Many contractors got a chance to, bitch, what?
The contractors that got the award was this Safe America Media Company that received $143 million.
Many vendors got the chance to look at that contract and to participate in it.
So
that is why the two of them were chosen.
That's inaccurate, Madam Secretary. I'll read from the notice from your agency. Given the immediate action to significantly reduce illegal immigration and border crossings, DHS identified 4 companies. 4. Of the hundreds of thousands of companies in the United States, you identified 4. One of those is this Safe America Media Company. Where is Safe America Media headquartered?
I don't know.
I don't know either, Madam Secretary. We can't find it. We can't find a website. We did find an address that's registered for this company. Do you know where that address is?
Is there a problem with this contract?
I'll tell you about it.
According to
Madam Secretary, the address is registered to a political operative. Madam Secretary, the company, and then I'll give you an opportunity to respond. The company is registered to a political operative in Virginia. Do you know, just by way of example, whether this company that received $143 million in taxpayer dollars, has it ever done work for the government before?
I don't know. I can't.
The answer is it has not. And do you know why we know that? Because it was incorporated 8 days before this contract went out. You want the American people to believe that this is all above board?
Yes,
that $143 million of taxpayer money just happened to go to this one company that doesn't have a headquarters, doesn't have a website, has never done work for the federal government before, and is registered apparently or attached to a residence from a political operative. And of course, one of the subcontractors of that contract, as you know, is a political firm that's tied to you back when you were governor of South Dakota. The reason why I ask these questions is that this is taxpayer money. And I presume, I don't know this for a fact, but Senator Tillis noted yesterday the way in which your agency is blocking the Inspector General from 11 different investigations that it is trying to conduct. I don't know if this happens to be one of them. I certainly hope it is, because eventually the facts will become public in this regard. And there are serious laws implicated, conflict of interest laws, federal procurement laws, that I believe
all
merit
followed. All done correctly.
What was
All
it?
done
All done
legally.
correctly.
14 billion impressions from that
the-
marketing campaign.
sure.
It was money spent in this country and in 8 different countries that illegal migration was coming from.
Madam Secretary,
Overwhelmingly
yeah,
effective.
we all
$39
understand the
billion.
argument that you've made, that somehow this ad campaign on Fox News of you at Mount Rushmore has led to millions of people self-deporting. You're
Why do you-
using
why do you think
millions
that
of
they did
dollars of
self-deport? Had they
taxpayer
not known?
money in this way. It is fraud, and ultimately, I think there's going to be accountability. And I yield back, Madam.
No, you can't, bitch. Let me share with you another article. Let's get into sharing some real information, Cammy. Let me share this article with you as well. Just in case you don't know, I want to help you find out. Let's get into this article. RonyiQ, when was this article written? Let's get into it. Who is this? In front of Mount Rushmore on a horse with a cowboy hat on and tassels off of her breeches. Trump administration firm tied to Christy Noem secretly got money from the $220 million Department of Homeland Security ad contracts. Why did a firm secretly get this money? November 14th of 2025. I reported on this. Now it has come up in this past week, and now the bitch is fired behind it. And why is she fired behind it? None other than Foghorn Leghorn finally did something right. I say Kennedy, the Republican from Louisiana. You know, this is worse than a chicken dancing on a hot skillet. Kennedy. Okay, we're gonna get to Kennedy. But let's get to what Kennedy was talking about. The company is run by the husband of Noem, chief DHS spokesperson, and has personal and business ties to Noem and her aides. The Department of Homeland Security invoked the emergency at the border to skirt competitive bidding rules for the taxpayer-funded campaign. November 14th, 2025, 5 o'clock a.m. On October 2nd, the second day of the government shutdown, the government was shut down. During the government shutdown, but she also testified in this hearing this week that people who were responsible for the people who were responsible for making sure that they were up on all of the intelligence that was going on in Iran, it was the Democrats' fault that they are on. What is it? Hold on, let me think. That they are out of their offices because there's a partial government shutdown over the Department of Homeland Security funds. So instead of having these anti-terrorist people who work under the Department of Homeland Security come into work during the time that we are at war with Iran, this bitch sat up there and testified that, well, it's the Democrats' fault that they can't come into work. What do they call it? When you're on a leave from work because of the shutdown. It begins with an R. Oh God. Anyway, they're not in the office. They're not doing their job on counterterrorism because of the government shutdown. However, on October 2nd, the second day of the big government shutdown, the full government shutdown, Homeland Security, Christy Noem arrived at Mount Rushmore to shoot a television ad, sitting on horseback in chaps and a cowboy hat. Noem addressed the camera with a stern message for immigrants. break our laws and we'll punish you. Noem has held more than a $200 million taxpayer-funded ad campaign as a crucial tool to stem illegal immigration. Her agency invoked the national emergency at the border as it awarded contracts for the campaign, bypassing the normal competitive bidding processes designed to prevent waste and corruption. And she couldn't answer Nagusa's question. Well, if I think she couldn't answer the simple question that she actually had to file a paper for, saying that she was bypassing the normal competitive bidding. Now, you don't have people who are investigating what the Iranians are up to in trying to hack U.S. systems, because she wants you to believe that because of the government shutdown, I can't have them coming to work because they're not getting paid. But I can have TSA come in and not get paid and get paid when the government reshut. But the people who are instrumental into securing our homeland, no, I can't have them come in and do work. This is who your president put over the Department of what? Homeland Security. You don't think she got some of this money? You don't think this bitch got millions of dollars of that $147 million that was given to her aid? The Department of Homeland Security has kept at least one beneficiary in the 9-figure ad deal secret. Records and interviews show a Republican consulting firm with long-standing personal and business ties to Noem and her senior aides at Department of Homeland Security, the company running the Mount Rushmore shoot called the Strategy Group. The Strategy Group that Nagus just asked her about. They were trying to keep that one agency a secret. Does not appear on public documents about the contract. The main recipient listed on the contract is a mysterious Delaware company, which was created days before the deal was finalized. No firm has closer ties to non-political operation than the Strategy Group. It played a central role in her 2022 South Dakota gubernatorial campaign. Corey Lewandowski, her top advisor at DHS, the married man who she is, her and her married ass has been reported of having an affair with. Corey Lewandowski, her top advisor at DHS, has worked extensively with the firm, and the company's CEO is married to Noem's chief spokesperson at DHS, Tricia McLaughlin. The Strategy Group ad work is the first known example of money flowing from Noem's agency to business controlled by her allies and friends. You don't think she's getting a part of that $141 million? Let me see, is there anything else? Government contract experts said that the depth of the ties between DHS leadership and the Strategy Group suggested a major potential violation of ethics rules. It's corrupt in the word, said Charles Teifler, a leading authority on federal contract law and former member of the Commission on Wartime Contracting in Iraq and Afghanistan. He said the Strategy Group role should prompt investigations by both DHS Inspector General. Could that be one of the Inspector General's investigations that Christy Noem was preventing from happening? And the House Oversight Committee. The House Oversight Committee is where Nagus questioned her on this. Okay, so I'm not gonna read the whole ad. I think it's self-evident. This this will be leaked under Noem is gone. Noem is gone. You can read the rest of that article there. I am also going to link all of those committee members questioning Noem about what she had been up to. Nagoose. I'm going to put him there. I'm also going to put, I think it was Tommy Tupperville who questioned her, the Republican. I am going to put him there. All of these you can peruse in your own time. They are there for you to see. If you learn something that you were unaware of today, that is the only reason that I am here. To give you information that you may have left. Oh, Jamie Raskin. I would be, if I didn't put the link to the questioning from Jamie Raskin. I'm dropping all of this under Noem is gone. Go over there and check it out at your leisure. I think that these are some things that we need to know as America is at war. And these are the people who are responsible for securing the homeland. Let me. There was one more. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Oh, I can't find him. Oh, here he is, right here. Okay. So, why is Christy Noem gone? Not because of any of all of this. You mean all of this shit you showed me is not why she's gone? None of that shit is why she's gone. Let me show you why she's gone. Let me show you Foghorn Leghorn questioning Christy Noem. Why don't I? Okay. Let's get to Foghorn Leghorn. Let me stop sharing that article. That article is also in my description box. All of this is under Noem is gone. Thank you, Inquisitive, for giving gifts to the chat. I appreciate your support. Hey, Karen Spencer, it is good to see you. Okay. Miss Claudia, it is good to see you. Jackson Street, it is good to see you. Oh, these are people who may or may not be in the chat. Thank you for giving. Oh, Jackson Street, thank you for joining the membership. I appreciate this. Eric Smith, you do not come into my chat being disrespectful. You are the bitch, because you cannot disagree without calling someone a bitch. That means you were raised by a bitch. You were birthed by a bitch. You were probably birthed by a bitch who had you by fucking her father as well. So get the fuck out of my chat and go eat a dick. Hey, Leonard, how are you? Okay. Hello to everyone who came in. Please hit the like button on your way in. Thank you guys for the membership. Jackson Street, I also want to thank you for the gifted memberships. Oh, Jackson Street was the one who gifted the memberships. Thank you, 2300 Jackson Street. Now, I want to share with you what was the reason why she finally got the boot. Kennedy, Foghorn Leghorn is the reason why Christy Noem got the boot in her dealings with money, with funneling money to her friends. She said that Donald Trump was aware that she was granting them this money in a no-bid contract. And 4547 came out and said, she said that? Oh, I didn't know she was doing that. Yeah, you absolutely knew she was doing that. But it was an easy way to fire her because this came out months ago. We saw that the ProPublica article, I reported on that that story months ago, came out in November of last year. Now he's acting like he didn't know that what was going on.
See, Madam Secretary, that you have to approve all contracts at your department over $100 million?
No, over $100,000. She is saying that anything over 100,000, he said 100 million. No, this bitch said over 100,000. That's why all of those children who were lost in that flood in Texas, they didn't get the rapid response boats out in time. It took 3 days to get the rapid response boats out to save those children in Texas, because anything over $100,000 had to be approved by Christy Noem, and those boats weren't approved until 3 days later. 3 days later, the water had receded, and bodies were all over the place, all in the tops of trees and all of this type of shit. No, let's be correct. Foghorn Leghorn.
No, sir, I have a policy in place that I review contracts. My deputy chiefs have the ability to review anything under $5 million. Above that, I evaluate and look at.
Okay. And you do that, I understand, to try to curb waste and abuse of taxpayer money. Is that right?
Yes, sir. In fact, it's been extremely effective. We've saved the taxpayers over $13.2 billion just by evaluating contracts, negotiating lower ones, and canceling ones that aren't necessary to do our duties.
How do you square that concern for waste, which I share, with the fact that you have spent $220 million running television advertisements that feature you prominently?
Sir, the president tasked me with getting the message out to the country and to other countries where we were seeing the invasion come from, with putting commercials out that told them that if they were in this country illegally, that they needed to leave, or we would detain them and remove them, and they'd not get the chance to come back to America the right way. That has been extremely effective.
Ask you to run these advertisements, is that right?
We had that conversation, yes, before I was put in this position and sworn in and confirmed, and since then as well.
Okay. Did you bid out those?
Since then as well.
Okay. Is that right?
We had that conversation, yes, before. That has been extremely effective.
Ask you to run these advertisements.
The president asked you to run these advertisements.
Is that right?
We had that conversation, yes, before I was put in this position and sworn in and confirmed, and since then as well.
Okay. Did you bid out those service contracts?
Yes, they did. They went out to a competitive bid, and career officials at the department chose who would do those advertising commercials.
And the people.
But she just, and now she's lying. She just told Nagoose that there was no competitive bidding. Nagoose just held up the paperwork that showed you that they did not go out for.
I'm really glad that a lot of my Republican.
Let's get back.
Well, thank you.
Let's get back to Nagoose.
Gentleman yields back.
Well, thank you kindly, Mr. Chair.
Let's get back to
Gentleman yields back. Unanimous consent request from the gentleman from Texas.
right, you said, quote, or in reference to this contract, that, quote, it went out to a competitive bid. Do you stand by that statement?
It was a no bid contract where two vendors were.
It was a no bid
chosen.
contract.
If it would have been a.
So no, she does not stand by that statement. She does not stand by that. You just heard her say it was a competitive bid. This bitch has lied under oath about the misappropriation of millions of your tax dollars.
No bid
chosen.
contract.
If it would have been a.
Do you stand by that statement?
It was
Now, yesterday you testified, I think I'm quoting you right, you said, quote, or in reference to this contract, that, quote, it went out to a competitive bid. Do you stand by that statement?
It was a no bid contract where two vendors were.
It was a no bid
chosen.
contract.
See, she tried to play word games with him. He asked her, you said yesterday that this went out to a competitive bid. Do you stand by that statement? And she knew she couldn't stand by that statement. She said it was a no bid contract. So the answer is no, ho.
If it would have been a no bid contract, if I'm using that correctly, it goes out to two different vendors.
Correct. So it was not a competitive. Let me try to explain what the discrepancy, because a competitive bid is very different than a no competitive bid, and I'll just explain why. We know that your testimony yesterday, when you said, again, I'll quote, it went out to a competitive bid, is untrue. The reason we know it's untrue is because under federal law, your agency is required, whenever the agency decides to skip competitive bidding, to file a notice with the public explaining why. And in this case, your agency filed a notice.
Right.
You're aware of that, right? Justification.
And you were aware that you were lying yesterday, bitch. You were well aware that you were
Well, thank you kindly.
I'm really glad that a lot of my Republican colleagues.
You were aware of that as well. Let's.
I'm really glad that a lot of my Republican colleagues talked about.
Let's get back to Foghorn.
I'm really glad that a lot.
Oh Lord.
Someone yells back.
Him.
Well, thank you kindly.
Hold on.
I'm really glad that.
Hold on. Let's get back to Foghorn Leghorn, shall we? Where's Foghorn Leghorn? Here he is, right here.
I believe you have a policy, $20 million running television advertisements that feature you prominently.
Sir, the president tasked me with getting the message out to the country and to other countries where we were seeing the invasion come from, with putting commercials out that told them that if they were in this country illegally, that they needed to leave, or we would detain them and remove them, and they'd not get the chance to come back to America the right way. That has been extremely effective.
Ask you to run these advertisements, is that right?
We had that conversation, yes, before I was put in this position and sworn in and confirmed, and since then as well.
Okay. Did you bid out those service contracts?
Yes, they did. They went out to a competitive bid, and career officials at the department chose who would do those advertising commercials.
And the people that you ended up picking were people who had formerly done your political work back in South Dakota, is that right?
No, that's not correct, sir.
I think it is.
No, it's not, sir. The individuals who...
So she's lying again. He said, I think it is. No, it's not, sir. She needs to be in jail. Firing. Now, he fired her, but she's going to be head of some new bullshit agency that has not even been created. He's going to announce the agency that she will be head of starting Saturday. Now, who got the contract?
Department of Homeland Security spokeswoman Tricia McCall.
Who got the contract? This woman's wife. Y'all know this hoarse voice bitch who always is coming out lying, who said the good woman and pretty man who lost their lives in Minnesota in Minnesota were domestic terrorists. The words came out of her mouth as well. Her husband is the one who got the $142 million from Christy Noem. This one, who worked for the Department of Homeland Security.
McLaughlin is resigning from her post as a political appointee. McLaughlin told the
She resigned from her post when the stories got too hot. She had planned to leave in December, but she stayed on until when the Minnesota thing was announced. And she stayed on in Minnesota that she stayed on. She decided to tell you that victims of crime were domestic terrorists. This who got $142 million of your tax dollars buzzing around in her home bank account.
Washington Examiner, quote, "I'm not leaving the fight. I'm not going anywhere. It'll just look different." A senior Trump administration official familiar with the plans confirmed that McLaughlin will depart her post swiftly and stated that she made the decision in December but stayed on amid the 2 DHS-involved shootings in Minneapolis last month. The departure comes at a particularly turbulent time for DHS Secretary Christy Noem and Corey Lewandowski, the special government employee installed at the department who is said to influence Noem's policy decisions. Noem has faced growing calls over the past several weeks to resign, including from Republicans in Congress. Lawmakers are unhappy with her initial mischaracterization during a press conference of Alex Preddy in Minneapolis as a, quote, domestic terrorist.
Individual who came with weapons and ammunition to stop a law enforcement operation of federal law enforcement officers committed an act of domestic terrorism.
As the Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs at the DHS, McLaughlin traveled with Noem on many trips to visit with DHS agency employees across the United States.
Y'all want to hear more from McLaughlin? Let's hear a little more from...
We're back with some breaking news out of the White House and the Trump administration. Just in the last few minutes, a source familiar tells MS Now that DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin.
Let's see, when did this come out? This was advertised 2 weeks ago.
Is leaving the Trump administration. McLaughlin has been one of the most public and fiercest defenders of the White House's sweeping immigration crackdown. MS Now senior White House reporter Vaughn Hilliard just confirmed that news for us. So, Vaughn, what more do we know here?
Right, Allie. Tricia McLaughlin is somebody who had been elevated to Assistant Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. She was a key ally to Christy Noem, really the one who would feverishly go out and defend the deportation operations in the immigration proceedings that this administration has helmed over the course of the last year. After the arrest and the deportation of Kilmer Abrego Garcia to El Salvador, she was the one that put out information making allegations to justify the deportation of Kilmer Abrego Garcia before he was ultimately returned. After that, it was the Department of Justice that filed criminal charges against Garcia, who remains out until his trial date. But she was also somebody who defended the detention of 5-year-old Liam and the reasoning behind DHS's decision to detain the young child. She is somebody who has suggested that DHS data had shown that a great majority of the individuals who had been deported and detained under the Trump administration were convicted criminals. Much of that data that was put out there came into deep questions as you began to unwrap some of the numbers. She is somebody here who was very much on the front lines of defending not only the way in which these operations were conducted, but also the heart of why the Trump administration was proceeding with these mass deportation efforts. She was somebody that you would see by the side of Christy Noem as well as Tom Homan. I think it's worth noting that she did come into the Trump administration after working as a close aide to Vivek Ramaswamy's presidential campaign and then helped oversee those initial months of Doge's operations before joining DHS. But her intended departure is notable at a time in which the American public's view of the handling of the Trump administration's immigration proceedings has gone from a net negative to approval rating upon taking office at inauguration in 2025 to now negative 22 percentage points, according to recent AP polling, Allie.
Yeah, certainly the polling shows concern about an overreach here on an issue that was politically powerful to this administration. But I think it also comes amid some other changes, right? You've got the wind down of Operation Metro Surge in Minneapolis. You had Tom Homan swapped in for Greg Bovino as the person leading that charge. You've got now McLaughlin on the outs. Does this say anything about a potential Noem departure or other changes being made? Is this the administration trying to put a new face on it? I mean, do we have any sense of the motivations?
The president just this weekend suggested he's going to continue to stand behind Christy Noem as questions are being asked about the positions of not only Noem, but also Corey Lewandowski inside of the Department of Homeland Security. Tom Homan, just on Sunday, said that he continues to cooperate and work with Christy Noem. The administration, we should be clear, has not made it explicitly clear where it intends to carry out another sort of mass operation like we just saw play out in Minneapolis. Is that operation comes to a drawdown here. So I think, Allie, your question is very key. We were used to seeing Stephen Miller out here on the driveway outside of the White House defending these operations. And so I think it is a question going into the spring here, the extent to which these immigration deportations continue to be front and center for this administration ahead of the midterms.
Yeah, I think that a lot of questions about this news that you've just broken to us. Vaughn Hilliard, I know you're going to keep reporting. Bring us back anything you get. And thanks for coming back.
Department of Homeland Security spokeswoman Tricia McLaughlin is resigning from her post as a political appointee. McLaughlin told the Washington Examiner, quote, "I'm not leaving the fight. I'm not going anywhere. It'll just look different." A senior Trump administration official familiar with the plans confirmed that McLaughlin will depart her post swiftly and stated that she made the decision in December but stayed on amid the 2 DHS-involved shootings in Minneapolis last month. The departure comes at a particularly turbulent time for DHS Secretary Christy Noem and Corey Lewandowski, the special government employee installed at the department who is said to influence Noem's policy decisions. Noem has faced growing calls over the past several weeks to resign, including from Republicans in Congress. Lawmakers are unhappy with her initial mischaracterization during a press conference of Alex Preddy in Minneapolis as a, quote, domestic terrorist.
Individual who came with weapons and ammunition to stop a law enforcement operation of federal law enforcement officers committed an act of domestic terrorism.
I apologize. I had to go answer the door. I apologize for making you guys sit through this again. So, where were we? One more.
Oh, exhausted.
No, not at all. I just I think we're setting records like Mr. Biggs and now the gentleman from California. You're gonna go for the record?
If I'm being honest, I threw out 50 of them.
God bless you. Let's go. So let's get started.
All right. A Vox article, the mess that Christy Noem made.
Without objection.
Times article, Noem's spending rule causes delays at Homeland Security.
Without objection.
Politico, vote to overhaul FEMA canceled after leaked report.
Without objection.
ProPublica, Christy Noem misled Congress about top aide's role at DHS.
Without objection.
The Hill, Trump approval rating on immigration at record low.
Without objection.
Wall Street Journal, pilot fired over Christy Noem's missing blanket.
Without objection.
CNN article, sources describe how Homeland Security Secretary Christy Noem's Gucci bag was stolen under her chair.
Without objection.
New York Times, late night is distracted by Christy Noem's oversized hats. That one's my favorite. And a Times article, some Republicans join calls for DHS Secretary Christy Noem to step down.
Without objection.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your indulgence. Before I begin, first let me say to the families that are still here, I am very sorry for your loss. I watched parents in my hometown of Parkland bury their kids after the shooting at my high school at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, and I can't tell you that it was an out-of-body experience, and there's nothing like burying a child. So I am deeply sorry for your loss. Madam Secretary, welcome. Good afternoon. Thomas Massey mentioned Ron DeSantis' response during COVID. Well, you're looking at the guy who ran that response. I was the Director of Emergency Management for the state of Florida. For a Republican governor, I worked with the Trump FEMA administration during the Category 5 Hurricane Michael recovery. That Trump's FEMA was great. We got expedited reimbursement, a program that you got rid of or threatened to get rid of. And the Panhandle had one of the greatest responses after that Category 5 storm. The President said he wanted to reform FEMA, but that's not what you did. You've basically destroyed the agency. Largest FEMA backlog in the history of FEMA. My state of Florida is owed $2.5 billion. You have delayed the FEMA disaster declarations even when the applicants meet FEMA's statutory threshold under the Stafford Act. You want states to do more, yet you want to cut the EMPG program, which grants them funding to build capacity. Your office was involved in discussions of moving FEMA to Texas. You created a rule of anything over $100,000 has to come to your desk, a rule that has slowed down FEMA reimbursement, FEMA response. We have empty regional offices. You have done the opposite of what President Trump wanted to accomplish, which was to speed up the process. Your policies have made the department slower. I didn't think it was possible to make FEMA more bureaucratic, but boy, you have exceeded all my expectations. In the Texas floods, you didn't put the urban search and rescue crews on the road for 72 hours. Days later, the FEMA urban search and rescue chief resigned in protest. You hired 2 people as the administrator with no FEMA experience. We're on our 3rd history of the department. Has that ever happened? The president took presidential action to create the FEMA Council. I supported it. You opposed the FEMA Council. You delayed its beginning. The report has still not come out. The White House canceled your last council meeting and has held up the release of the report. But surprise, I have it. I have it. I want to thank the former FEMA employees that you fired who gave this to me. This report's never been seen in public before, okay? But this is it. This was the report. It was 122 pages, the original draft report. You and Corey Lewandowski then took the report and made it 23 pages. You cut out all the stuff that was put in by governors who had been through disasters, emergency management directors, FEMA experts, national security experts. You cut it all out. It's all gone. That's why the report's not been released. Sitting in the White House trying to figure out this mess that you created. So instead of getting the recommendations we need, now we have nothing. You've called Corey Lewandowski a special government employee. I understand what government means. I understand what employee means, okay? But I don't know what makes him special. Now, I want to give you an opportunity to answer on the record to Ms. Kamlager-Dove's question. I know you said it's garbage, and it may be, but I really think you need to say the word no into the record so that you can clear that up.
I think the ridiculousness of this and the tabloids that you are quoting and referencing are insane. And this has been
So that's a no?
something that I've refuted
Is
for
that a no?
years, and I continue to do that.
So it's
what
a no.
I would tell you is
we
when
can move
in
on.
regards
Hold
to
on.
what you're
Madam Secretary,
doing,
we can move on. I'm not going to belabor it. If it's
this is what you do.
Hold on.
The
I'm not doing anything.
Liberal left is you go off and you attack conservative women and you say that we're either stupid
I haven't
or
said
we're
anything.
sluts.
All right, so listen.
And that's what you do.
Yesterday,
I will tell
Richard,
you, sir,
reclaiming
I will
my
tell
time,
you,
Mr.
sir,
Chairman.
I
Mr.
am
Chairman,
neither of
reclaiming my
those.
time.
I
You
am
were asked
neither
by
of
Richard
those.
Blumenthal
This is from
yesterday.
the
You were asked
out of
by
the
Richard
Democratic
Blumenthal
Party.
yesterday if Corey was involved in approving contracts. You said no. Do you want to correct that?
What I would say is that he has an advisor to the Department of Homeland Security, has no
Madam Secretary,
decision-making
do you want to correct
authority.
it, yes or no? You don't want to correct
no
it? Fine.
decision-making authority,
hold
no
on.
role in
Not a
contract.
problem. According to one of the FEMA administrators that you fired, there is nothing, including contracts, that is brought to you that he hasn't reviewed. In fact, a significant amount of DHS internal routing documents has his signature on it above deputy secretaries. Okay, that former FEMA administrator wasn't fired by you, the secretary. He was fired by Corey. It was Corey that called him into your office. It was Corey that made him to submit to a polygraph test. The $100,000 spending rule that you created that comes to your desk, you're not even sitting at your desk. It's Corey who's sitting there. ISIS said the Republicans should be happy at the job that you're doing. Really? You're looking at the person who single-handedly took the president's signature core issue, immigration, the issue that got him elected from 59% to 39%. 200 miles of border walls being held up by you. They had to bring in Tom Homan, pull out of Minnesota. I think the country needs a national divorce from you on biblical grounds. I mean, if Donald Trump was still Apprentice Trump, he would look at you and he would realize you're the weakest cabinet member and he would fire you. And if the president said to you that only way DHS could reopen is if you resigned, I hope you would take him up on it. Now, I want to end on a happy note, Mr. Chairman, real quickly. The president gave all sorts of stuff out during the State of the Union. I don't want you to leave. I got you a new Coast Guard blankie, the one you lost. Okay, so this is for you. You don't leave empty-handed when you come to judiciary. Thank you, Mr.
The
Chairman.
gentleman has expired. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I'm really glad that a lot of my Republican colleagues talked about the disaster that Biden and Mayorkas, your predecessor, created. It was absurd. You heard the things from Senator Brett, people that came over here who themselves were traumatized by the very people who then come to this country.
Okay, I think we're clear. I think we're clear on why Christy Noem was fired. I think we're clear on why Christine Noem and her incompetence was finally fired from her position. But she does have a new position. More of your taxpayer dollars will be given to prop up Christine Noem because as Roy Cohen, the lawyer who taught 4547, the one thing that he has stuck by in life, never admit when you are wrong. So instead of just firing her and having her go about her way, more of your tax dollars will continue to support this incompetent woman. Of course it will be, because 4547 himself is incompetent and compromised. So let's get to the thing that I have titled my video about. Let's get to that. The Trump Department of War is mute on school bombings, as they also announced that they are going to be doing the a big, huge bombing campaign in Iran, and at the same time that they admitted that they have struck a high school in Iran. But you have all of these people who have looked at the title of my video and are clutching their pearls, but they're not clutching their pearls at the sight of all of those graves for all of those elementary school children whose school was struck by bombs, incoming bombs, the very first day of the strike with that Israel and the United States started striking Iran with. Now you have fools actually coming in here talking about the Iranian military were the ones who struck this site, when in fact your American government is trying to say that they need to investigate if it was our missiles or Israel missiles that struck the school. As you have Cat Breath out here trying to act as if, oh, well, everything has to be investigated. But all of a sudden, people who are coming in my chat is telling me that Iran struck their own school. Mm. Mm. What do you think this is? The propaganda channel? This is not the propaganda channel. I know, I don't know, maybe Fox News fed you that dog shit. Take that dog shit somewhere else where dog shit is digested. It is not digested over here. So, why are they afraid to let Christy talk if she's in the wrong? I think you have not been here through the whole Christy Noem thing. Christy Noem did talk. Christy Noem talked very well for herself. And Christy Noem, every time she talked, the bitch was lying. So review the footage and deem for yourself. I guess the talking points from the right has to tell you what to think, because you cannot individually hear and think and put shit together for yourself, because you might be a ignorant Trump voter, the kind that he loves so much. So if you can't watch the video, if you can't listen to my commentary and get what you need, I don't have nothing for you. I can't do nothing for you, ma'am. Okay, let me move forward, because I really don't have time for dumb bitches. Let's go forward, shall we? Let's see what Kegbreath has to say about these school shootings. Bombings, should I say. Let's get into the school bombings. Maybe he's going to investigate the school. Maybe.
Hello, people. Today we will talk about Thomas Fugate. Thomas C. Fugate III, born around 2002-2003, rose from modest beginnings in Texas to become acting director of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security's DHS Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships, CP3, in May.
Is this who Christy Noem is going to have investigate what happened to all those poor children? Let's see what
we're over fighting this war.
Let's see what Kegbreath has to say about the shooting and the children
in Iran. We're flying over and dominating and talking about what we're going to do to people, according to Pete Hegseth. So as we're flying over and killing people and dominating with white supremacy, one thing he wants to point out with this same propaganda is that we're nowhere near as savage and destructive as our enemies.
This is not a mission accomplished situation. This is simply a reality check. The combination of U.S. and Israeli intelligence and combat power will control Iran, and will control it soon. Sure, Iran will still be able to shoot some missiles and still be able to launch one-way attack drones at civilian targets, and their proxies will attempt to attack our embassies, bases, and soft targets. They are terrorists, after all, and they need to...
They are terrorists, but they will be controlled by who? You and Israel, who went in and struck them for no reason that your president, this administration can say. 5, 6, 7 different reasons that have been given, but they are terrorists. You who along with Israel are responsible for striking hospitals, 5 or 6 hospitals, at least 3 schools, killing children, elementary school children, and bragging about striking a hospital. But they are terrorists based on what? Being in negotiations with you that you cut off and didn't tell them that the negotiation was over. No, you said, I'll see you Monday, as you struck them on Saturday.
Target civilians because they can't fight toe to toe, but we will find them and we will kill them.
It doesn't get more white supremacist than that. We control you. We do what we want. We will fly over your airspace. We will kill you. But the caveats here is pointing out the people that he's saying he's going to dominate because of his supremacy is they're terrorists. And they need to target civilians because they can't fight toe to toe. Have you seen Pete Hegseth's motherfucking toes on the ground? Have you seen Donald Trump's toes on the ground? Have you seen Stephen Miller's toes on the ground as they're talking about how people aren't fighting toe to toe because he's fighting toe to toe? Yeah, this guy. And by the way, about those civilians that only get attacked by radical Islamic terrorists, it's weird because, you know, America and Israel just attacked some citizens. As a matter of fact, children.
The scene was really graphic. I saw things like a small child's hand in the rubble, bloodstained backpacks, homework scattered everywhere. And so when I see scenes like that, it's important to verify and know that it's from the current moment. So I was able to do that. And then once I found the locations of the school itself, just being able to map, you know, some of the features we saw in the video with satellite imagery, I wanted to understand what was around there. You know, Manab is a small town in the southern Hormozgan province. I was trying to understand why the school was struck. What I saw and what many others online saw as well is that it was close to an IRGC Navy barracks.
And explain what the IRGC is.
The IRGC is the Revolutionary Guard. So there was an IRGC, Navy barracks around there. And I wanted to, understand, is this an issue of wrong targeting? Once I looked at satellite imagery, it was clear that for years ago, it used to be part of, it looked like it was very close to the base, part of the base. As far back as 2016, it was completely walled off. There was a separation between that school and the IRGC Navy barracks. And as well, the walls of the school were painted with these bright murals. So obviously, if I can see as an open source investigator that as far back as, 8 years ago, these brightly colored walls are visible, I know that this is not part of an IRGC base. And so should anybody that's adding this to a target list.
That's what we're doing. We're killing children. Matter of fact, we've killed a couple hundred children. And, when the questions come about how about those, children that you murdered, it's weird. Suddenly Pete Hegseth doesn't have the same fire, doesn't have the same aggression, doesn't have the same thought about how he's so happy about it. Matter of fact, what he does is he lies, he dodges like the coward that he is.
Can you give us an update on what the administration knows, what you know now about the reported strike on a girls' school in southern Iran on Saturday?
All I can say is that we're investigating that. We, of course, never target civilian targets, but we're taking a look at investigating that. Red tie in front.
Just on the basis that with the information you would have, your reconnaissance abilities, ability to gather information, it's several days on now. So is there any clarity on who?
It's 7 days on now. What do you mean you're investigating it? When you first heard that it was a school, you don't have any more to tell us from the first day to this day. If you don't target civilians, wouldn't you be aghast and try to figure out how you made that mistake, and you have no more information from that day to this day?
Whose munition this was?
We're investigating it. Thank you.
If you think Pete Hegseth is investigating the murder of all those kids in those school bombings that we conducted, you're lying to yourself. You see how quickly and he tried to move on before the follow-up was asked, an investigation is going to happen. There wasn't even any investigations into the murder of American citizens on the streets in Minneapolis. They're completely covered up any other ones that have happened that we don't even get to talk about that much. But do you really think there's going to be investigation into how we murdered a bunch of children when this guy just said all the folks living there are terrorists, and then they're going to be under the their skies are going to be filled with American planes, and our white supremacy is going to thrive forever in the country? Do you really think they give a damn about investigating their murder? Marco Rubio was asked too.
Can you tell us what you know? Can you tell us what you know, Mr. Secretary, or the administration knows about the strike on a building in southern Iran that the Iranians are saying was a school? Reports of large numbers of civilians, including children, killed. Yeah.
This is the same day that Marco Rubio came out and told you that they knew that Israel was going to strike Iran. Therefore, Iran would be striking America. Therefore, America had to do preemptive strikes. This is the video that Marco Rubio wants to pretend never happens. And we do see that this is the same reporter asking this question. Where are the United States of America reporters? They have been kicked out of the Pentagon because they would not sign a NDA agreement that said that every story that they wrote about the Pentagon out of the Pentagon had to be approved by someone in the Pentagon. And so you have people reporting from the Pentagon, like loony Laura Loomer is a Pentagon correspondent. You have all of these right-wing YouTubers who are the press pool. That's why you get no decent question from the American press. And when you do have a real American press, what happens? Oh, you're CNN. Oh, you're NBC. Oh, you don't have any ratings. That's why no one. A bunch of bullshit. Oh, so a whole bunch of deflecting to make it seem like they asked an absurd question that this stupid administration has no answer to. Now, the war was supposed to last a couple of days. Then it was supposed to last maybe a couple of weeks. Now we're out into the war may go through September. Have you heard the latest? The war may go through September.
Words, I would refer you, not because I'm not trying to answer your question, but I don't want to get it wrong. The Department of War would be investigating that if that was our strike, and I would refer your question to them, and I'll make sure they're aware that you have that.
Are there indications this was an American missile?
Well, clearly, the United States would not deliberately target a school. Our objectives are missiles, both the ability to manufacture them and the ability to launch them, and
and
I don't want to get it wrong. The Department of War would be investigating that if that was our strike, and I would refer your question to them, and I'll make sure they're aware that you have that.
Are there indications this was an American missile?
Well, clearly, the United States would not deliberately target a school. Our objectives are missiles, both the ability to manufacture them and the ability to launch them, and the one-way attract drones. That would be our focus, and that's what we would be focused on. We would have no interest and, frankly, no incentive to target civilian infrastructure. The Iranians are, on the other hand, targeting civilian infrastructure. You guys have seen it. I'm sure you've seen it. They're hitting hotels. They're hitting embassies. They're hitting airports. They're hitting oil infrastructure.
If these are children killed, what your response?
Well, it'd be very tragic, but I can't speak to the details behind it because I just don't have it. It would be a tragic outcome if it's happened. I don't have the details as to what led to it. But what is clear is that the United States would not deliberately target a school. They are, on the other hand, deliberately targeting civilians, as you've seen, because you know why? They are a terroristic regime. They sponsor terrorism and they participate in terrorism.
Weird how that works. Apparently, all you need to do is say there are terrorists over there and they target civilians. And despite the fact that we obviously target civilians, we've been in coordination with Israeli forces targeting civilians in Gaza for years now. Murdering people, displacing them, kicking them out of their homes, and not giving a damn. And when asked about it, they shouldn't have been there. They don't deserve to be there. Did you know that they're Muslims? That's always our answers. But for some reason, all Marco Rubio has to do is say, I don't know, never heard about it. I'm not trying to dodge your question. I'm just here dodging your question. You're going to have to refer that to the Department of War, who just said, I guess we'll have an investigation. Who cares? So in other words, nothing will be done. In fact, they'll do it some more, and then they'll claim that we're the United States of America. We don't target civilians. What that's called is propaganda. We've always been thriving and living off of these lies about who we are and what it is that we do or don't do, when in reality, we do all of that. And in case you didn't believe it, that terrorism, that disregard for human life, it's been unleashed on Americans in the streets too. So in case you didn't know, it's who they've always been. This is what they're ignoring in Iran.
این کتاب ریاضیشه. مهنا زاری اول دبستان. گوشه کارهایی که انجام داده برای مدرسه، تکالیف مدرسه‌شون اینجا گذاشت. چه گناهی کرده؟ جعبه مداد رنگیش هنوز داخل کیفشه. خون دانش آموزان ما روی این کتاب مشاهده می‌کنید. ببرین حاجی.
مردم آمریکا باید از دولت مردانشون سوال بکنن کودکان میناوی ما چه تهدیدی علیه امنیت ملی آمریکا داشتن.
So if these fascists, these bloodthirsty terrorists in our administration don't give a damn about the Americans that they're killing, don't give a damn about the children that have been killed for decades in this country, from school shootings to anything else, and also, very importantly, don't give a damn about this president who's been covering up the largest pedophile sex trafficking ring that this country's seen, what makes you think they're going to give a damn about these kids? They don't. They see them as lesser. This is the danger of white supremacy. This is the danger of these folks having power and taking over all of our systems, all of our capabilities, and all of our war fighting capabilities. Because what they'll do with their white supremacy, since they're very small people with, like zero confidence in themselves, is they'll use everything else from everybody else in this country to then go and kill the people that they see as lesser than them. It's what they've been preaching since this guy rolled down that escalator. Just listen, like Pete Hegseth talked for a long time about all the blood that he's looking to spill, how excited he was about killing people. Those aren't the good guys.
Hold on. And this is who 22-year-old named Thomas Fuck You Gate is now leading Trump's terrorism prevention hub. Maybe that's who's going to investigate, based upon the people that Trump has investigating things. Now, wait a minute. Let me get into something else that should also bother you about our security here in America. Let's get into Let's get into this. Hold on one second. Let me share this with you. Drop Site News. If you're not familiar with Drop Site News, I suggest you go over there and check them out. The link is in my description box, as was the prior link about the school school being attacked in Iran. So go over there and check this article out in Drop Site News. Drop Site News is reporting on mass funeral for children killed in school strike. Israel weighs buffer zone in Lebanon. Israel is also striking in Lebanon. If you didn't know, Gaza food and fuel supplies dwindle. So we're back to the people in Gaza starving as well. Okay. Who is what's the common thread in all of those three stories? You decide. Let me find this portion of the story. If you are unaware, these are all the graves that have been dug for these school children. Some of them are still to be dug, as you see the squares in the ground. Okay. Mourners dig graves on March 3rd, 2026, during funeral for children killed in a reported strike on a primary school in Iran's Hormozgan province in Manab. Photos by Iranian press center AFP. A war on Iran. U.S. and Israeli airstrikes pound Iran for a fourth day. U.S. and Israeli warplanes continued their assault on Iran Tuesday with fresh wave of strikes, including an attack on the Iranian state broadcaster. The Israeli military also claimed it struck Iran presidential office and building of the country's Supreme National Security Council. Much of the bombing has been directed at Tehran, where Scenes emerge of widespread destruction in residential areas with collapsing buildings and debris on the street. A double tap strike of Nyla Faluf Square on Sunday left over 20 people dead. Drop sites coverage of that right here. Mass funeral for dozens of children killed in school bombing. Thousands of residents in the city of Manab held a mass funeral for school children and staff killed in the opening hours of the U.S. Israeli strikes when a missile hit a girls' elementary school, killing 165. Video circulating on social media showed the streets packed with mourners. On Monday, Iran Foreign Minister Abbas Argarachi shared a photo on social media of what he said were dozens of graves being dug for the school children killed in the attack. This is how rescue promised by Mr. Trump looks in reality. Argawan wrote, from Gaza to Manab, innocents murdered in cold blood. So they have another point about casualties, are at least 787. That was yesterday. This morning I saw that it was over 1,000 casualties in Iran. U.S. Israeli strike damaged 10 health facilities. Okay, at least 10 medical centers, hospitals, and emergency bases have been damaged in U.S. Israeli attacks, including facilities in Chambar, Haman, Sarab, according to a statement by the head of Iranian Medical Council organization on Monday. Well, how you're gonna trust? You're gonna trust them? You're gonna? Isn't that the same thing when the Palestinian when the Palestinian, I forget what it was called, was giving you the reports on how many children and how many people were losing their lives in Palestine? They told you couldn't trust that because it was Palestinian giving out the number. The Palestinian Health Authority was giving out the numbers, and they told you could not trust that. Remember, because they're Palestinians, they're all terrorists. You couldn't trust that. You couldn't trust your eyes because you didn't see what happened right before the camera started rolling. So they rightfully were killing children in the streets. And how dare you protest? How dare you say that that was wrong? They were just defending themselves 2 years after 1,000 people were wrongly killed by Palestinian in Gaza. So therefore, they get to raise all of the Palestinians out of Gaza. Okay, let me. Okay. We saw the double tap on the the hospital in Gaza. It was hit until you can see the actual staircase hanging on the side of the building, and people coming from the hospital to rescue these people. This was a hospital that was hit, and then when the people came to that open stairwell that had been blown open by a bomb, what happened to those people? They were hit by another bomb. That's what they call a double tap. And then they tried to pretend like they hit them in the first place. It wasn't a double tap. And oh, well, yeah, it was a double tap because you guys have it on film and we cannot deny it, but we're going to investigate it. Have you heard anything about that investigation of that double tap on that Palestinian hospital? Nor are you ever. Okay. You only care about it long enough for it to cycle through the media cycle one time. And we're going to pretend like none of this is connected. We're going to pretend like these attitudes towards people are just disjointed. This isn't a operation, a plan of people who have done it time and time and time again. With the help of whom? The American people. Now, do you think that Do you think that America is going to get away scot-free carrying themselves, carrying our soldiers around doing shit like this? You think it's going to be sweet for America? America wants to leave their mask on in the United States, but they've totally taken their mask off all around the world. How do you think that's going to work out for you? Okay. Okay. Tehran, Abadan, and Gan. Okay. Let me see. According to a statement by the head of Iran's medical council organization on Monday, in Tehran, Katman, all Ambia, I think, and Gandhi Hospital was also reported damage. The statement added the claim was reported by the HRANA, an Iranian human rights monitoring outlet that receives partial funding from the United States government as fighting continues to expand across the country. U.S. casualties rise. The U.S. Didn't even bother to try to get their citizens out of this war zone. Now, I think I know Dubai has sent a plane out. France has sent a plane to get their citizens out of the Middle East. America gave you a number to a recording that told you there's nothing that they can do for you. Shuttle in, stay in place, or try to get out by your own means using public transportation. That's all that America had for the United States citizens. The department issued an urgent advisory on Monday telling American citizens in more than a dozen Middle Eastern countries to depart now via available commercial transportation due to serious safety risks. The list includes countries whose airports have been shut down because of the war. Its travel advisory list Bahrain, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel, the West Bank and Gaza, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, the United Arab Emirates, Yemen as potentially unsafe locations. But they told the American citizens to use commercial transportation. They have nothing for you. You think that they are going to take some of these billions of dollars that their master Israel said that they must bomb Iran with to save American citizens? Okay. When is this? I think this is from Drop Site News on yesterday. No, this is an old Drop Site News. This is way from May the 3rd because let's see what the most recent reporting that they have. Let me see. What's the most recent reporting? Let's go through this together. Iran denies asking Trump to top. Official says no negotiations will be considered until a new supreme leader. Now, we do know that Trump wanted to talk to Iran the day after Sunday, after the bombings, and they refused to talk to him. And then he then turned around and said that Iran wants to talk to him to get the bombing to stop. Like Iran had already told you, we're not talking. We gonna show you something. We sick of talking and all our talking going to waste. They were talking in negotiations that 45, 47 was trying to pretend that they were having, and then all the while knowing months in advance that they were going to hit Iran. Let me see. I saw that. Dozens killed and thousands displaced in growing Pakistan-Afghanistan war. Over 1,300 strikes recorded by Iranian Red Crescent Senate blocks, uh, while Senate blocks a war powers resolution on Iran. 66,000 displaced in Afghanistan, Pakistan fighting. A whole lot of stuff. They do quite a few headlines at a time. Let's see what they're talking about. War on Iran, casualty counts. Death toll in Iran has reached 12,030, according to official foundation. Iranian Red Crescent, over 100 civilian sites hit. 100 civilian sites hit. Okay, U.S. and Israel bomb schools and sport facilities in Iran. U.S. Israeli airstrikes on Thursday hit two indoor sports hall in sports hall in Tehran, as well as Azizi Stadium, which was destroyed in attacks, according to the Fars news agencies. Missiles also hit two schools in the town of Parad, southwest of Tehran. The Israeli military said on Thursday morning that it had begun a large-scale wave of strikes against infrastructure in Tehran. Kurdish and Iranian sources deny reports of planned or actual Kurdish invasion. So you know that our media was fed the lie that the Kurds had joined in the fight and that there were Kurdish troops on the ground, only to have to go back and say that they were mistaken or some shit. So Kurdish sources tell Dropside News that reports of Kurdish militants crossing from Iraq into Iran to seize territory and spark an uprising are not accurate, despite claim of multiple outlets from anonymous U.S. government officials speaking to Dropsite journalists Alexis Delamos, Ryan Grimm, and Jeremy Scahill. The sources allege that no invasion is currently underway. The Iranian official also told Scahill that there have been no reports of a border breach. The reports come amid claims that the CIA has sought to aim Kurdish fighters to destabilize Iran through sources. Those sources said Kurdish group like PJAK were unlikely to launch such an operation at this time, with the Associated Press reporting instead that some minor Kurdish forces are merely on standby. Airstrikes target Kurdish militia bases in Iraq. Airstrikes reportedly struck facilities used by Kurdish militants in Iraq, semi-autonomous Kurdistan region early Thursday, with Iraq media reporting heavy on-site of attacks in Somalia, or wherever, province near the Iranian border. Of the groups targeted by the force responsible for the attacks have not been confirmed, but IRGC and its allied Shiite militants have attacked the area in recent days. Tehran denies responsibility of drone attacks in Azerbaijan. Now, we do understand that the CIA, much like the report above, the CIA has sought to arm Kurdish fighters to destabilize Iran, have been reportedly doing that all across this region. So Tehran is denying responsibility for drone attacks in Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan has accused Iran of a drone attack that struck an airport in the region of somewhere. bordering Iran early Thursday. One drone hit the airport terminal while another landed near a school in Sheikhaban, injuring 2 civilians. Azerbaijan demanded that Iran swiftly clarify the incident, provide an explanation, and take urgent measures to prevent further occurrences. The attack will not remain unanswered, Azerbaijan Defense Ministry said in a statement. Iran Deputy Foreign Minister Kazem somebody denied any connection to the drone attack, according to Tazm's news agency. Hegseth and Kane discuss wartime plans. U.S. Secretary of War, Secretary of Defense, Kegbreath, said the U.S. war with Iran could last up to 8 weeks. Now, it went from days to 2 to 3 weeks, so from 3 to 6 weeks. Now we're up to 8 weeks. Okay. And that's what Kegbreath is telling you. But other observers are saying that it can go in through September. So here's drop site news. Let me drop this site in my chat. Go over to drop site news, because if I continue going down this rabbit hole of information that I am trying to give you, I will never get to the things that I have already set up. I don't want it to sound like I'm just saying it is estimated that this war is going on through September. There are actual professionals that are saying that, hey, this war looks like it will be going on through September. I also want to alert you to what your president is saying about this war. Let me get to what your president is saying about this war and the casualties that may be had in the United States behind this war. He said it out loud. Let me see. Where is it? I know I have an article. Let me find the article. I can't believe I can't find it. Let me find it. Let me pull it up again. There were... Hold on. 1 second. Here we go. Should Americans be... Hold on. Here we go. Let me... Here we go. Let me enlarge this. I apologize. All these commercials. The International Business Times. Let me share this with you. Let's get into this report. That's not the one I want. Hold on. Is this the one I want? No, this isn't the one I want. I apologize. Okay, we can read this together. This is from the International Business Times. I had it in another article. I can't find the other article. Let's go with here. This is World News, March 6th of 2026. That is today. Trump shrugs off possibility of Iranians attacking American soil. Quote, like I said, some people will die. President Trump addresses concerns over Iranian threats and the human cost of potential conflict. Okay. U.S. President Donald Trump has acknowledged the possibility that the Iranian retaliation could reach the United States if tensions between the two countries escalate further. The remarks were made during an interview with Time magazine published on Thursday, in which the president addressed questions about potential consequences of conflict with Iran. When asked whether Americans should be concerned about the prospects of attacks inside the United States, Trump says such risks are routinely considered by national security officials. These things are routinely considered by whom? National security officials. Did I earlier show you who one of the national counterterrorism person, the 22-year-old that Christy Noem, he's going to be keeping an eye out on that. Who's never worked in government, who's never worked in terrorism or anything. The 22-year-old who interned at the Heritage Foundation, who owned his own landscaping business, that he's going to keep an eye out on that for you. If you didn't see the earlier part, I talked about who's in charge of counterterrorism in the United States. Avail yourself to that. That is important. U.S. President Donald Trump has acknowledged the possibility that Iranian retaliation could reach the United States if tensions between the two countries escalate further. The remarks were made during an interview with Time magazine published on Thursday, in which the president addressed questions about potential consequences of conflict with Iran. When asked whether Americans should be concerned about the prospect of attacks inside the United States, Trump says such risks are routinely considered by national security officials. I guess, but I think they're worried about that all the time, he said. We think about it all the time. We plan for it. They planned for it, but the person who was over counterterrorism quit his job because they took away so many people who actually worked on counterterrorism to go to help ICE agent have a good show to put on for the American people, no matter who they were capturing in ICE, to go to court court buildings where people were actually trying to do what they were supposed to do, show up for their court cases, and for them to drag them out and throw them in detention centers and deport them under the guise of, look at what Trump is doing. He's fulfilling his promise. Is he fulfilling his promise to keep America safe? Okay. We plan for it. The president also spoke about the potential human cost of military conflict, stating, like I said, some people will die. When you go to war, some people will die. Not when you go to a conflict, what they are trying to prevent, calling this. Your president said, when you go to war, some people will die. End quote. Details of the interview. During the, let me see if I can find it. During the Times interview. Let's see. I hope I don't have to. I'm pretty sure it'll be behind a paywall. Oh, it isn't. Here it is. Let me share it with you. Why won't I just share with you the actual Time article? Bingo! I got the money. I got the money. I got the money. I don't have to. I give it to you out of the horse's mouth. Let's get into it. I am going to put this link in my description box as well. Where should I put it on it? Let me see. I will put it under strikes in the USA. How about that? Strikes in the USA. Strikes in the USA. There'll be strikes in the USA. Terror strike in the USA. Y'all like that song? Is America great again yet? Is America great again yet? Terror strikes in the USA. Okay, this link, this article, New York Times article, interview is in my description box under the title Strikes in the USA. Hold on 1 second. Okay, here is the article. Let's get into this article. That your president sat down and said these things about. Here we go. Trump's war. Time magazine. Where's the date? March 5th, 2026. Okay, President Donald Trump has just arrived at Mar-a-Lago on Friday night, February 27th, when he got word from U.S. intelligence officials. They believe they had located Iran Supreme Leader Khamenei. Okay, months had passed since Trump began preparing for the possibility of war with Iran. In recent weeks, he had instructed military officials to draw up operational plans for a joint strike coordinated closely with Israel 8 months after bombing 3 Iranian nuclear sites. He was once again getting edgy about the Islamic Republic's nuclear program. But wait a minute. I thought it was about regime change. But wait a minute. I thought that it was because he knew that Israel was going to strike Iran. And if Israel struck, that Iran was going to attack America. So therefore, he wanted to save America from Iranian attacks. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's because he was told what he must do. Because in my opinion, our American president is compromised by his past behavior. That, in my opinion, that Israel is keeping him in check about his past behavior. That's just my opinion. Take it or leave it. let me see, where am I? The latest round of negotiation in Geneva had done little to reassure him. Trump was suspicious that Tehran was preparing an attack on America and Israeli targets. That's not what Rubio said. Though the U.S. had positioned a carrier strike group in the region with another on its way, Iran negotiators showed little urgency to reach a deal. He notes proposing to meet again in a week with U.S. envoys. When I heard that, Trump said, I said, they're going to hit first. Now, Marco Rubio said that Israel was going to hit them first. So this is all the gobbledygook that is being presented. Now, you can read all the gobbledygook. I don't care about the gobbledygook and the lies and the back and forth of lies and more lies on top of lies and lying and lying and lying to be a liar. That's what I want to know about if Americans should be. Iran retaliated with missile and drones bombardments against U.S. bases and aligned territory, targeting military facilities across the Gulf, including Al Ondure Air Base in Qatar. The Iranian drone killed 6 American service members that were not protected by any protection, that were asking for protection and got none, and were sitting ducks. Yes, that's what happened. Unfortunately, that is what happened. As 6 American service members at the U.S. Command Center in Kuwait asked whether Americans should be worried about retaliatory attacks at home, Trump acknowledged the possibility. I guess, he said, but I think they're worried about that all the time. We think about it all the time. We plan for it. But yeah, we expect some things. Like I said, some people will die. When you go to war, some people will die. Yeah, we think about it all the time. We plan for it. And look who they have in the planning positions. Is what I showed you earlier. Make Syria great again. Make Iran great again. Make Nigeria great again. Make Venezuela great again. Make Iraq great again. Make Somalia great again, make Yemen great again, make Ecuador great again. Now, there is talk about they are about to strike on Ecuador as well. Let's not lose track. Trump promised to end wars, not start them. Instead, he has deployed military force in increasingly dizzying ways. No other modern American leader has directed assaults in as many countries in such a short span of time since returning to office. Trump has authorized attacks in 8 nations, 3 of which have never before been directly targeted by U.S. forces. In 2025 alone, he approved more individual airstrikes than his predecessor did over 4 years. He don't want to talk about Biden when it comes to striking other nations. Trump has ordered a major campaign of airstrikes targeting Houthi-controlled areas in Yemen, authorized naval attacks on vessels from Venezuela suspected of drug trafficking, and signed off on the operation that seized the country's authoritarian president Nicolas Maduro, left more than 100 dead, and placed the Venezuela leader on trial in New York. Just days after the onslaught against Tehran, the U.S. took part in a joint military operation in Ecuador targeting designated terrorist organization. His administration has also fixed its sights on Cuba, where President Miguel Diaz-Canel has ramped up military exercises amid reports that Trump has asked advisors to devise plans to end the island's 6-decade communist rule. And we will be remiss if that story about the 6 people who were on a speedboat from America came and went so quickly. The 6 people that were shot up in a speedboat that was about to land in Cuba, and Cuban officials were the one who killed these 6 people. It has also been speculated that these may have been CIA officials. It has been reportedly, surmised that could have been a team gathering to make a coup in Cuba. Those are some reports. Okay. Let's put it that way. In short, if Trump campaigned as president of peace, he has governed as the opposite. Now he has drawn in the U.S. into the kind of conflict he long pledged to avoid. Having ousted a tyrannical ruler of Iran theocracy, he has committed the U.S. to a regime change in the Middle East, telling Time he intends to play a role in shaping the next government of a regional powerhouse home to some 90 million people. One of the things I'm going to be asking is for ability to work with them on choosing a new leader, he said. I'm not going through this to end up with another what is his name? Camille. What is this? Camille. I want to be involved in the selection. They can select, but we have to make sure it's somebody that's reasonable to the United States. So why don't you select then? Why don't you select? This is not about regime change. I want to be I want to be a part of who they choose, and it has to be somebody who the United States approves of. It is impossible to know how all this will unfold. There's very little sympathy internationally for the Ayatollah Khomeini, who reigned over a brutal Islamic regime throughout Tehran. Across the Iranian diaspora, crowds have rejoiced in the streets upon hearing the news of his demise, and also scores have vowed death to America on the hearing of his demise. Let's tell the whole story. Some of Trump's attacks are historic in the best sense, eliminating avowed adversaries who sought to destroy the U.S. and whom Washington has long viewed as the head of the world's foremost state sponsor of terrorism. By doing what? By now becoming the foremost state sponsor of terrorism themselves. But the gambit carries extraordinary risk for Trump's presidency, for Iran's fragile political future, for regional stability, for the safety of Americans at home and abroad. And gravest decision a president can make is where to send American troops into harm's way. Trump, who once defended himself as opposition to foreign entanglements, has pivoted with astonishing autocracy towards open-ended confrontation across multiple theaters. In his interview with the Times, Trump said his goals are to eliminate Iran's nuclear threat. I thought we already did that. This is just okay. The path to war. Let me see. Okay, let me see if there's anything else about protecting us. Wait, path to war. February 4th, 2025. This goes all the way back to their first strike in June. He didn't want to authorize a strike. This is them sitting in the Mar-a-Lago situation room. They would have been in the situation room in the White House would have had a skiv, so they could not have been eavesdropped on. But there is Susie Wiles, the Corey Lewandowski of this administration sitting up there with her Apple Watch on. Stupid ass bitch sitting up there in something that could be eavesdropped on. The same Susie Wiles that was on the Signal chat where they were giving times and location that they were going to be doing strikes in Yemen. This is your administration. A bunch of dummies. Okay. Do you expect anything more out of them? Okay, this link, I put it in the description box. I got to move on from these dumb liars that's just sitting up here mouthing lies and being real casual about the fact that American lives on American soil are in danger. But hey, it's war. But it's not war. It's just kinetic strikes no, it's not war. We're not at war. We don't need war authorization. Because we're not at war. Okay. This is the chaos and bullshit that you're being fed at a cost of the American citizen that is appropriate, that they are saying could cost you $1 billion a day. So let's see what's going on in hospitals. We don't strike civilian places. Let's see what's happening in this hospital. But hey, we can just deny this. Have Pete Kegbreath come out and say Muslims are savages, and they are going to believe we would never strike a civilian facilities. We would never strike a school. We would never do all the things that you are seeing with your eyes, and tell them to blame it on the people who we are actually striking. They're striking themselves to make it a pretend like we are doing the striking. A whole bunch of horse shit. Just a whole bunch of horse shit. Let me see. Is there anything else I want to share with you? Oh my God. How many times? There is some more things I definitely want to share with you. Let's get into it. Okay. Let's go.
So I'm here to tell you guys that absolutely everything you've been told about war with Iran is a lie. Everything you've been told about the Iranian regime is a lie. Everything you've been told about the history is a lie. When the Republicans say this war started in 1979 and they waged it, they started it, that's a lie.
If you don't know your history, you're doomed to repeat it. So take this a little bit of history for what it's worth. I don't care what you do with it, but we will soon find out how what's going on today is going to adversely affect us as the oil prices are about to increase dramatically up to $150 a barrel, as there has been over 100,000 jobs lost in the United States last month, as the health care. People are expected to be thrown off their health care after the midterm election is where you will see all of these cuts to health care, to food stamps, to HUD, is when all of these cuts are expected to actually go in, because they didn't want all of these cuts to start prior to the election, because it would prevent people from showing up to vote for Republicans. Let all of this sink in. Let's hear some history.
They all know the war actually started in 1953. And that was when the U.S. illegally overthrew a democratically elected leader in Iran called Mohammad Mossadegh. This guy was nationalizing Iranian oil to give the profits to the people of Iran. And the CIA and MI6 said, we're not going to let that happen because the oil companies the Western oil companies need the profit from that oil. Okay? And so they went in, illegally overthrew this guy, put in a puppet dictator named the Shah, who ruled with an iron fist. And that was the U.S. and Britain meddling in the politics of Iran, overthrowing their democracy and forcing on them a dictator. And so after that, they were a little pissed at us. And that's what led to the 1979 Islamic Revolution. Okay? That's what led to that. Now, that's the history they don't tell you. What they don't tell you today is that basically every single thing the U.S. and Israel were asking for was agreed to by Iran, by the Grand Ayatollah, by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Council. In fact, hours before Netanyahu launched the first illegal attack against Iran, they agreed to zero enrichment. Zero enriched uranium stockpile. Zero. And didn't matter. It didn't matter because the negotiation.
But they want you to believe that they could get no agreements out of the Iranian people. I showed you the clip of what the man who was actually negotiating with them said. He said that they gave up even their program for using nuclear energy for simple energy. They gave that up. And your administration wants you to believe that they refuse to stop enriching uranium entirely. They said that they would stop enriching it entirely. They would not take yes for an answer. They wanted you to believe that they insisted on enriching uranium to hide a nuclear program. But how could they do that when your president told you that they obliterated their whole entire nuclear program and that it was sitting under rubble? Because the MAGA voter are ignorant, you can't make not make sense to them because they only believe nonsense. So this is where we are today. $1 billion a day war. That your president have these unqualified imbeciles, Christy Noem, or who has the people who are responsible for tracking Iranian money, Iranian sales. They are showing you how the Dems are hurting national security because she has them sitting at home because it's a partial shutdown because the Dems don't want to continue to feed ICE money, who is out here killing American citizens and brutalizing American citizens with their faces covered. They're asking for some rational things from ICE agents. So with them withholding ICE money, Christy Noem decides that during a negotiation with Iran, she's over Homeland Security. Surely she know that Israel and the United States were talking about, maybe she don't know, who knows what in this administration. The people on need to know basis sometimes don't know what's going on. But if she didn't know, she should have known that we were on a war footing with Iran, and she should have gotten these people back into their offices. But they're still not in their offices, and it's the Dems' fault. She's showing the Dems. Look at what the Dems did at the cost of what? At the cost of Americans' life on American soil. Let's be real clear about what's going on here.
Negotiations were fake. They were a ruse. They were to make it look like, oh, look, we're being nice guys, we're being good guys, we're being reasonable, and oh, these crazy Iranians just aren't playing ball. When in reality it was the exact opposite. They were faking negotiations, and Netanyahu said, I yearned to do this attack for 40 years, and he finally did it. Okay? There was never any hope for anything other than war, because Netanyahu was plotting war the entire time, and Donald Trump's a fucking blackmailed asshole dipshit. Okay? And a warmonger in his own respect. Well, here's another thing. They never told you about the Grand Ayatollah. They never told you. They don't want you to know this. This changes everything. They don't want you to know this. They don't want you to see this. They don't want you to spread this far and wide. They want this to be a fact lost in the wind to history. So here's a former CIA analyst, Larry Johnson, and he's going to talk about the Grand Ayatollah who was just killed, 86-year-old Ayatollah Khomeini, and listen to what he says. This is astonishing.
Think of this. The one guy in Iran that blocked for 36 years Iran's ability to develop a nuclear weapon. The one man who stood in the way, who said, we will not build a nuclear weapon, that's the guy the United States killed. So we're sitting there saying that, we're doing this so Iran doesn't threaten the world with a nuke. The Ayatollah Khomeini, 36 years ago, issued a fatwa, said, no, that is evil. We're not going to go down that path. And the United States killed him, or the Israelis did, or both. I mean,
have you ever heard that before? Have you ever heard he issued a fatwa against nuclear weapons? Have you ever heard that he repeatedly called it un-Islamic and said we have no interest in doing that? Have you ever heard that? Have you ever heard that? Have you ever heard that the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear agreement that Obama did, was working perfectly and that is completely and utterly undisputed by every single expert who looked at it? That all we did was give them back their own money that we had stolen from them through sanctions, and then in return for that, they let the IAEA in there from the UN to regulate their nuclear stockpile, and they could tell that they're only enriching to the point that they have power for their power grid and scientific research and aren't even trying to make a weapon? Are you aware of that? So every single thing that Netanyahu has told you, Donald Trump has told you, the Republicans have told you, the media has told you, all of it is bullshit. Trump said the other week, he goes, they won't just say the magic words. They won't just say the magic words that we're not going to build a nuke. They won't say it. They won't say it. Literally that same day, the Iranian foreign minister went on Twitter and said, let me say the words. We will not build a nuke. Let me say those magic words. We're not going to build a nuke. Didn't matter. It didn't matter because every single thing you've been told is a lie. Just like the whole history you've been taught about the U.S. is a lie. It's, a nation built on freedom and equality and democracy, say the slave-owning, land-owning white men. Who are we kidding? Who are we kidding? What kind of a sick joke is this? We're going to morally cast aspersions? We did the Native American genocide. We had slavery. We had Jim Crow, right? I mean, women didn't have the right to vote until much, much later on. I mean, every single thing you've been told is bullshit. Just like with the Iraq war, it was all based on lies. Oh, Saddam has weapons of mass destruction. He's going to attack us. He's protecting Osama bin Laden. He worked with Osama bin Laden. Lie, 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 lie. Now the military-industrial complex is getting another war. It's phenomenally fucking profitable for them. And Netanyahu is going to get to turn Iran into a failed state and create a greater Israel in the region and become a regional superpower and eventually try to become a global superpower. That's exactly what we're looking at here. And the reason why these conversations are hard to have and these debates are hard to have is specifically because people have no idea just how much they've been lied to. It is like a bunch of fucking sheep and lemming watching mainstream media talk about this and try to make sense of it. When they don't know their ass from their elbow. They don't know the first fucking thing about anything. Okay? Then you come in and have to explain everything from the absolute basics. Well, here we are now. And that's why we call it the Jeffrey Epstein War, and that's why Israel and the U.S. are the axis of Epstein, because Donald Trump is being blackmailed into doing this colossal war. And like I said, you've been lied to every step of the way. And also, yes, the Ayatollah is now dead. He's been replaced with his son. So they replaced the Ayatollah Khomeini with the Ayatollah Khomeini. Great job. Except the son is more of a hardliner. The son is more conservative. The son is more anti-Western. And by the way, after you watch, Israel murk your dad, I'd venture to guess perhaps revenge and retribution are on your mind, right? So, it's always crazy. I always said, I've never been a big fan of reading fiction books because real life history is way more fascinating than fiction could ever be. And the fascinating thing you learn in this story is that, Israel and the U.S. have been dead wrong all along. We've been the baddies. We've been the aggressors. We've been the evil ones. We've been the imperialists. We've been bloodthirsty. And everything you've been told about the big bad Iranians is complete and utter horseshit.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Coming. I'm coming.
I apologize. I had to let my dog out. I apologize. I don't know if you guys had heard that story. I just wanted to give you that little information. I apologize. I'll drop this link in the chat. It is also in my description box as well. If you have not gone over to Secular Talk, take a visit over there. Very informative. So there are some more things that I want to share with you. Oh, God.
America's most powerful aircraft carrier is on the run. The USS Abraham Lincoln, a floating fortress, 1,000 kilometers from where it stood. Iran says their drones did that. Washington isn't saying a word. Not a confirmation, not a denial. Just silence. And a carrier that's no longer where it was. As the war between Iran and the US-Israel coalition rages on, Tehran has had a huge moral victory. According to the IRGC, Iranian drones struck the USS Abraham Lincoln, forcing the carrier and its accompanying destroyers to withdraw more than 1,000 kilometers from Iran's waters in the Sea of Oman. The IRGC's Khatam al-Anbiya headquarters said the Revolutionary Guards Navy targeted the carrier as it was close to within 340 kilometers of Iran's maritime borders. The Pentagon has not confirmed the strike or commented on the carrier's movements.
The aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln, which had approached within 340 kilometers of Iran's maritime borders in the Sea of Oman for the purpose of managing the Strait of Hormuz, was targeted by IRGC Navy drones and has left the region, moving over 1,000 kilometers away.
It is not the first time Iran has claimed to have hit Lincoln. Earlier in the conflict, the IRGC said 4 ballistic missiles had struck the vessel. Washington dismissed that claim, saying the missiles never came close. Iranian state television has aired no footage to support either assertion. What is not in dispute is that the Lincoln has been operating in the Sea of Oman as part of a broader US military buildup since the war began on March 1st. A confirmed strike on the carrier would mark a significant escalation, pushing the conflict squarely into open waters. The carrier claim was part of a wider operational update on March 5th, in which Iran detailed strikes across multiple fronts. Khurramshahr ballistic missiles were fired at Ben Gurion Airport in the 19th wave of Operation True Promise 4. Iranian drones also hit Camp Udairi in Kuwait, while IRGC ground forces struck what Tehran described as American positions in Erbil, in Iraqi Kurdistan.
Iran's ground force continued its operations against American terrorists stationed in Iraqi Kurdistan, targeting their headquarters in Erbil with drones. The Aerospace Force of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, in the 19th wave of Operation True Promise 4, with the code Ya Hassan ibn Ali, fired Khorramshahr ballistic missiles equipped with heavy warheads toward Ben Gurion Airport. The IRGC ground force also targeted American terrorist positions in the Iraqi Kurdistan region during this 19th wave with suicide drones.
In total, Iran says more than 2,000 drones and 600 missiles have been fired across 20 waves of attacks since the war began, with Tehran warning the pace of strikes will intensify in the days ahead. Israel is under attack again, and the strikes are getting deadlier by the day. Iran struck central Tel Aviv in the early hours of March 6th, launching its 21st wave of attacks under Operation True Promise 4, combining suicide drones with Khyber ballistic missiles fitted with cluster warheads. AFP reported 2 near-simultaneous waves of explosions shaking the city, with rocket trails visible as far north as Netanya. Eyewitness accounts and international media confirmed widespread building damage. The Khyber missiles employed a sub-munition tactic that Israel has been tracking throughout the conflict. Alleged footage from central Israel had already captured the weapons in action, showing what the Israeli military identified as cluster bomb sub-munitions raining down during a ballistic missile attack. Each warhead opens mid-air, releasing around 20 smaller munitions carrying roughly 2.5 kilograms of explosives each.
They don't call it a clusterfuck for nothing. Understand that Israel is not allowing any television reporting to be done inside their borders. So there's 2 sides going on to this story. So this link is here in my description box under the war is not going so well, ? I don't know. There's 2 sides to the story, and it appears that we are not getting the whole story. So.
Iran unleashes 21st wave of attacks, and this time, Tel Aviv felt every single one. Khyber ballistic missiles, cluster warheads, opening mid-air and raining down across 8 kilometers. Iron Dome couldn't keep pace, David's Sling couldn't keep pace. 2,000 drones, 600 missiles, and Iran is still counting. Israel's coveted shield is cracking. Israel is under attack again, and the strikes are getting deadlier by the day. Iran struck central Tel Aviv in the early hours of March 6th, launching its 21st wave of attacks under Operation True Promise 4, combining suicide drones with Khyber ballistic missiles fitted with cluster warheads. AFP reported 2 near-simultaneous waves of explosions shaking the city, with rocket trails visible as far north as Netanya. Eyewitness accounts and international media confirmed widespread building damage. The Khyber missiles employed a sub-munition tactic that Israel has been tracking throughout the conflict. Alleged footage from central Israel had already captured the weapons in action, showing what the Israeli military identified as cluster bomb sub-munitions raining down during a ballistic missile attack. Each warhead opens mid-air, releasing around 20 smaller munitions carrying roughly 2.5 kilograms of explosives each, scattered across a radius of up to 8 kilometers. The design is built to overwhelm air defenses, and on March 6th, Iran's military said it did exactly that, with Iron Dome and David's Sling both unable to keep pace. Iran's military said more than 2,000 drones and 600 missiles have been fired across 20 waves of attacks since the war began. Israel has been hitting back. An Israeli military spokesperson told a briefing that the IDF has struck 700 targets inside Iran, destroying or disabling 300 of Iran's estimated 450 missile launch platforms. The Air Force has logged more than 7,000 operational hours, and 110,000 reservists have been mobilized.
And you notice that your government has gotten together all of the people who build rockets and missiles for the United States. They have gotten them together because it had been stated a long time ago, day 3 of the war, that the United States was running out of anti-missile artillery, and they need to get more of this built. So to sit here and pretend as if the United States is not bullshitting and putting us in danger is to your own peril. Believe what you want to believe. I'm just giving you the information. I don't, you can believe it is whatever it is you wanted to believe. Where has that gotten you thus far? Where has it gotten all of you idiots who said that you were voting for him because he wasn't going to start any more wars? Okay. Let me see.
Two big developments, and this shows the kind of impact the Iranian retaliation is having on both the US and the illegal settler colony of Israel. Faced with Iran's ability to withstand the American and Israeli transgression, the Pentagon has now asked for $50 billion worth additional military budget's approval. Then last night, Iran bombed the hell out of Ben Gurion Airport. If you watched the video on our Telegram channel, you would have seen the extraordinary visuals of Iran's Khurram Shahar.
So y'all ready to give the military $50 billion more? They're asking for $50 billion more for the military budget. Are you ready? Let's get into it.
For enjoying the complete dominance of skies in the settler colony. Meanwhile, a CNN reporter has busted his own country's lies on the situation in Iran. But the BBC in the UK has further disgraced itself with more instances of fake news on Iran. This would be the broad focus of my video today, so please stay tuned. Donald Trump and his terrorist Israeli boss Benjamin Netanyahu had deluded themselves when they thought of replicating their Venezuela model in Iran. Even 7 days after their illegal invasion of Iran, they have failed to achieve anything that they desired. Instead, Iran has struck them so hard that the rogue regimes of these two entities have no idea how to negotiate with the barrage of Iranian missiles. The Iranian retaliation is also causing a massive shortages of ammunition for the so-called most powerful country in the world. And this has come as a shock to members of US Congress. A report by Al Jazeera said the cost of continuing with the illegal war against Iran was $1 billion a day. So Trump's madness and his desperation to fight an illegal war of Israel is costing US taxpayers $1 billion a day. And this is not enough. The Pentagon has sought an approval of a $50 billion supplementary budget from Congress so that it could buy more Tomahawk missiles, the THAAD interceptor missiles, and Patriot missiles. That's because the US and its allies are fast running out of them. And this
If you don't believe that fact, you don't have to believe that fact. The actual facts of the matter are these are things that we were selling to Ukraine to stop, to help them fight Russia. And when Pete Kegbreath and 4547 start getting real cute and withholding weapons and money to buy weapons from Ukraine, what did the Ukrainians do to stay alive? They created their own means to fight the weapons that they were that Putin was shooting at Ukraine. And if you don't believe that we need more anti-missile weaponry, you would only have to understand that your president, who call himself dressing down in the Oval Office, has hoveled and whined and crawled over to Zelensky, asking him to help with technology that he's using to fight Putin, because he was so arrogant and wouldn't help Zelensky, who is supposed to be a U.S. ally, fight Putin. Now that the Ukrainians have figured out a way to down missiles that are being struck at Ukrainian, your president is going over there hoveling and asking Zelensky to show the U.S. military how to rid themselves and how to avoid missiles that are being shot at United States assets. Did you know that? Were you aware of that? Were you aware of that? Yeah, your great president is on his knees. Not like he had your military on their knees of unrolling the red carpet for Putin, while taking money and ammunition and military things away from your ally. Now he's on the knees to the same ally. How pathetic. How pathetic. And all of you people just want to believe you're the best in the world. We're the best in the world, as we have a bunch of idiots running our whole government system. Our whole governmental systems. Only pure idiots could believe any of this. Let's continue.
This is only on the 7th day of the illegal war. Imagine what Iranians could do to the US economy if they managed to sustain for just a few more weeks. Trump has decided to spend $1 billion a day on the mass murder of Iranian schoolgirls, bombing of hospitals, 12,000-seater stadium, and offices of TV channels, when he could have used this money to fight growing poverty in his own country. Nearly 36 million Americans are suffering from poverty as they struggle to feed their families and afford other necessary expenses. But they have a mad dog in the White House who is happy to waste $1 billion every single day on a war that he started to quench his genocidal thirst. It seems these maniacs haven't learned anything from their experiences in Iraq or, let's say, Afghanistan. Listen to this American expert, Paul Rekoff.
We're close to the president, who said this thing is going to be over like that. They predicted it would be over this Friday, 2 days from now. And now we've got the Pentagon, Pete Hegseth, saying this is just the beginning as they move deeper into Iran. What is your current evaluation of the situation we're in?
Those guys you talked to probably didn't serve in combat.
Correct.
The reality is that the lid is off now. I mean,
what does that mean?
They've talked about striking Iran for a long time. And there's this idea that it can be contained. It's not contained. It's a regional war now. Our allies are being hit. Multiple NATO allies are being threatened. Turkey could get involved. And I think there's a chicken hawk perspective that war is going to be easy. War is going to be quick. They came out of Venezuela with a head full of steam thinking that they could do this without American casualties. But the reality is things go sideways. And this is the beginning of what could be a very long and protracted war. But it's also the beginning of the next phase, potentially beyond Iran. because he's hit 8 other countries in the last year. And he continues to be all gas, no brakes, nothing slowing him down. They're doing a War Powers Act vote 4 or 5 days after he goes to war. And last night he hit Ecuador. He's striking Ecuador. He's talking about striking Cuba and other places. So this is a new normal where Trump is doing whatever he wants and throwing the middle finger up to Congress and everyone else. And the real question, I think, especially for the Senate and for Congress, is what are you going to do to stop him or slow him down if he wants to go further, like put boots on the ground? Because it looks like he will put boots on the ground and they'll tweet about it and they'll do press conferences and he'll just keep going.
Another American expert, Brett McGurk, who served with many presidents, has his doubts on the U.S. strategy on Iran.
Senior national security posts under the last 4 presidents, including during President Trump's first term. Brett, Secretary Hegseth also said today that Iran is making a, quote, bad miscalculation, in his words, if it thinks the U.S. will slow strike 6 days in. Where do you think this is heading? And do you still think Iran is hoping to kind of basically buy time?
Exactly. I think stepping back, heading into a 1 week mark, good time to kind of make an assessment. And I think you hit the mark there. And I'm reminded of something, Anderson, the Taliban used to say about the Americans. You might remember this, that the Americans have the watches, but we own the time. America might have military proficiency, but at the end of the day, they'll be there and we won't. And I've spent a lot of time, Anderson, through hostage negotiations with the most ideological part of Iran's system, the intelligence services and the Revolutionary Guards. That's exactly how they think. And if you kind of step back of what they are trying to do, they are trying to shorten the clock for the United States.
Iran knows that it is not in a hurry. It doesn't have to go anywhere. Americans are the ones who have come to Iran's doorstep by covering a distance of thousands of miles. They can't stay here forever, can they? Staying in the region will cost them both financially and their lives. Iran can slow down their response and even pick and choose their targets carefully and strategically, as it did last night when it enjoyed a complete dominance of the Israeli skies by dropping multi-warhead Khorramshahr 4 missiles. You can see the glimpse of this attack on your screen. The Ben Gurion airport, which is also used for military purposes, was later seen engulfed in fire. The Iranian military claimed that its missile had also struck American F-35 jets, which were parked at the airport. Even Israeli media outlets have started to report on the attack on the Ben Gurion airport after choosing to not do so for several hours. Israeli flights had to be diverted last night because of the Iranian strikes. Iran has vowed to launch similar attacks on the airport in the future. These are not the only setbacks that the rogue regimes of the US and the settler colony of Israel have had to deal with. Trump and Netanyahu's decision to bomb Iran, which was posing absolutely no threats to anyone, has found very few takers in the West. This was writer George Monbiot on his decision to choke the Strait of Hormuz is already having a catastrophic impact on the global economy. Oil and gas prices have started to skyrocket, which would then fuel the inflation. A few moments ago, I learned that as many as 52 French ships were currently stuck in the Arabian Gulf and another 8 in the Red Sea. This is Claire Short, who was an influential labor minister in the past and even served in the Tony Blair government.
I have gas prices down under $2 a gallon.
As the International Development Secretary. She had even resigned in protest against Tony Blair's decision to invade Iraq. Watch what she has to say now on the illegal invasion of Iran.
I see fudge. I mean, there's absolutely no question in international law that the attack on Iran by Israel and the US was completely illegal. And there's no way around that. And every serious authority agrees. And Starmer, for the first time, and all credit to him, said, no, we're not joining in. We believe in international law. And I thought, at last, Starmer's standing up to America. It's not just, kowtowing again and again. But then we get all this muddle and fudge we've got now because Britain's so entangled with the US and so entangled with the idea that it makes us important to have what we call a special relationship, but not very many people in the US do. They call Israel their special relationship. And you're getting all this fudging now. I mean, if it was wrong to attack, then it's wrong to give America the authority to use our bases to continue to attack. And
Period. Okay. The link is in my description box under the war is not going so well.
Less than 2 months after Donald Trump brought that guy, Mohammed bin Salman, into the White House and pretended that it was totally cool to have a butcher and a murderer sitting next to him, the Trump organization has announced that they now have $10 billion in real estate development contracts in Saudi Arabia. That meeting sure paid off for them, if not for the American people. And here is part of an ad they put out for their new Trump mansions.
The place to be is Saudi Arabia. The place to be is Riyadh.
So what's in the deal for you? What's in the deal for you, American? What's in a deal for you, MAGA? Make America god-awful again? What's in the deal for you?
The place to be is Diriyah. The place to be is home. Welcome to Trump International Wadi Safar. Private, gated, limited, the hottest ticket in town. Inside these gates, the Trump mansions.
If the place to be for Trump is Saudi Arabia, my advice would be to go there. You can live. It's gated. It's private. And isn't it a great mark of confidence in the country you're working with that you want to reassure all your investors, oh, it's gated. Don't worry. They're not going to get to you in there. You're not going to end up running across the desert like one of those horses we have B-roll of. But unfortunately, there is more of the ad, so buckle up.
Where winners reside. The Trump International Golf Club. Anchored by an 18-hole championship golf course. 5-star services at Trump International Hotel. With world-class entertainment and fine dining. Exactly as it should be. And beyond that space, room to breathe, clean air, open skies, where you see more stars than neighbors. You don't come here to get away. You come here because you found your place to be. Trump International, Wadi Safar Riyadh, the place to be.
Yeah, it's not just to get away. It's you finally found your place to be where winners live. Maybe this is crazy of me. I thought America was where winners live, according to Donald Trump. Apparently, he's come up with a better place. Still, though, it is a place where you're going to want to gate, definitely. And also, there's more stars than neighbors. Don't worry. You're not going to see any Saudis, they reassure their investors. You won't see any of them. Don't worry. It's just really nice sand dunes and beef or whatever. Okay, well, that's their big business opportunity.
Where winners reside. The Trump International Golf Club. Anchored by an 18-hole championship golf course. 5-star services at Trump International Hotel. With world-class entertainment and fine dining. Exactly as it should be. And beyond that space, room to breathe, clean air, open skies, where you see more stars than neighbors. You don't come here to get away. You come here because you found your place to be. Trump International, Wadi Safar Riyadh.
Sharon, they're going to make billions, I guess, thanks to the relationships that they and Jared Kushner set up for them. So that's great. And I will repeat the joke that I said in our production meeting. Something peanut farm. What do you think?
Oh, it's so Islamophobic. It's just so, and I happen to know that they will get suckers, and they'll mostly come from parts of New York, but overwhelmingly from Palm Beach. I know this because I got bored over the weekend and I started watching this reality show with these Palm Beach wannabes, and all they did was argue over who was a member of Mar-a-Lago and who got to stand next to the president. And it was crazy. Okay. This is a real place, and calling other people out about their etiquette. And this is the new way of doing things in Palm Beach. So he'll.
Two big developments, and this shows the kind of impact the Iranian retaliation is having on both the US and the illegal settler colony of Israel. Faced with Iran's ability to withstand the American and Israeli transgression, the Pentagon has now asked for $50 billion worth additional military budget's approval. Then last night, Iran bombed the hell out of Ben Gurion Airport. If you watched the video on our Telegram channel, you would have seen the extraordinary visuals of Iran's Khorramshahr 4 enjoying the complete.
All hell is breaking loose as world leaders are revoking their support against Donald Trump and his despicable regime. Just yesterday, we saw the Italian government getting closer to where Spain is in questioning the U.S.'s ability to use Italian resources or air bases in the U.S.-Israeli-Iran conflict. A defense minister in Italy is acknowledging the illegality of the attack under international law. Alberto Lamano writes, and as Dave Keating explained, something is shifting right now. For the first 4 days of this war, Spain was the only EU government willing to criticize the United States-Israeli attack as a violation of international law. Then France joined, then Slovenia joined, then the UK joined, then Canada joined. Now Italy is the appeasement dam breaking. Also, every damn thing that Donald Trump and this despicable Trump regime is saying are lies. Remember when they previously said, oh, the United States has air superiority over Iran, which, by the way, by now, it better damn well have air superiority over Iran based upon the vast resources of the United States. But editor-in-chief of the War Zone, Tyler Rogaway, is saying the U.S. and Israel have not achieved full air supremacy over Iran, despite their claims. More lies from the Trump and Netanyahu regimes. There are only areas of localized air superiority, while Iranian mobile air defense still pose risks. The shift to direct airstrikes over Iran increases operational risk for aircraft. Iran still has road, mobile, and hidden air defense systems that can hide and pop up out of nowhere. And as Rogaway notes, the airspace isn't some sanitized zone, and achieving total air supremacy has not occurred. The campaign is now moving from long-range standoff strikes to direct attacks, allowing more targets to be hit, but raising the threat to pilots and aircrafts. And also, all hell is breaking loose throughout the entire world. The Trump regime has admitted that the U.S. air defenses may not be able to intercept many of Iran's one-way drones. The Trump regime apparently never prepared for this. So they're begging Ukraine for help again yesterday. Ukraine to help U.S. and its allies counter Iranian drones in the Middle East, said Zelensky yesterday. President Zelensky posted the following. We received a request from the United States for specific support in protection against Shahids in the Middle East region. I gave instruction to provide the necessary means and ensure the presence of Ukrainian specialists who can guarantee the required security. Ukraine helps partners who help ensure our security and protect the lives of our people. Glory to Ukraine. So Zelensky swooping in to help the United States as the Trump regime begs Zelensky for help. So you would think the Trump regime would be grateful. You would think that Donald Trump would say, what can we do for you, Zelensky? But instead, Donald Trump gave an interview to Politico yesterday saying the following. It's unthinkable that Zelensky is the obstacle to peace with Putin. You don't have the cards, Zelensky. Now he's got even less cards, Donald Trump told Politico. Trump maintained that Ukraine's leader is not showing the willingness to negotiate. Zelensky has to get on the ball, and he has to get a deal done, according to Donald Trump. Putin's ready to negotiate. Putin wants to end the war. I think Putin's ready to make a deal, but Zelensky isn't. Zelensky is the obstacle. So while the Trump regime is begging Zelensky for help to shoot down these Shahid drones because the U.S. doesn't have the capabilities and went into an unlawful war without figuring out how to do this at the kind of scale that's necessary to keep up with the munitions production. That's what Donald Trump's doing with Zelensky. But by the way, it gets even worse than that. Yesterday, the Trump regime removed all of the barriers for India to acquire oil from Russia, handing Russia a massive win. The U.S. Treasury yesterday, after the Trump regime begged Zelensky for help, the U.S. Treasury eases oil sanctions on the Kremlin, allowing Indian refineries to buy the millions of barrels of Russian crude on floating storage until at least early April. The new rules cover all of the oil already loaded in a tanker by March 5th, 2026. This is a massive win for Putin. And one of the
Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? 45, 47. After crawling on his knees for help from Zelensky. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. You don't have to buy it. Don't buy it. There you go. We have no mineral rights. There you go. Demand all the mineral rights from them. Sweetheart, you're gonna have to speak English in here. I don't know what it is that you're writing in here. If you can't write in English, do not write in my chat, because I don't know what the fuck you're saying in my chat. So don't come writing in my chat unless you can write it in English. Okay, let's continue.
Things that's going on in the region of Eastern Europe as well is you have Hungary took seven, this isn't even get like reported anywhere, took 7 Ukrainian hostages and stole money belonging to Ukraine, $80 million, and threatened war against Ukraine. Here is what Ukraine's foreign minister is saying. Today in Budapest, Hungarian authorities took 7 Ukrainian citizens hostage. The reasons are still unknown, as well as their current well-being or the possibility of contacting them. These 7 Ukrainians are employees of the state-owned Oshad Bank who were operating 2 bank cars transiting between Austria and Ukraine and carrying cash as part of regular services between state banks. In fact, we are talking about Hungary taking hostages and stealing money. If this is the force announced earlier today by Mr. Orban, then this is a force of a criminal gang. This is state terrorism and racketeering. We have already sent an official note demanding an immediate release of our citizens. We will also address the European Union with the request to provide a clear qualification of Hungary's unlawful action, hostage taking, and robbery. So Hungary just took hostage multiple Ukrainians and also threatened the sovereignty of Zelensky. Ukraine has placed Hungary under blockade. We cannot negotiate with the Ukrainians. And then Orban kept on posting these videos of Zelensky saying the following: President Zelensky's threats are not about me. He's threatening Hungary. Unfortunately for him, he cannot stop me from protecting Hungarian families. And so do you see how Orban's behavior is just like Donald Trump's? Orban then posts, no accident, no coincidences. They're calling it a Ukrainian oil blockade. Just so you know what they're even referring to. Russian drones and ballistic missiles blew up something called the Friendship Pipeline, which allowed oil to go through Ukraine into Hungary and Slovakia, and Russia blew it up. And so Hungary and Slovakia are like, Ukraine, you got to build it quicker. And Ukraine's like, well, we'll do our best. But also that oil is used to kill us here in Ukraine. That's basically blood money. And Russia blew it up and we're under attack. by Russia every day with Shahid drones from Iran and ballistic missiles on our own that are attacking us. So if we start renovating the Friendship Pipeline that Russia destroyed, we're going to get targeted by Russian Shahid drones from Iran and ballistic missiles. But Orban writes, it's a blockade. It's an effort to remove Hungary's patriotic government, Zelensky and the Tyza party.
So he expects them to rebuild some motherfucking pipeline that Russia blew up in the middle of them fighting a war in Russia, kidnapping bankers who are carrying money. Is this what heads of governments have dwindled down to, seeing the fucking bullshit that is allowed by 4547?
Citizens who are videotaping what's happening, and they're arresting the Kuwaiti Ministry. Next, we're going after Cuba. It should be noted that throughout the Middle East and these Arab nations that are getting bombed by Iran right now, you know, all these Arab nations have laws basically to restrict filming by people in their countries of the ballistic missiles and the drones striking them. So it's hard to even get accurate data of the scope and scale of the Iranian strikes because it's basically banned to film them. You have the Qatari News Agency, the Kuwaiti Ministry of Interior, and UAE, Dubai has put out similar notices, basically announcing that they're arresting their citizens who are videotaping what's happening, and they're arresting them for disinformation. And they're saying these are disinformation videos you're putting out there regarding, you know, what's going on.
Arrested for spreading misinformation and inciting public opinion. If you don't see it, you cannot have an opinion of it. Get into that.
On in Doha and what's going on in Abu Dhabi and Dubai and Bahrain. And so they were actually arresting citizens there as well. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps spokesperson saying, we are ready for a long war to punish the aggressors. Iran's new weapons and innovations are on the way and have not been deployed at scale yet. Enemies should expect painful strikes in every operational wave. I mean, here's the thing, though, too. I mean, look, U.S. and Israel are pounding Iran very, very hard. But Iran is striking back, attacking U.S. interests and other allies and Arab nations in the region, where with a focus on where the U.S. interests are, but also.
Okay, so there's that. Well, let me see. What else? The economy. That's the
all right.
economy
So we've got to talk about
is
the
just
price of
days from
oil because
shutdown.
unfortunately it looks like it's going to go up, and it's going to go up a lot. This is the headline today: oil rally resumes after brief dip in prices as Brent tops $87 a barrel. Okay. And let me show you a current price chart. WTI is around 84. Brent crude's at 87, pushing 88. You can see it right there. And essentially everything's going up in price. And we've been talking about $100 a barrel. That was yesterday. It looks like it's heading that way. I wouldn't be shocked here. However, today, now we're talking $150 a barrel. And yes, you heard that correctly. $150 a barrel is a possibility. And this is coming from Qatar. And I want to give you the latest on what they're saying. Qatar warns war will force Gulf to stop energy exports, quote, within days. And I think you can probably imagine how ugly that will get. Again, we're talking possibility of $150 a barrel. This is from the energy minister.
Now, Wednesday, when I was here, they were talking about $80 to $90 a barrel. Look how one day has changed everything.
In Qatar. The energy minister has warned that war in the Middle East could, quote, bring down the economies of the world. That's what we're talking about today. Bring down the economies of the world. Predicting that all Gulf energy exporters would shut down production within days and drive oil to $150 a barrel. And you can read this any number of ways that they're basically warning us, hey guys, cut it out. Otherwise, we're going to just not ship you any oil. And that does shut down the economies of the world. I would actually agree with that. $150 a barrel. And if you think about, okay, we're $87 now, going to $150, I think it's like 72% increase, something like that. And so take whatever you're paying at the pump now and just add a whole bunch. My bet would be maybe you're going to be paying $5 to $6 at the pump in the USA. In California, because it's higher than other states, maybe $8, something like that. It could get really ugly. Let's be frank with you guys, it could get really ugly. Saad al-Kabi told the Financial Times that even if war ended immediately, so if the war just ended today, right, it would take weeks to months to return to a normal cycle, because it's hard to get things going again. And I think one of their refineries or something was hit. It says there was an Iranian drone strike at its largest liquefied natural gas plant. So this is actually really serious to the economy. $150 a barrel. And again, even if they stopped or started today, to get production, it would take weeks to months to get back to normal. It says here, war keeps Strait of Hormuz almost totally shut, raising energy prices, right? That's what we're talking about here. And let me show you this. This is a chart of the sort of ships or tankers, I should say, going in and out. So this would be the blue is into the Gulf, right? Coming in. So like in any day here, back February 26th, you get like over 30, something like that. The attacks begin. So that was around February 28th. And then now we're at like March 5th. This, according to this chart, is from the Financial Times. You're getting like 1 or 2 tankers come in, or 0, actually. You can see it here. And then out of the Gulf, basically, less than 30 was before, and then now you're getting pretty much nil. And I also want to show you this. This was actually a story here in Korea. I don't know if they shared it with you guys or not. Basically, when the fighting started and you're, on a tanker, you're in the Gulf and you're like, what do I do? There's like a bottleneck to try to get out of the Gulf, and then you're just not sure if anything's safe at all. I guess Korean ships, like, you know what, we're just going to bust on through. They hit the pedal to the metal and apparently made it. They were like one of the few that could get out. I mean, you can see right there, that's what the red circle is. It was pretty risky, like how fast they went. I think they had to take some crazy route to do it. But at the time, the choices, I guess, were, stay and be a sitting duck or try to get out. It sounds like a crazy car chase. That's why it's been big news here that they were able to get out. But the people who weren't, this is what they're saying. This is from The Guardian. They say, we're powerless and hoping nothing hits us, trapped on a tanker as Iran war escalates. And I hadn't even thought about this. Like, this would be the last place that you'd want to be if there's drones and missiles flying around during a war zone. And as one person describes it, you're sitting on like, millions of barrels of oil. That's what they say. It says, at the time we had no GPS, no communications, and we're sitting on more than 1 million barrels of floating oil, right? That's probably not where you want to be. And then it says here, thousands of seafarers are trapped on tankers in the Gulf after the Strait of Hormuz was effectively closed to shipping by escalating war on Iran. So again, we're talking about $150 a barrel. Have a listen to what Fox News says about this situation.
The Strait. Why is that so critical?
About a fifth of the world's oil and gas flows through the Straits of Hormuz. But this is a problem that's going to go away very soon. I mean, the Iranian Navy is sunk. It's on the floor.
Okay, I'll stop there. I don't think the problem's going to go away soon. That's just, I think it's a pretty easy prediction to make. I don't think the problem's going to go away soon. So the Fox is trying to say, oh, guys, everything's fine. Everything's safe. That's why I was showing you guys, there's a bunch of tankers trapped. People are like, I'm on a 1 million barrels of flowing oil. Crude could go up to 150.
Persian Gulf for the main. So there's stories by all these pessimistic lefties that little motorboats, little skiffs are going to come around and shoot your oil tanker if you go through the strait. So, okay, fine. They might actually get one. So we're taking action, as you probably know. The Navy is going to accompany cargo ships. They're ready. Cargo ships are lined up. They're ready to rock. The insurance rates have been raised, so our government's going to give some help and take some of the risk out of that. The Navy will escort I think, I spoke to Ed Yardeni today, a very distinguished
Let me
economist.
just interject here. So my understanding is, even though Trump said, "Oh, guys, I promise we'll guarantee the insurance, stuff like that," I guess the tankers in the industry doesn't trust Trump. That's a report we talked about before. I mean, you can't trust Trump on any of this stuff. And then, so you would have to trust Trump on two things. One, are you really going to get a Navy escort? That actually might happen. Who knows? It totally could. And then two, will the U.S. really, cover your insurance or whatever and back? It, but I would be very, very leery on the second one. I mean, this is where we're at right now. So Fox is trying to this is sort of a communication to get, hey guys, everything's great. Just sail on through. Let's get that oil going again.
Thomas on Wall Street, who's a good thinker. One or two cargo ships coming through the Straits of Hormuz, one or two, will drop the price of oil substantially. You're at $80-85 right now. We should be around $60. And as the president told me a few weeks ago, it should get down to 55. Okay, fine. Put a few cargo ships through. Put it through. Take care of the insurance, and you'll see a huge change.
Yeah, psychologically, once that opens up, everybody will get back in action.
I mean, it's the funny thing, all this, I'm reading.
I don't know if that's necessarily true, but I get the psychology would be, hey, look at it, safe to go through, but who wants to take that first, risk now, right?
Okay. We're in a boom here. Can I just say that? Yep. You and I have talked about this from time to time, which is just full of untruths and lies. So we're in a boom here. Can I just say that? Yep. You and I have talked about this from time to time. This is a business boom. This is a productivity boom. This is a profits boom. This was a stock market. Stock market, you think it was crashing left and right. The whole 6-day period, the Dow's off 2%. The S&P 500 is off less than 1%.
So they're just telling us we're all awesome, we're all rich, and market's going to be fine. And I'm just telling you what Qatar says, dude, it's going to be like $150 a barrel, and ships are kind of worried about going through. And we got two competing narratives, and we'll see who ends up being right probably next week. Because unfortunately, the situation is getting really dire. Let me show you more. This one's even more, well, that's all scary, I'll just be frank. Depleted oil reserve leaves U.S. exposed as Iran war pushes up prices. So I guess we don't have as much oil in the U.S. as you thought you had. Depleted oil reserves exposed. It says Donald Trump has not, of course he hasn't, has not fulfilled a vow to refill the strategic petroleum reserve that was drained by Joe Biden. So evidently, I think it was Biden, they said he was pulling from this during the Ukraine thing. And then they never refilled it. So the reserve created in 1974 following the Arab oil embargo was left well below its capacity after Biden opened the taps to contain crude prices following Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Okay. Trump has since failed to fulfill the vow, so he was promising, he made in his inauguration speech that last year to, quote, refill oil reserves right up to the top again. So I guess we're struggling on the reserves there. This is, well, first, this is the price of oil. So you can see it's going up and down. So back in Q1 24, I don't know, peaked at, let's look at the chart here, 85-ish, 87-ish, something like that. So we're already there, like going up like crazy. 150 would be really, really insane. And then just to give you a flavor of what kind of reserves we're talking about, it says the reserve currently contains 415 million barrels of oil, okay, or about 20 days of total U.S. consumption. So what happens at the end of the 20 days? I know, I mean, it's not that funny, but I mean, we're just in like this crazy whacked out situation here, and we're watching the cost of oil, and it's just going through. I'm just trying to tell you the truth on this stuff, guys, and I don't know how many people are going to be talking about this today, the $150 thing. It should be the front line, the page of everything, but I know there's just so much happening because like it's even more crazy. I guess the U.S. wants to sell oil to China now. That's our plan. U.S. has a big ask for China, buy less oil from Russia, more from America. I don't think that plan is going to work, to be frank, but that's what we're going to try to do. And then essentially we're going to then say, okay, if you also buy more oil from us, please also buy more soybeans and stuff like that. That's from Besant. And then China's going to probably try to lower tariffs so they can send more goods to the U.S. and then also try to get more chips and stuff. So those negotiations are going to be really, really testy. I'll just say that because it's all like high, how can I say, high dollar value goods and important goods, right? All this stuff. So we'll see if the U.S. can sell oil to China. That really is the headline. Then you also have Hegseth saying that we're all doing great. Listen to this.
Iran is hoping that we cannot sustain this, which is a really bad miscalculation for the IRGC in Iran. Our commitment to our mission objectives only increases as our advantages continue to increase. We've got no shortage of munitions. Our stockpiles of defensive and offensive weapons allow us to sustain this campaign as long as we need to. Again, our munition status only increases as our advantage increases. Our capabilities, we have only just begun to fight and fight decisively.
So that's coming from Hegseth. I guess we're great on munitions. Ignore all the reports that we keep seeing that we're not so great. And I mean, the big problem, as we talked about before, is Iran can fly these really, really cheap drones, you know, like $20,000 kind of thing. And then it takes millions of dollars to shoot these things down. So the math doesn't work out. And I guess, you know, multiple countries in the region, in the Gulf region, are like scrambling to get more interceptors. This is actually in our news in Korea. Is the U.S. military then moving assets from here in South Korea to the Middle East? And this is our news. U.S. FK, so U.S. Forces Korea, may send Patriot missiles to the Middle East. Now, when you actually look at the details, they don't really say specifically because this is obviously a sensitive topic, right? You don't have to say, hey, this is how many weapons we got. This is where they're going. These are the exact locations. But mum's the word. Like literally it says, both Korean and U.S. officials have maintained an ambiguous stance on the issue. Quote, for operational securities, we do not comment on the movement or relocation or potential repositioning of specific military capabilities or assets. So your guess is as good as mine. I would.
So in other words, yes, they have to send missiles from Korean bases to the Middle East because they are running out of interceptors, like you have already been told. In Germany, gas has went up €3. Someone in the chat is saying. Let me move on.
The Trump administration cannot seem to get their story straight when it comes to why we attacked Iran. And instead of trying to get on the same page, they're just lashing out at those pesky reporters who keep asking them questions.
Listen, let me explain to you guys this in simple English, okay? Iran is run by lunatics, religious fanatic lunatics. They have an ambition to have nuclear weapons.
Iran is run by religious.
So this is after he said that pay attention to what I'm saying. Israel was going to strike Iran, and Iran was going to strike us, so we had to strike them. And then he pretended like he didn't say it, and now he's telling you that hey, Iran is just full of religious lunatics. Are we going to forget that there have been multiple reports from our people in the military who are saying that their orders are coming along with quotes from the Revolution, the book of Revolutions in the Bible that says that prepare yourself for the coming of Christ, and commanders are telling their military people in the United States that they are hastening the coming back of Christ within these military missions. Are we going to pretend that? Are we going to pretend that that has not been happening in the United States in this war? And then you have Marco Rubio talking about these are religious fanatics, and ignoring the religious fanatics that are on this side. You have people coming out talking about the abuse of women in this. The women don't have rights in Iran and all of this. While Pete Kegbreath is going to the church of a white nationalist who don't think that women should have the right to vote in the United States of America. Make any of this make sense? Make any of this bullshit make sense? As they prop out these white nationalists who said that slavery was not bad, and women shouldn't have the right to a vote, that women shouldn't be working, that women should be at home being pregnant.
Religious lunatics. Every accusation is a confession. This deranged Christian nationalist pastor advocates for slavery and banning women from voting. He is Hegseth's pastor and led Pentagon's monthly prayer service at his invitation. Add to that hundreds of complaints coming in about commanders saying that Donald Trump was anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return to Earth as yet another reason about why we went to war with Iran. And add to that another deranged pastor giving this sermon on Sunday morning.
Today we are going to discover Bible prophecy called God's Operation Fury. He has planned for Iran in the near future.
It looks like that Christian grifter knew about the U.S. going to war with Iran before we did, even before Congress did. But Iran is run by religious lunatics. Right. So let's get into that suspicious timing, and let's also get into the ever-shifting explanation for why this peace president went to war. As I was digging into this story, I noticed that this troll-looking little grifter, John Hagee, has about 1.2 million subscribers, and he's been on YouTube for 15 years. We've been at this for a couple of years, and we just hit 1 million earlier in 2026 because this team is awesome, and so is our community. So if you have not subscribed to Really American yet, please do so. If for no other reason than just to...
This link is in my description box. Please go to War and Religion and check her out.
On a flight with President Trump Friday night, right before the U.S. attacked Iran.
You were with the president on Friday, flying back from Washington, D.C. here to Texas, right? Just hours before the attack.
This is John Corner. You were on the plane. You didn't know about the attack. You were on the plane with Trump. He didn't endorse you for your run that you had in Texas, that you have to do a runoff because this president wouldn't even endorse you as the sitting senator. And so what you getting out of the deal? Let me see your back. Let me see how many boot marks are on your back from motherfuckers wiping their feet on you like a doormat that you are. Cornyn.
Happened. Did he give you any kind of hint that what was about to happen?
He's a very cool customer. He asked us whether we supported a strike on Iran. The members of Congress that were there in the room, the cabin actually in Air Force One. And all of us raised our hand and said we did support that, recognizing the gravity of the decision and that only the president as commander-in-chief could actually make. But I know he's been consulting with all of his various leaders, from the head of the CIA to the General Kane and others, head of the Air Force and Army and all the various allies like Israel. And this was well planned.
Cornyn claims he did not know definitively prior to Trump attacking Iran that that is what he planned to do. And that seems a little suspicious, because if he did not know, his pastor seemed to know, because this was Cornerstone Church in San Antonio, Texas, bright and early Sunday morning.
A headline that shook the world.
Join you right now with breaking news from the Middle East. Israel has launched preemptive airstrikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
Sirens are wailing, and prophecies written thousands of years ago are stepping onto the world stage. Explosions over Tehran, retaliatory strikes, nations choosing sides, and the world asks, is this just another war? History is not random.
So my first question is, why is there did they have this man out there acting as he is some a national reporter reporting on the news of the day? Why is this a whole commercial dash news related announcement in a church? In a church video, trying to represent some type of news angle to what's going on while encompassing it in church doctrine. That is really what I want to know. And why isn't John Hagee paying income taxes? If this is what he wants to do, why is he a nonprofit and not paying income taxes?
Empires will rise, empires will fall, but the word of God will stand forever. Iran, Israel, America, where are we in the unfolding plan of God?
And the Bible says, when you see these signs, lift up your heads and rejoice. Your redemption draweth nigh.
That's John Hagee, a fanatical lunatic of a Christian pastor. And after that video played, he gave a sermon that was over 40 minutes long about the U.S. and Israel waging a holy war against Iran.
Today we rejoice in the prophetic scriptures of Ezekiel, revealing God's Operation Fury for the enemies of Israel. King David writes in the Psalms concerning Israel, you shall break them with a rod of iron. You shall dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. In Jesus' name, may the name of the Lord be glorified. And all of God's children said amen.
Makes perfect sense why people like him were being persecuted in England and had to flee, right? Because they're batshit crazy. Okay, so that was 8:30 on Sunday morning, one day after the war began. And sure, they could have put together that video and that sermon in just one day, but I find it really odd that Hagee seemed to have way more information than Congress even did. Congress was not briefed until Monday. And look who was in his congregation on Sunday morning, Senator Cornyn.
Our senior senator from the great state of Texas, representing us in the Senate of the United States for many, many years, Senator John Cornyn.
The same John Cornyn who was on the plane with 45-47 the night before, who had no idea he was going to be striking Iraq. And now he's sitting up in Hagee's church, and Hagee is doing a whole fire and brimstone rapture preaching this Sunday morning after the Saturday morning strikes. Come on.
Senator Clinton has been married to his wife Sandy for 46 years. They've raised 2 daughters. He is one of Israel's greatest friends in the United States government.
How fun that churches are tax exempt, right? After the service on Sunday afternoon, Cornyn posted on Twitter that Christians around the world are grateful for President Trump's courageous action in coordination with Israel to protect our citizens and world from a nuclear Iran. Quite the departure, waging war against Iran.
And all of the contradictory explanations continued from there. It didn't stop there. There's more. I mean, for instance, Secretary Hegseth today suggested that this was in part a revenge mission because of Iran's failed attempt to assassinate President Trump 2 years ago. Then there's the absurd justification that a combat unit commander reportedly told his officers that this was biblically sanctioned and signals the rapid approach of Armageddon. Points for creativity there on that one, I suppose.
Just reminding you that Rubio said Iran is being run by religious lunatics. Okay? And speaking of religious lunatics, Hegseth is trying to integrate this nut job into the Trump administration.
Wilson is part of a broader Christian nationalist movement making inroads with the Trump administration, with a newly created faith office led by evangelical pastor Paula White Cain, and people seen right outside the White House entrance praying and speaking in tongues.
We are standing on the soil of the White House, and we are declaring your word.
How precious! And now there's a monthly prayer service at the Pentagon, initiated by Hegseth, Wilson's highest level connection to the administration.
It's not organizationally tied to us, but it's the kind of thing we love to see.
For his part, Hegseth has publicly praised Wilson.
Now we're standing on the shoulders of a generation later, the Doug Wilsons and the others.
Wilson's influence spans the globe with more than 150 churches.
And that piece on Doug Wilson was done by CNN just a couple of weeks ago. So you can go watch the whole thing and listen to his justification for not only supporting slavery, but also banning women from leadership positions and making voting a household decision made by the man. All right. That guy is Hegseth's spiritual advisor.
Listen, let me explain to you guys this in simple English, okay? Iran is run by lunatics, religious fanatic lunatics. They have an ambition to have nuclear weapons.
Thanks for reminding us again, Ruben.
Just in case you were unaware. Just in case you were unaware. Is there anything else? Hegseth. Not Hegseth. Kakai Patel. I definitely want to give you the information about your FBI during these strikes. Let's get to the reporting on Kakai Patel and the FBI director. Why don't we? This link is already in the description box. If you are unaware, during this markup to the war, what Kakai Patel had been up to, let's go over this. FBI Director Kash Patel acts key Iran specialist just days before Donald Trump launched Operation Epstein Fury. We're calling it Epstein Fury, not Epic Fury. He's furious that Epstein was in the headlines, so he needed to do something to get them out of the headlines. Just days before the United States launched a major military operation against Iran, FBI Director Kash Patel fired more than a dozen agents and staff members from a counterintelligence unit focused on foreign threats. The firing targeted the Bureau's Washington, D.C. CI-12 unit. Why did Kash Patel fire agents, you may ask? The team handles sensitive investigation involving espionage, intelligence breaches, and hostile foreign activity inside the United States. At the same time, your president said that there may be strikes inside the United States because of these Iranian strikes. But 12 people in the FBI who handles these type of investigations have been fired by Kakai Patel. Okay, so the team handles sensitive investigations involving espionage, intelligence, breaches, and hostile foreign activity inside the United States, including threats linked to Iran. Those who were removed had previously worked on the classified document investigation involving Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago property. Because they were assigned to go to Mar-a-Lago to do their job that they were assigned to, that inquiry examined the alleged retention of sensitive government material. The shakeup followed revelations that Patel and White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles' phone records had been subpoenaed during the earlier probe. Because Susie Wiles and Kakai Patel phone records were subpoenaed in the FBI investigation into 4547, keeping confidential papers at his Mar-a-Lago home. These agents were fired by Kakai Patel. Make that make sense. Patel sharply criticized the prior FBI leadership over the move, saying that, per the Daily Beast, it is outrageous and deeply alarming that the previous FBI leadership secretly subpoenaed my own phone records, along with those of now White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles. You were not the FBI director. She was not the White House Chief of Staff. So why do you think that it is weird for them to subpoena records and you're sitting up here hiding the Epstein files? Make it make sense. I don't know. Okay, using a flimsy pretext and burying the entire process in prohibited case files designed to evade all oversight. The timing of the dismissal has raised concern with the FBI and the Justice Department. CI-12 previously played a role in monitoring potential retaliation by Iran after the 2020 U.S. drone strike that killed General Qasem Soleimani. Okay. In the years since, Iran-linked actors have faced charges in alleged posts targeting American officials. In a joint FBI and Department of Homeland Security assessment, describes Iran's security service as adaptable and opportunistic, outlining how operatives allegedly relied on intermediaries, bumper phones, and cryptocurrency to obscure involvement. Oh, excuse me. One person familiar with the current threat environment told CNN there is nothing to indicate that they have been any increased threats or activated sleeper agents since the latest U.S. strikes. Even so, law enforcement agencies have intensified monitoring, which is typical during overseas conflicts. The FBI declined to discuss specific personnel matters in a statement to CNN. The Bureau said it maintains a robust counterintelligence operation with personnel all over the country, minus 12. Our team remains fully engaged across the country and are prepared to mobilize any security asset needed to assist federal partners as well as state and local law enforcement, an FBI spokesperson added. The same FBI who had what type of success finding the mother of Savannah Gultry? The same FBI service who said that they were instrumental in solving the Charlie Kirk situation within 48 hours, when in fact the Charlie Kirk suspected shooter turned himself in, and you were informed by that he was turning himself in after it was determined that he would be turning himself in, but you okay, this FBI. Let me see. The FBI Agents Association previously warned in a statement to CNN that removing experienced personnel weakens the Bureau by stripping away crucial expertise and destabilizing the workforce. undermining trust in leadership and jeopardizing the Bureau's ability to meet its recruitment goals, ultimately putting the nation at great risk. Okay, so I'm going to drop this link right here in the chat as well. It is in my description box. If you are unfamiliar with what Kakai Patel has been up to, if you are unfamiliar with the fact that Christy Ice Barbie, Christy Noem had put a 22-year-old with no counterterrorist experience in to the Department of Homeland Security's counterterrorism a job. Go back in my program. Let me share with you also reporting about this from Michelle Wallace. Nicole Wallace. Looks like Michelle. That doesn't sound right. Nicole Wallace.
From Carol Leonnig and Ken Delanian about an explosive pattern that begins with FBI Director Kash Patel under fire for eyebrow-raising headlines and ending with him lashing out to fire experienced FBI staff and agents. As we learned this week, that includes those with expertise in counterintelligence, global espionage, and Iran. Today, Carol and Ken report this, quote, in 4 key instances, Kash Patel's decision to fire FBI agents and staff came within hours or days of unflattering accounts emerging about him and his competency to run the FBI. They add this, quote, inside the FBI, staff and agents have been tracking this pattern and growing concerned that Kash Patel is jeopardizing the FBI's mission as a byproduct of trying to eliminate his bad press and shore up support with Trump, according to multiple FBI sources who spoke to MS Now. The key instances of bad press that they're talking about, these are headlines that you might remember forever, reporting that Kash Patel knowingly broke the law when firing senior FBI executives, reporting about flight records showing that Kash Patel misuses the FBI jet to visit his girlfriend, reporting that described Kash Patel as an unserious leader who had demoralized and weakened the Bureau. And most recently, Kash Patel's trip to the Olympics in Italy, again aboard a government jet, where seen here, he guzzled beer and sprayed it all over everyone in the room while partying with the USA men's hockey team. I want to bring in Carol Leonnig, who's reporting, we've been reading from, also joining us, former Assistant Special Agent in Charge at the FBI and National Security Intelligence Analyst for us, Michael Feinberg. Carol Leonnig, take us through this really wider look at a pattern that's become clear.
Thanks, Nicole, for focusing on this. You know, as you know from covering this yourself in a way, and tracking what's been going on at the Justice Department and the FBI, we can sometimes become a little bit numb to these serial purges. There have been story after story that we've broken here at MS Now, or that some of our colleagues and competitors have broken, about FBI agents and staff being fired by Kash Patel since he took office in February of 2025 as the director. But what we started to look into was the seemingly eerie coincidence or coordination, depending on your perspective, between moments when Kash Patel is personally in hot water and moments when these FBI agents are having their careers ended unceremoniously, often without any cause or justification given to them about why they're being fired. I would like to emphasize that there are people at the FBI, we learned in the course of this reporting, who have also noticed this trend, but we tried in our reporting to focus very specifically on those moments when Kash Patel is in big trouble, and within days or hours even, he is firing a group of people who work for him and his own staff. And we found these 4 instances that had this eerie overlap. Kash Patel, through a spokesperson, told MS Now, told me and Ken, that firings are based on investigations and findings of impropriety and nothing more. I just think it's important to say what they say is happening.
Let me go through them again. And I love that we can, especially with Michael here, look at this. I think of it as like a crater that they've created at the FBI. And without putting them together, it's hard to understand just how deep it is. And I guess what I want to ask you to talk about on the other side is, I mean, he's perpetually in trouble. And so I want to know from both of you where the bottom might be of that crater. But let me just go through the examples again. In mid-September, Kash Patel faced a string of media reports about a lawsuit claiming he knowingly broke the law when he fired 3 top FBI officials. I believe they countersued. So this is what happened immediately afterward. Within a week, Kash Patel ordered the firing of 10 FBI agents who were pictured 5 years earlier taking a knee to show solidarity with people protesting the police killing of George Floyd. Second example, in October, so a month later, a social media influencer revealed flight records that showed Kash Patel took the FBI jet to see his girlfriend sing the national anthem at an event at Penn State. Fired the day after the news broke, a 27-year FBI veteran named Stephen Palmer, who headed the critical incident response group that oversees the FBI jet fleet. The third example, January 22nd, 2026, so about 6 weeks later, the New York Times published an article quoting former and current FBI employees describing Kash Patel as an unserious leader who had demoralized and weakened the FBI. The next day, Kash Patel ordered the firing of 6 agents who were based out of the FBI's Miami field office, as well as a handful of senior agents. I think those had some role in the Mar-a-Lago documents case. Example 4, last month, February 2026, stories about Kash Patel flying on the FBI jet to the Olympics in Milan. On February 24th, the day after a video emerged of Patel partying in the hockey team's locker room, a new account emerged from a whistleblower who said Kash Patel's use of the director's jet for a personal trip to Florida in December and his confusing orders delayed an elite FBI evidence team from reaching the scene of that mass shooting at Brown University to handle some of that evidence on December 13th. And then February 25th, the next day, Kash Patel ordered the firing of at least 10 FBI agents and support staff who'd worked on the investigation examining Trump's withholding of classified records. Carol, one, could be a coincidence. 2, could be a unlikely pattern. 3 is obviously a practice. 4 seems like an obsession. Is there anything that the FBI Agents Association or Congress can do to protect the remaining agents?
So far, no. Obviously, as you know, there have been these countersuits, which look like they are, at least in some measure, going to be successful because it's improper to fire someone without cause. And in the case of, for example, that lawsuit that prompted more firings, the lawsuit about the firings involving former acting director Driscoll and 2 other senior officials, they essentially said we were told we were being fired for a political reason without just cause. We were told that we were going to have to be removed to please the White House. That is the claim in the lawsuit. But your larger question, Nicole, is, what is going on here? And it is true that Kash Patel is often in the news because of insider accounts that are emerging about problematic behavior or use of the government plane for personal travel that doesn't appear to follow any protocols for how previous directors used a government taxpayer-funded jet. Going to see a men's hockey game in the main and a few security meetings in Italy, for example, has really upset a lot of people inside the FBI, embarrassed them. And as these insider accounts emerge, the results is overwhelmingly that more agents are fired, which FBI sources tell us they believe is an effort to basically change the channel, an effort by Patel, in their view, to further ingratiate himself with Donald Trump and protect his job. The problem for those sources and for many in the FBI is it is undermining the actual bureau and the critical missions that they perform.
To say nothing of the war we're now in, the hot war in the Middle East.
Okay, and why is that important? For you in the back who, I don't understand why that is important. Let's see, why might that be important? Let's see.
Dying on American soil from retaliatory attacks as a result of the war he started. People took that to mean American service members in combat. But that's not what he's saying tonight. A pretty stunning admission from the President of the United States. As always, spread the word. Follow along for all the news you need to know about. We have some major news tonight. Donald Trump is acknowledging that Americans may face retaliatory attacks here in the United States on United States soil as a result of the war. He said, quote, "I guess, like I said, some people will die." One of the craziest statements from the president. It's from an interview with Time magazine tonight. Asked whether Americans should be worried about retaliatory acts at home, Trump acknowledges the possibility. "I guess," he says, "but I think they're worried about that all the time. We think about it all the time. We plan for it. But yeah, we expect some things. Like I said, some people will die. When you go to war, some people will die." I don't think when he said that in
Okay, let's move on. Is America great again yet? Has America been made great again yet? Well, maybe after you hear this story, surely you will see the greatness in America and how 4547 has absolutely made America great again. From his first day in office, can we see if America has been made great again? I'm going to drop this link in the chat. This is going to be my last link. I'm going to drop it in the chat. I think it's already in the description box. Is America great again yet? Here we go. The link is in the chat. Okay, here we go. Let's go. January 6er, pardoned by Trump, sentenced to life for child X abuse, with the S in front of the X, for child X abuse. He tried to bribe the victims. Is America great again yet? Y'all remember this great day in American history? Y'all remember this? All the red, white, and blue, all the patriotism, all the bullshit. One of the January 6 rioters, pardoned by President 4547, will still spend the rest of his life behind bars after he was convicted of actually abusing 2 middle school children. In 2024, Andrew Paul Johnson pled guilty to multiple nonviolent counts related to breaching the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021, and was sentenced to 1 year in prison, to be followed by 1 year of supervised release. According to a report by NPR, but after just a few months behind bars, Johnson was released when 4547 issued a mass pardon for the rioters on the first day of his second term in January 2025. Johnson celebrated his release in a social media post, writing that he was free. I'm free to be me and fondle the children. I'm free to be me and be the freak I want to be. I'm free to be the perv. I hope I get the protection that the perverted billionaires getting in change. I'm free. Okay, Johnson celebrated his release in a social media post, writing that he was free at last. Free at last! Free at last! Look at him biting off the Dr. King. He said he was free at last. And thanking Trump. Oh, he didn't thank God Almighty. He thanked Trump Almighty. I'm free at last. Adding that he never lost faith. I never lost faith you would do the right thing, he said to his King Trump. And look at how he used the American flag in his X post. His name in X is American Terrorist. Shouldn't that tell you something? Here is his post thanking 4547. Alarm, January 6 pardons. Free at last. Thank you at real Donald Trump. We all never lost faith you would do the right thing. And thank you to all the supporters and advocates that never gave up on us. It's supposed to be thank you TO, not thank you to, including TOO, which is to include. Thank you to, which means reaching out and saying this just to you, not to. Anyway, I digress. There is the man. There's the man with the plan. Okay. January 21st, 2025. How did this end up? According to NPR, Johnson met a woman who lived in Brooksville, Florida, at a political rally in 2023. The names of the victims and their parents are omitted to protect their identities. Who let him stay on her couch? At his trial, the woman testified that Johnson had been working as a handyman and she believed he could help with repairs around her house. And he wound up breaking your children. The woman's son testified that he was just 11 years old when the abuse began, saying that he had fallen asleep while watching scary movie, and then when he woke up in the morning, he was touching me. I felt him touching me in my private area. The boy testified later that he awoke to Johnson touching him again, and that he was too nervous and scared to tell what happened, and that Johnson had told him not to tell anyone. After Johnson was pardoned and released from prison, he returned to the boy's mother and began abusing him again, including using the game Roblox and messaging app Discord to send him messages, sometimes with actual content. He also abused the boy's best friend, a 12-year-old girl. Both children testified that the abuse they experienced, including Johnson exposing himself to them in multiple times and making explicit actual comments and physically actually abusing them. Let's see. Let me see. Here is the ex-post. Tom Diabach will have a story up shortly, including the heartbreaking testimony of the children who suffered months-long sexual abuse in the case where they were 11 and 12 years old. To protect their privacy, NPR is withholding their names. Here is the what is the right calling these this scum? They're calling them patriots. They're calling aren't they calling the January Sixers patriots? Here is 4547 and the right's patriot. A January 6th rioter pardoned by Trump, sentenced to life in prison since receiving presidential pardons. Dozens of former Capitol rioters have gotten into more legal trouble. Okay. Now, the boy's mother noticed changes in his behavior and then found some of the Discord messages Johnson had sent. When she asked the children about the messages, they told her what happened, and she called the police. Johnson was arrested just 7 months after he was released from prison. He should have stayed in prison since it seems that is the type of play that he liked. It seemed like he would have gotten what he liked in prison. He was arrested just 7 months after he was released from prison for the January 6 offenses. Police investigating the case reported that Johnson had told the children he expected to get millions of dollars in restitution money from the Trump administration for his January 6 case and would share the money with them if they kept quiet. Shh, don't tell anybody. 4547 has the American people so stupid that they're going to pay me millions of dollars in restitution when I was a bum when I first went to the Capitol, so they would not be restoring me to anything. The MAGA maniacs have become so accustomed to being financially abused by MAGA that they will pay all of us millions of dollars, no matter how criminal we are, because they actually saw how criminally we were when we came to the Capitol on January 6th. In February, a jury in Hernando County, Florida, found Johnson guilty of lewd or lascivious molestation of a victim less than 12 years of age. Lewd or lascivious molestation of a victim 12 years of age. or older, but less than 16 years of age. 2 counts of lewd or lascivious exhibition and transmission of material harmful to a minor by electronic device. On Thursday, Johnson was sentenced to life in prison. A growing list of other January 6 defendants have found themselves on the wrong side of the law since being pardoned, including several for violent offenses like assaulting women and threatening law enforcement officers and elected officials. One man was notably arrested just one day after he was pardoned for gun charges. That's it. One man actually was shot dead by a police officer, I believe, in Indiana. So there's that. If you are not familiar with any of these stories, you may want to avail yourself to some of the stories that I have shared with you. The links are in my description box. Go over to their channels and support some of these people. Hold on, let me see what this is. And if we are forgetting why we are at war with Iran, let's not forget the Epstein files. Now, Pam Bimbo has been subpoenaed. And curiously, guess what is happening now? Pam Bimbo is releasing more Epstein files after she has been subpoenaed to sit before Congress and ask questions.
York or New Jersey, and it was somebody with money, money, money. She identified.
Hold on, let me get the sound on this. I didn't want to start it over, but I have to.
Accused Donald Trump of assaulting her when she was between the ages of 13 and 15 years old with Epstein have now been released by the DOJ as part of the Epstein files, and these accusations are incredibly serious. I'm going to put the numbers of these documents on the screen at the end of the video so you can go read them if you want, but she told FBI agents in one of these interviews that she recalled at least one incident in which Epstein took her off the island and introduced her to somebody in either New York or New Jersey, and it was somebody with money, money, money. She identified him as Donald Trump. There were other people in the room. Donald Trump told them to leave, and when they did, he said to the girls something to the effect of, "Let me teach you how little girls are supposed to be." He then did all of this stuff. He put her head down into his area. She bit his area, and he apparently attacked her, said, "Get the hell out of here." She also said she got the feeling that the relationship between Trump and Epstein included a lot of jealousy. She thought that Trump appeared jealous of Epstein, but at some point they ended up on a level playing field. Trump and Epstein sometimes use the terms fresh meat, untainted, and not jaded. Very gross. She also said she overheard Donald Trump and Epstein talk about blackmailing people. These are the numbers of the documents, these 3 previously missing interviews that the FBI, the DOJ, refused to release to the American people, and now we know why. We also don't know what the conclusion of this investigation was. The DOJ hasn't commented on that at all. They haven't released any documents around it, but man, some very serious stuff. We have some major news. The 3 missing FBI interviews with a woman who accused Donald Trump of assaulting her when she was between the ages of 13 and 15.
Okay, let me share this with you as well. I would be remiss if I didn't share this reporting with you. Since we're on the topic, let me share this with you as well. Since we are on the topic.
To start by saying unequivocally, uncategorically,
that I deny each and every single allegation against me today.
Clarence Thomas is someone we haven't spoken about in a while, but with the latest drop of the Epstein files, of course he's back because, of course, our Supreme Court is compromised in this whole thing. So here's the reporting. Sent to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York and addressed to 2 federal judges, the allegation sees a person claiming to be an Epstein victim accuse Johnny Martorano, a notorious hitman and mobster who's admitted to killing 20 people, of rape. The purported victim also alleged that Martorano, who struck a plea deal in 1999 to serve only 12 years for his crimes, was in communication with Clarence Thomas. The victim alleged that while she was naked, Martorano said, "Let's take a picture," for Clarence Thomas. From there, the allegation detailed the extent of Thomas's involvement. It went on to accuse Thomas of sexually assaulting her when she was a child. This is also in my CIA file because a few people have asked me if I remembered, but I couldn't remember much of my childhood because I was drugged so much, the email read. And we know this isn't the first time that Clarence Thomas has been accused of sexual assault, along with a myriad of other crimes and transgressions, and yet he continues to sit on our Supreme Court because there is no one who can or will hold him accountable for anything. The people didn't vote for him to be so influential in our government, and yet he enjoys a lifetime appointment to the highest court in our nation. And what's most devastating about the drop of these files, arguably more devastating than the content of the files themselves, is that not a thing has been done about them. They released the files to the public and said, "Here you go, now what? Do something, I dare you." Anyone who could have and would have done something about them by now has known about the files and what was in them for a very, very long time. The redactions more often protected those implicated in the files rather than the victims, which is the opposite of what was supposed to happen. It's almost as if they wanted to punish the victims for daring to speak up and coming forward. Many of the people named in the files have released statements, all denying any actual criminal wrongdoing, but acquiescing that they could have been a little bit more careful and maybe a little bit more tactful in their email communications with a known and convicted pedophile. Meanwhile, various aspects of our government and legal system have been compromised by design ahead of the release of these files. The DOJ practically works for Trump, which is exactly not how a DOJ is supposed to operate. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has always been a vocal advocate for the release of the files, said that Trump allegedly told her that if the files got released, quote, "friends will get hurt." In other words, he confessed to outright protecting the people within the files, which makes sense because his own name runs rampant throughout the files, even when you assume they've redacted more mentions than we even get to see. So now the public knows some of the things that some horrible people have done to innocent people, to the world stage, to society at large. And we can withhold our dollars from them, boycotting them here and there, refusing to fund their pernicious lifestyles. But that feels like the extent most of us can reasonably do, and even that is difficult. People are still on Instagram and Facebook and X. People are still buying and driving Teslas. People are still buying training programs and courses from grifters like Peter Attia, who, by the way, was a grifter before we even knew he was associated with Epstein. We lost Noam Chomsky, which was disappointing for a lot of us. But if a glimmer of hope can be extracted from any of this, there were those who were named in the files who were noted for how unterrible they are. People like Emma Thompson and Penelope Cruz and Zayn Malik were flagged within the files for being too publicly and too vocally anti-Israel and pro-Palestine.
Okay, that link is in my description box under Epstein files. There is one more thing that I actually do want to add on to show you. Let's look at the nature of the Karen. Let's look at the nature of the Karen. You know, the Karen that have gotten many of black men and children have lost their lives behind the behavior of these Karens who want to start a bunch of dumb shit and then start crying with their wipe tears to absolve themselves of the bullshit that they actually tried. Let's get into the Karen of it all. This is in my description box of crying Karen. Unfortunately, she was not jailed. Charges mean nothing unless you put this bitch in some handcuffs and assurances that she may be tried on higher charges mean nothing when you can overcharge me for a parking ticket. You can write up 30 different issues to overcharge me. So if you see that it's possible that the charges could be enhanced because this happened near a school and with an underage minor, why don't you write the charges as such? And if they can be dropped down, that leave that up to the court. Why don't you charge for what you say you're seeing, as you don't charge for what you're seeing? Let's get into this. Let's get into this. I wish I could bring this full strength. Full. I guess this is as full as it gets. Okay, so that started at the end of the video. We're gonna see it from the whole entire beginning, from this woman coming all the way across the park to accost these children. And you see the little short Karen was the one who turned around and thought that she had the authority to turn around and tell that child that she needed to shut the fuck up. But the reason that they were over there is because tall Karen, her 8-year-old child, was over there cursing out these preteens, telling this one in the red shirt that he's fat and that's why they make double doors. And he actually told this black girl that he would go get a pow pow and shoot her in the face. And okay, let's go. What happened? Oh, I didn't bring you guys. I apologize. I thought I had bought you guys with me. Let me share my screen. Oh my god, I thought I was already sharing my screen. Okay, here we go. I apologize.
After her son threatened to pew pew my child in the face. Instead of her correcting her little demon seed, she comes and targets my child out of all of the kids there. At some point, contact was made with the police, and she gave an update which says that the woman that is going to be seen in the video was not arrested. However, she was charged with assault and has to go before a judge. The officer believes the charges would be enhanced since it's a school and a minor. The mother said that she plans on pressing charges to the fullest extent of the law and that the lady was gone from the area by the time.
Hold on. Hold on. No, what actually is amazing is that you think that you are the one who is to tell me what I about Lex Wexner's days weeks, years ago, I have spoken about Lex Wexner. It is amazing that you think that you are the arbiter of what I need to speak about. What is there to say about Clinton that has that I have not already dropped in his full deposition? What are you talking about? The Epstein donates and communicates to Democrats in hearings. In hearings, you sound really stupid. What is amazing to me is that you want to get off topic and talk about Democrats, but you don't address the facts that are given about Republicans. That's what's amazing to me. What is amazing to me is you think I really give two fucks about what you think. If those are the things that you want to talk about, go open up your channel and talk about them, stupid bitch. Okay, let's continue.
She got there, which was probably for the best because it probably would have gotten more physical. Let's get into the video, but before we do, make sure you like and share this post. And at the end of the video, let me know what you think about the entire situation. Could this have been avoided or prevented? And do you think that the lady in the video should have been arrested and booked, or do you think her being charged was enough?
That's an adult. Yeah. Oh shit. She walking over here? Yeah. I don't give a fuck.
Now look how long it's taking her to walk over here. So she's on her way over here. They said she's walking over here. She said, yeah. Look how far she was from them. Look, this is how far away her 8-year-old child was away from his mother as well. Let's continue.
Hi. Your child came over here saying he was going to get shotgun and shoot me in my face.
And that was after you.
Hi, so you were talking to my child. Your child was over here saying that he wanted to get a shotgun and pow me in my face. And now she's going to tell her that was after what happened, mommy, that you weren't there to see what happened. That was after what? You never said, you never sound shocked that your 8-year-old child said that to her. You go right into that was after what?
Told him to shut the fuck up?
No.
That was after you told him to shut the fuck up?
Came over here cussing us out. He was cussing him out first.
Cussing how so?
Saying fuck, shut the fuck.
He came over here and started cussing us out. He was cussing him out first. Cussing how so? So see, she's unbothered by anything that her child is doing. And she's addressing this black child.
Up, you need to watch your child. If you're gonna come over here and confront a child,
I'm sorry, where are your parents?
He came over here cussing us out, and you need to watch your child. And she's exactly right. She's exactly right. And what does this Karen does? She walks up on her and asks her, where are her parents? Bitch, where were you to parent your 8-year-old when he's over there telling 13-year-olds that he's going to pow them in the face? Where were you in your parenting of your child? These children are old enough to be in the park alone. Obviously, yours is not. But you're so busy being a fucking Karen that you got this little bad motherfucker running all over the park saying anything that he wants to people, and you think you're gonna check somebody about what they say to that little bastard?
Honestly, I know my parents will. Don't worry. Don't worry about my parents.
And that is fine.
Don't worry about me. Your child came over here cussing other children out. How about you watch your child and watch your child's language? I don't care. I'm gonna be straightforward because you shouldn't be coming over here saying, so you're gonna be talking to my child any kind of way. Your child.
I'm sorry. I need to know your parents, and I need to know the phone number so we can have a conversation.
I need to know your parents, and I need to know their phone number. Why? She told you exactly what's right. Because you're so butthurt that you as an adult didn't even understand that in the first place. Now you're embarrassed by a 13-year-old child who told you exactly right.
Because clearly you don't understand how. I'm sorry, how old are you? How old are you?
Cussing at us. Okay, your child
You also
threatened to get a shotgun and shoot me in my face.
Okay. You also know that my son is 8.
Okay. So
You also know that my son is 8, but you need to talk to her parent. Do you also know that your son is 8 and she's telling you what your 8-year-old did and said, but you are unbothered by any of that? You are being an apologist because of the age of your 8-year-old who says some raunchy ass shit like that. Showing what he is exposed to. Showing the degradation that he has been exposed to think that that is okay. Who taught your son that is the question. Because he's a sponge of his environment right now. What is he sponging off of, and whom is he sponging this type of behavior and attitude and gun culture about? Approaching strangers and threatening their lives. Where is he getting this from, Karen? But this girl needs to understand something when she properly let you know that you need to get a hold of your child, and you don't need to worry about what you need to talk to her mother all of a sudden. No, bitch, you need to go talk to your own mama, because she have raised your ass to the point that you don't even know how to raise your own fucking badass 8-year-old child, bitch.
you need to watch your child. Your child was in this park by himself. By himself. But still at the same time, he came over here. He came over here messing with us. What point you do not understand that?
Your child was in the park by himself because the length of time that it took you to walk across that park to reach this group of children, if your child had to walk that far to get back to you, your child was in that park by himself.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, how old are you again? 13, ma'am. So she's well aware of the age of this child. Let's I'm not going to interrupt anymore. I might, but hey.
That I'm telling you what your child did and how he came over here cussing at us. Cussing at us.
He's in 3rd grade. He is in 3rd grade.
Stop saying. Are you
He has ADHD.
I will not matter.
He's in 3rd grade. He has ADHD. And here comes Trisha. To be Miss Butt-In. This big, tall, lanky ass bitch need backup from a motherfucking midget. Trisha.
Baby knows how to say fuck. He knows how to say bitch. He knows how to say he's gonna get a shotgun and shoot somebody in the face.
So this girl is supposed to care about his ADHD. He has ADHD, and she said, but he knows how to say all of this. But he and the mama can't say a goddamn thing because she's stupid. Because she's a fucking idiot.
You're the reason why I double doors just because he's 8 and just because he's 3rd grade does not mean that he can go around talking to any other child any kind of way. What point you do not understand that? What in your head do you not understand that? So do not come and step into the. If you want my mother to come,
I need you to shut your fucking mouth.
Who the fuck are you talking to, man?
Girlfriend, you back up.
Who the fuck are you talking to?
You want to bring it?
Okay, so right there, she got physical with the one who told her she needs to shut the fuck up. All of a sudden, she got all of this bass in her voice because she's trying to separate and conquer, divide and conquer. These two friends who don't want no trouble, who are scared. Oh, man, don't say that. She's an adult. Don't say that. This girl is absolutely within her rights, and I am so glad the other friend stepped away and would not be influenced by this bitch who's trying to tell them how wrong their friend is and trying to separate them. And watch how the two girls who were once sitting with her walk over and away from the table with these devils, and watch how they leave their friends. And people really need to teach their children that there are people you need to stay away from. The simple fact that they went over there with somebody who physically was handling a 13-year-old with her chest, her body, and her hands. There is no reason, if you are a friend to somebody, you really need to learn how to be a friend to somebody. You do not turn your back on your friend for someone who is wrongfully abusing your friend. If you can't do anything, what you can do is bear witness to the abuse of your friends. But these two silly bitches went over there running their mouths with her. And that's...
Dude, you are 13. I'm 30 fucking 8. Get the fuck out of my face. Bitch, you want to try it? Do not do not touch me. You know what? Get the fuck off of me now. Let me touch now.
How is this child touching her when this child is feet away from the table? This woman continued to walk up on her, grabbing her by her arm, pulling her into her, and trying to handle this 13-year-old child. We see what happened. Is there a way? Let me see.
Get the fuck off of me. Guys, off of me. I didn't touch you. I did not touch you.
No, I record everything.
Yes, come on.
See?
Ma'am, yep, come on. Yep, you got that on video, right? Got that on video. Hi, mama. There is a woman over here who just put her hands on me and who just got in my face. No.
Now she realizes all on video. Hey, mama. Now you wanna talk to her mother? Is that what you said you wanted to do? You wanted to talk to her mother, right? Hey, mama. There's a woman up here who put her hands on me, and watch. Here come the lies and the tears. She said, "You're 13. I'm 38. No, bitch, you're actually 45. She's actually 45 years old."
No, every single person here knows you touched me first. No, you came in my face, man. Don't get in my face. No, sweetie. No. That is 38.
I'm not gonna stop.
Shut the fuck up. No, I never said that either. Okay.
No, your little short friend said that. No, I never said that either. No, I never said that. I never said that either.
You came over here messing with us, cutting us out. Don't come in my face.
No.
Do not come in my face any kind of way.
Oh! Now that you know you were recorded, and now you can retreat. Little Big Mouth who started the whole thing, and you wanted to jump bad like you her lesbian lover and bump your chest up against this child because your little friend wrongly turned around and screamed to her that she needed to shut the fuck up. You could have turned around then. If you didn't want to hear what she had to say, you could have turned your fucking asses around then and walked away because you understood that 8-year-old was out of order, but you wanted to keep on with this black child. And mothers, please alert your children to who is a friend and how it is to be a friend. Because watch these little bitches run up over there and commune with these adults. Look at them marching over there to commune as they were trying to hold the girl back who was right.
That lady does not come in my face any kind of way. What point you do not understand that?
Let's listen for the tears. Here comes the tears.
She's no people had there, people left. Oh, really? I don't give a fuck. Don't come in my fucking face. Don't come in my face. Damn, Daddy. Don't come in my face. I don't care what type of adult. Ooh. Oh, bro, I got everything. I'll video, bro. Oh, my God. Bro, you're so... Bro, that was so... Bro! That was so fucking... I don't care.
Where in America can a 45-year-old woman assault a 13-year-old girl?
You shut your fucking mouth. Who the fuck are you talking to, man? Girlfriend, back up. Who the fuck are you talking to? You want to bring it?
Not get arrested for it, but get charged with an assault.
You want to try it? Do not touch me.
This verbal altercation that turned physical happened in none other than Frisco, Texas. I'm going to let y'all see the entire interaction in just a moment. The mother of the girl gave an update and the backstory of what happened over on Facebook, but here's what she said. She said, "Today my child was assaulted by a 45-year-old YT woman after her son threatened to pew my child in the face. Instead of her correcting her little demon seed, she comes and targets my child out of all of the kids there." At some point, contact was made with the police, and she gave an update which says that the woman that is going to be seen in the video was not arrested. However, she was charged with assault and has to go before a judge. The officer believes the charges would be enhanced since it's
If the officer believed that charges would be enhanced since it happened near a school, the officer should have enhanced the charges when he wrote the charges his goddamn self. So spare me that bullshit. How many black people are overcharged from everything from the rooter to the tutor, and half of the shit is thrown out of court? But the judge the magistrate may enhance the charges because, well, if you see that there's a room for the charges to be enhanced, write the charges that you see should be written.
School and a minor. The mother said that she plans on pressing charges to the fullest extent of the law and that the lady was gone from.
The mother said that she went up there. She said she was getting her stuff together, and when she heard somebody put their hands on their child, she was getting her stuff together. We went up there, and the Karen was mysteriously gone by the time that she called the cops. She waited on the cop. She said, "I want her name, where she works, and I'm pressing charges to the fullest extent of the law." She was gone before I could make it to the school. Good, but I'm gonna make sure I think she's famous this day. This is Frisco, Texas. We are still looking for her. Somebody has to know who this woman is. It's been shared in so many Frisco, Dallas groups. When we find her, I'll update again. But you got to go to court with her. You definitely gonna find that in.
From the area by the time she got there, which was probably for the best because it probably would have gotten more physical. Let's get into the video, but before we do, make sure you like and share this post. And at the end of
the first thing you need to watch is the length of this part that this tall Karen has to walk to get to these children.
The video, let me know what you think about the entire situation. Could this have been avoided or prevented? And do you think that the lady in the video should have been arrested and booked, or do you think her being charged was enough?
She should have been arrested and booked.
That's an adult.
She's walking.
Yeah.
She's on her way. Look way back behind the guy.
Yeah.
She walking over here? Yeah. She's way behind the guy with the red shirt. Here she comes. She's finally in view. And her 8-year-old son was way over here, and she's way over there.
Your child came over here saying he was gonna get shotgun and shoot me in my face.
And that was after you told him to shut the fuck up?
No,
Whoa.
he came over here cussing us out. He was cussing him out first.
Cussing how so?
Saying fuck, shut the fuck up. You need to watch your child. If you're gonna come over here and confront a child,
I'm sorry, where are your parents?
Honestly, I know my parents will. Don't worry. Don't worry about my
and
parents.
that is fine?
Don't worry about me. Your child came over here cussing other children out. How about you watch your child and watch your child's language? I don't care. I'm gonna be straightforward because you shouldn't be coming over here saying, so you're gonna be talking to my child any kind of way. Your child?
I'm sorry.
Your
I need to
child.
know your parents,
Your
and I need to
child.
know the phone number
Your
so we can have a
child.
conversation
Your
because clearly
child.
you don't understand.
So what does she need to know her parents for? What does she say out of order that she need to know your parents and need to know her phone number? So see, this is where the child gets his behavior from. And the stepping up on her as if she's supposed to cower and be afraid, the intimidation tactics of it all. And I'm not going to say anything else.
And how? I'm sorry, how old are you?
How old are you? Over here cussing at us. Okay, your child
You also-
threatened to get a shotgun and shoot me in my face.
Okay. You also know that my son is 8.
Okay. So you need to watch your child. Your child was in this park by
Was he
himself.
being
By himself. But still at the same time, he came over here. He came over here messing with us. What point you do not understand that?
I'm sorry. How old are you again?
I'm 13, ma'am. Oh, yeah, 13. That's sad for you. That I'm telling you what your child did and how he came over here cussing at us.
He's in third grade. He is in third grade.
Y'all keep saying, are you age
He has
does not matter.
ADHD.
Age does not matter.
No,
Baby knows how to say fuck. Baby knows how to say fuck. He knows how to say he's gonna get a shotgun and shoot somebody in the face. He said literally that shit. He told us, you're the reason why I double doors exist. Just because he's 8 and just because he's in third grade does not mean that he can go around talking to any other child any kind of way. What point you don't understand that? What in your head do you not understand that? So do not come and step into me. If you want my mother to come
I need
here,
you to shut your fucking mouth.
who the fuck are you talking to, man?
Girlfriend,
You.
back
Who
up.
the fuck are you talking to?
You want to bring it?
Who the fuck are you
You
talking
are
to?
13. I'm 38.
Get the fuck out of my face. I swear to fucking God.
You want
I
to
swear
try?
to fucking
Do
God.
not
I
touch
swear to
me.
fucking God.
Do not touch me.
You know what? Get the fuck off of me now.
Let me talk to
Ma'am?
your parents.
Get the fuck off of me.
Do I need to
Ma'am,
call your
guys, off of me.
I didn't touch you. I didn't touch you.
No, I record everything.
Yes, come on.
I did not touch you. Bitch, really? Really, bitch? Is that what we going with? Oh,
Come on.
See?
Ma'am, yep, come on. Yep, you got that on video, right? Got that on video. Hey, mama. There is a woman over here who just put her hands on me and who just got in her face. Got in my face.
No, sweetie.
How?
Every single person here knows you touched me first.
No, you came in when I
no, sweetie. Everyone here knows that you touched me first. Is that what happened, bitch? Is that why so many black boys and black men have been killed? Because of lying bitches like you. Everybody out here knows that you touched me first. No. Because you decided to bring your little friend over because you were feeling insecure, you big tall beanstalk ass bitch, still feeling insecure because a 13-year-old had enough common sense to tell you that you didn't have enough common sense to gather that badass 8-year-old and get in his motherfucking ass. You couldn't get in his ass because he learned his behavior from your silly ass.
Ma'am, don't get in my face.
No, sweetie.
How old are
No.
you?
That is 38.
now she's a sweetie. Now she's sweetie. And look at now all of a sudden she's a sweetie. I thought you wanted to get in contact with her parents. She was just on the phone with her parent. You didn't say, "Hey parent, I want to speak with you. Can you come up here?" No, you ran, bitch. You told her that you wanted to contact her parent. I need to speak to your parent. What is your parent? When she got on with her parent, what the fuck you did? "Oh no, sweetie, I didn't touch you. Everyone here knows that I didn't touch you, sweetie, sweetie."
I'm not gonna stop. No, I never said that either.
No, I never said that either. I never said that either. Just because your little short friend that you called over there for emotional support was the one who said it. And once she said it and the chick said, "Who the fuck you think you talking to?" you jumped in and physically used your body to attack a 13-year-old child. You stupid bitch.
Your child came over here messing with us, cussing us out. Don't come in my face! No. Do not come in my face any kind of way! That's actually really disrespectful.
Defeated. Let's hear her cry now.
I don't care. Y'all keep saying that. Y'all ladies does not come in my face any kind of way. What point you y'all not understand that?
She has no idea. She has no idea. Oh, she has no idea. I think she does have an idea.
Don't come in my face. I don't care what.
She has no idea. She has no idea. Oh yeah, bitch. You had no idea, bitch. You thought it was simple, bitch. You thought you were smart. You just showed yourself to be a whole dumb, slow ass bitch.
Bro, I got everything on video, bro. Oh my god, bro, you're so, bro.
She has no idea. No, bitch, you had no idea that her friend filmed the whole thing from the time that it took you 2 to 3 minutes to walk over from where you were, not attending to that badass 8-year-old who was over there threatening 13-year-olds about shooting them in the face. Bitch, no, you had no idea that her friend had videotaped all of this shit.
I don't care.
Where in America can a 45-year-old woman...
Okay. I just wanted to share that with you guys. In what Texas? I forget. Yep, a battery on a minor. It is all recorded. To shit on black people and think wonder why they think all white people are racist. They don't think all white people are racist. I think that all people who show that they're racist, they believe them for what they show. Okay. That is all. Carmelo is doing life. Let me see. I don't know if Carmelo is this young lady's woman, but this
assault a 13-year-old girl.
Shut your fucking mouth.
This TikToker did interview the mother, but it has a lot of music behind it. So
if that red circle is around my icon, that means that I'm live. And right now I am about to interview Crystal Randolph, the mother of the...
That is the 13-year-old girl and her mother.
13-year-old girl that was in that park, that had that altercation with that 45, 38, 35-year-old lady out in Frisco, Texas. I'm interviewing her mother. She's going to give us some good insight about what she was thinking, how she felt, and just talk to us about this overall situation. Now, this is an exclusive live interview. I believe that I am one of the first people to talk to her. So pull up, tap the screen, share this live.
Let me see if I can get her channel. Yeah, she did an interview with a young lady and her mother. So go over there and check her out on TikTok. Let me give you the link to her page. If you want to hear the interview of what her mother had to say, I'm going to drop that link here as well. Oh, it is. What do you mean? Oh, it is. That is the young lady's name? Janelle? I think she said Janelle. I don't even know who you're talking about. I don't even care who you're talking about. The content of my live is the content that I plan to show on my live. No one is going to move me off of my content. The reason why people do that is because they have nothing to add to the actual content of the facts that I'm showing. So they try to get you off the facts that you're showing. You know, those pesky little things that they cannot address, facts. So if you guys like the show, please give me a thumbs up on your way out. You can subscribe, you can share, and you can meet me here definitely on Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. But sometimes it is just way too much to go over just on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So I may have to come here Tuesday and Thursday as well. Let me, since I've been here so long today, let me double check. I know a lot has gone on since I've been live just here this time. Let's see if anything happened. Let me see if there's any breaking news. I don't see any breaking news per se. So I guess we're going to leave it here. Homeland insecurity. Markwayne Mullins more violent than Christy Noem. Okay. Let me share this with you real quick. Yeah, he's a nut job, Markwayne Mullins, who is taking over Christy Noem. And he was supposed to take over on the 31st. Now they said he is going to be taking over immediately for Christy Noem.
This is war. They've called it war. What I was saying, okay, well, that was a misspoke.
Great. Look, a lot of people are very happy about the ouster, the firing of Christy Noem, and that is absolutely justified. You should be happy. But you should also know that it's not going to be any better with a Markwayne Mullins, the dumbest guy in the entire United States Senate, and that's saying something. I mean, seriously, we have a United States Senate filled with the likes of John Cornyn and John Fetterman and Tommy Tuberville and Tim Sheehy and Markwayne Mullins. And he is, without a doubt, I mean, John Fetterman is suffering from brain damage, and Markwayne Mullins is less equipped mentally than he is. And I don't mean that to besmirch him. It's fact. It's the way it is. So let me start with this, actually. Let me start with a little friendly fire, as it were. Ran across this tweet from John Levitt, one of the Pod Save guys. Don't know any of those people. But we need to stop with this bullshit. Jim McGovern tweeted, and he said, great, they replaced the lady who shot her dog with the guy who hid behind a chair on January 6th. To which John Lovett, he felt compelled to defend Markwayne Mullin in this moment. And he tweeted this: "Weren't you on the floor when he was helping to barricade the doors? Mullin is an election denier. He stoked fraud claims before the January 6th insurrection. And he called the investigation, actually, he didn't call it an investigation. He just called it before January 6th. He was genuinely brave, which presumably you witnessed. And Republicans are the ones who pretend this wasn't a threat to the country and make light of the danger members of Congress are facing. Hate this." What the fuck are you doing, John? You hate calling out a Republican for being a vile hypocrite after having stoked what took place during the insurrection. Then your brave, bold man that you're defending hid behind chairs. Same as Josh Hawley, pumping his fist to the traitors, to the insurrectionists who attempted to overthrow the United States government and then ran. Not brave. That's not what counts as bravery in the minds of some people. I will never understand. Markwayne Mullin is not brave. He is he is complicit in what took place on January 6th. You don't call it an insurrection. Don't know why. But that's not bravery. Hate this. He barricaded the doors to protect his own life because they were coming for all of them. That is self-preservation. That's not bravery. He incited what took place, encouraged what took place, promoted what took place, and then tried to save his own fucking life. Hate this. We've gone from dumb to dumber. It's equally as dangerous. They are both as loyal and sycophantic to Donald Trump. I'm talking about Christy Noem and Markwayne Mullin. But I want to remind you just how stupid and dangerous Markwayne Mullin is. Just how loyal and bootlicky he is relative to Donald Trump. He will not run the Department of Homeland Security. It will remain Stephen Miller's purview. He will still be someone who does everything he does at the direction of President of the United States and Stephen Miller, which is what Christy Noem told. She said that in remarks while trying to defend herself from all of the allegations and the heat that was coming her way. Markwayne Mullin's not going to be any different. He's not going to be brave, stand up to Donald Trump, to support the Constitution, to defend your civil liberties. John Lovett? The fuck? Here's just a taste of just this last week, some of the shit that Wayne Mullin, I know it's two first names in one name. It's difficult, even for the giant brain of Jesse Dalmore. Watch this after it's not a war. Well, Donald Trump says it's a war. Yeah, it's not a war. Pete Hegseth says it's a war. Well, it's not a war. You just said it's a war yourself, Markwayne Mullin. Oh, well, that's a misspoke. Great.
You'll concede this is war. You'll concede this is war.
We haven't declared war. They declared war on us, but we haven't.
War, Secretary Hegseth.
We haven't declared.
Just now, you said this is war.
They've called it war.
They've called it war. What I was saying. Okay, well, that was a misspoke. What I was saying that they've declared war on us, but war is ugly. It always has been ugly.
I didn't declare war. They declared war. They didn't declare anything. They made no declaration. They were too busy trying to defend themselves against against America's and Israel illegal strikes upon them. They made no declarations. The person who took the first strike made the declaration, and it was plain and clear that 4547 has called it a war. And you even did yourself right in front of the pressers that you are trying to pretend like you never said it was a war. You stupid. This is who your administration is putting in the highest level of your government.
But we're taking out a regime that's been trying to attack us for quite some time.
But you're not.
That guy. We have indeed gone from dumb to dumber. If that was at all possible. If you thought there's no way possible we could get somebody more stupid than Christy Noem, congratulations, Donald Trump, you've done it again. You've set another record, sir. With tears in my motherfucking eyes, I come to you and tell you, thank you, you've done it. And if you think he'll be any better, maybe he's not good on international relations and the war and just defending Donald Trump's actions. Yeah, but he'll be better with civil liberties. He'll be better with violence in the streets. He'll be better at managing the masked secret police force that ended up being an execution squad, murdering American citizens, unarmed and armed alike, disarming and then firing multiple rounds into the back of the head and the back of Alex Preddy. He certainly will be better on that, right? Or will he also say that he's a domestic terrorist or words surrounding that?
About it. Today, there's a report of an ICE officer getting his finger bit off. And then, unfortunately, a deranged individual that came in to cause max damage with a loaded pistol with an extra mag that was completely loaded was shot and killed. Now, how much more does this got to go on before the Democrat leaders there take responsibility for their words?
Well, I guess we have our answer. I guess we have our answer as to whether he'll defend it or whether he'll back the play of the fascist who executes American citizens in the street who are exercising their First Amendment right under the Constitution. Alex Preddy was a deranged individual who came to cause massive damage with a loaded pistol, and he was shot and killed. How much more does it take to go on before the Democrat leaders take responsibility for their words? When are you?
He played he played his part and hit all of the talking points to make you feel like Preddy had did something against the law. These Second Amendment loving people try to make you believe that a man lawfully carrying a weapon, the Second Amendment loving people didn't love it too much and tried to insinuate that he actually brandished his weapon as a threat to ICE officers when none of that happened. You see the context in the word, the choice of words that they use to make the dummies believe that something happened that absolutely did not happen. But hey, that's why they love the dumb MAGA voters. They say it out loud. They love the dumb, uneducated voter.
You're going to take responsibility for your words. You fucking moron, you dumb guy who's tripped forward and upward in life. Nepo baby McGee. Maybe that's part of the problem here. And I don't know John Levitt's background, but he's certainly a millionaire now. All the Pod Save boys are millionaires. This might just be a class thing. Defending a fellow millionaire. I don't know. But if you question about the war and you questioned about civil liberties, you might even say to yourself, well, Mark Wayne Mullen's not do you see what I'm doing? You know what the next clip's going to be. Whatever I say now, it's going to be the opposite that he says. Yeah, we get it. You might say to yourself, whoa, Mike Wayne Mullen, he's not going to be for murder in the streets, for actual execution of citizens. He would never defend that, right? Again, you know what's coming next.
The president and the Secretary of War has been very clear they're going to use lethality against our enemies, home and abroad. This has been very clear what's going on right now, that the drug organization that is considered a terrorist organization that is flooding our streets with drugs, that's killing Americans every single day, they're being proactive on it. Good on them. Are we doubting that these drug dealers are actually drug dealers? Do we think they're just out there fishing? Do we doubt that this is a terrorist organization that's killing thousands and thousands of people on our streets? What are we questioning here? These individuals don't care about the lives of our friends and families. Why do we care if we take them out in international water? It is a war because they've declared war on our streets, and the president and Secretary Hegseth is doing exactly what we should be doing, being proactive against our enemies, and that's what they're doing here. And I applaud them for doing something, because the past administration did absolutely nothing, why thousands of Americans died on our streets.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that, again, that
Bullshit. Bullshit. Mhm. Let me see. Let me see. Why am I still hearing? That is not. So, that's all I have for you today. I hope you guys have a fabulous weekend. And let's not forget to light a candle in remembrance of the failed Department of Homeland Security, Christy Noem. And let me sing a little diddly to go with this. I will remember you. Will you remember me? Don't let time pass you by. You did a horrible job. We will remember you. Put your lighters up in the air. Will you remember me? Your position lasted as long as cricket's life. 14 months and you get shot. Goodbye, bitch. Go pump up your lips some more. We can't forget that melting face. We will remember you and all the costumes you put on, looking like a fool. We will remember the words DHS secretary. All right, guys. I hope you guys have a fabulous weekend and keep your head up. Bye. Hit the like button. I know you guys like that solo. You had to have liked my solo. Hey, don't hate the player, hate the game. Bye-bye.